Hello? Ah! Ah, there it is!
Hello?
Ah, no, shut up! Where am I coming from?
There it is! Hello?
No, stop, stop, stop! Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Cool. So, when I was testing last night, you got an ad. Oh, okay, people got some ads. I'm gonna wait a little bit for those who have not gotten ads. An email from YouTube. What? Now live. Yes. Yes. Okay. What's the background music? This is all the background music that you will hear. I'm gonna go over this again later, probably. This is all music that I've made. Most of it is public somewhere. Yeah, so, okay. What was going on is I clicked start stream on my streaming software. And last time when I was testing last night, I just needed to do that and we were good. Turns out I needed to click a go live button after that. So I'm really sorry about the delay, guys. We have 85 people here. Hello. Can I marry you? I am not going to answer that. Whoa. Thank you for the 22 euros. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You are my greatest rage baiter, I see. When I switch scenes to the other, right now we're still on the stream starting soon. When I switch scenes to the main scene, you will you'll notice, you've probably seen on streams before, they have a little cup, and when people donate, it drops a little object into the cup. So I would hold off on your donations until we switch over, so that you can have your little guys fall into the cup. What is my stick dude guy supposed to be? I don't know. Call him drywall. His head is like a piece of drywall, but it's just meant to be a representation of me. Okay. I think we've wasted enough time. Let us get started. Well, how's audio? How's audio? Am I sounding loud, quiet? Audio is good. Perfect. What do I think of Steve from Minecraft? I have no opinions. I have not seen the movie. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, let's make sure everything is Oh, ha! The that donation from earlier from Tempest, it did actually fall into the cup. Alright. Hello! Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna kind of give you a second to, like, there's a lot of reading to do, so I'll let you read real quick. Oh, that reminds me, I need to make that channel public. Let me do that. I also need to add the link to the description, so give me a moment. You may have to reload the stream once I change the description. Copy text. Okay. I'm sorry, I forgot to do this in advance. Save. Yeah, I'm gonna post this link in the chat. So if you read the text on my stream about the Discord thing, this is the Discord. Posted a couple times. In fact, we can pin it. Actually, I have a better idea. Will it let me type all of this? It's over the character limit. No! Blah, blah. Got a question? Just to be safe, you can drop by my Discord server and leave a question in the commentary. Boom. And then let's pin that. Alright. Running out of songs? I am running out of songs. Let's get this underway. Just gonna go to Twitter, say starting now, and go to Discord one more time. Go to my server. At everyone, starting now. Because now we are going to be properly starting. Okay, is the stream chat on my stream, is that like working well enough? Is it super behind? I can't really see it. Too small. All right, cool. Perfect. Let's get this underway. I've wasted enough time. It's been 15 minutes past the starting time. Yeah, it's always going to be delayed. I just want to make sure it's not too delayed. Okay. I have some friends who are going to laugh at me for saying this, but my name is Gasgrass. I created a little series online on YouTube called Path to Deicide. And yes, all of you know what Path to Deicide is. That is why you're here. But introductions are introductions. So Path to Deicide is a web-based series of songs, Friday Night Funkin'-based songs, that puts EXE characters against each other. Now, what are EXEs? I think I'm explaining too much. So, you all know what an EXE is. Yeah, and this series has garnered, I think, over 1 million views in total. It has really become something amazing to me, and I've put hours of work into it, and to see it all pay off is incredible. Just this last December, I finished the series by releasing an album onto streaming services. It's called Path to Deicide, a Chronomancer's Cacophony. And since then, the series has been over. I've kind of moved on. And today, I am here to kind of give a commentary over the album and the story, including the cutscenes and everything. And this commentary, I'm going to be essentially watching through the full story video which is just a compilation of all the content I'm going to be watching through. I'm going to be talking about some like behind the scenes stuff, any other information, probably some lore stuff as well, since there's a lot of lore details that I'm aware of that I haven't really made clear in the series. Yeah, so I'm going to be pausing a lot. Get ready to have to listen to my voice for a long time. At the end of the full story video, if the stream has been running for like 4 or 5 hours, then we're just gonna stop. If not, like let's say we're like 3 hours in, I will probably pull up the instrumentals, and we'll kind of talk about the instrumentals as well. So this will be much longer than the album. Yes, because I'm going to be pausing. Whoa! Thank you for the 22 euros again, Tempest. You get a little, you gotta get a Teto pair. You're not listening.
You're not listening. This isn't about me. This is about the thousands of lives Gasgrass has ruined, and the countless other lives Gasgrass destroyed. Why is Gasgrass above the law? Where is Gasgrass to face his crimes?
I really appreciate it. Truly, thank you. Green Goblin, Vagrant. That's the voice I do for Requital, actually. Yeah, okay. So, okay, the music you are listening to in the background they're all songs of mine. I think I actually said this before. They're all songs of mine. Some of them are released, some of them aren't. And the reason for the music is 2 things. 1, I don't want it to be completely boring when I'm talking. And 2, I have wireless headphones. And if no audio is played for like 10 minutes, they will turn off and it's a nightmare. So, this is for me, mostly. It's also just pretty dull listening to nothing while the video is paused for me. So, you guys at least get to hear me. I get to hear nothing. So, all right. See, this is what I mean. This is why I said the stream could be anywhere from 3 to like 6 hours. I'm going to be talking a lot. So get ready. Get ready to... You're gonna have to get used to my voice. Alright. Yap, yap, yap. I yap way too much. So, I hope this is working properly. I'm going to unhide my main screen border. Which one is it? This one. Boom. That was not it. You saw the, yeah, no. Okay, I had the window incorrect. Okay, perfect. There we go. You got... Oh, we got a donation! Thank you, Luke. My name is Gasgrass. I made the path to Deicide. It was okay.
My name is Gasgrass. I made the path to Deicide. It was difficult. Put the pieces together.
Thank you very much for the super chat. And very, very funny. Very funny. Why is Pico British? He is supposed to be Australian. Yeah, people have already said that. We'll get to that when we get to excrescence. As with a lot of these things, like a lot of these questions, we will get there. So I'm gonna try to answer as many questions from you guys as possible, but make sure you look at the FAQ, and I would try to hold off on asking until after the relevant info has passed on the stream. Like, if you have a question about Xenophyte and we're on excrescence, then ask it. But if you have a question about Xenophyte and we haven't listened to Deicide yet, then I might cover it, so. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, DM. I'm yapping too much. We're gonna pause this. We're gonna get started. Okay, it's already been 20 minutes. Alright. Here we go. Path to Deicide. Full story, all cutscenes, all bosses. Is my cursor showing up? It is showing up. Alright. I'm just gonna click play. Then, well, I don't know if I have a whole lot to talk about regarding the Exordium. Fun time, thank you for the $2. Are we gonna see more with Vagrant and Slate? I'm unsure. So I'm sorry, we're gonna have to put a pin in that. There was gonna be content, but now I'm not 100% sure. Wolfie, thank you for the $20. God, you guys are just dropping money on me. Please. Chill. Just eat it with the skin on it. Okay, you are referencing something that not a lot of people here would get. Very well done. Okay. We're just gonna start playing Exordium.
Before, I was only able to peer across timelines.
I swear to God! Chill with the donations! Thank you so much! Tempest, again, with the 22 euros! I am so lonely. All the other EXCs are scared of me. No one talks to me. No one wants... Okay, thank you. Fun time, thank you for the $1 again. Man, you guys gotta calm down. You're gonna... Ah! Milk TCA, thank you. TCAI. What's your opinion on Brody? I don't know who Brody is. I guess I will use this opportunity to explain. The Exordium. Exordium is a funny word, and every word in Path to Deicide is like an obscure word, and is meant to kind of... It's obscure, and it's meant to apply to the situation very well. So, Exordium, its exact definition, is the beginning or introductory part, especially of a discourse or treatise. So, the beginning, you know? That's what the Exordium is. But yeah.
Now, with you, Slate, we're able to manipulate physical space within them. There are many experiments I wish to conduct. So let's begin with our first one. A forced meeting between two entities. Both forearm. Both tetrabrachial.
I know it's painful to not hear it, but okay. A little bit of context on Vagrant and Slate. At the beginning, he says, before I was only able to peer across timelines. I'm not sure how much I have, excuse me, how much I have revealed. I've done that one infographic, but the kind of the lore of that is, so Vagrant, it's a version of Sonic 06 where Mephiles dies somewhere along the way, and he's never able to take Silver and Blaze into the past. So Silver and Blaze fight Iblis for like years upon years, and eventually they kill Iblis, but Blaze is like sacrifices herself, and so Silver is left to just wander this empty world that's just completely ravaged. Sure, the fires are gone, but what is there left? There's not a single other life form. And he spends so long in this world, and eventually he finds all 7 Chaos Emeralds. I'm gonna start the music because I'm talking. He finds all 7 Chaos Emeralds, and using these Chaos Emeralds, he's able to look through time. But he's not really able to do anything else. Because in Sonic 06, the way to time travel is they take 2 Chaos Emeralds. And each vessel, like Silver and Shadow, for instance, both of them need to use the Chaos Emeralds and lock arms to open a time rift, to open a portal through time. And so, without another person, Vagrant is only able to look through time. That's kind of the thing. And so that's what Vagrant means here. The fire is gone. What happened to Vagrant's face? Why is he wearing the helmet? It's nothing that crazy. It's just while he was fighting Iblis for so long, you know, his face is like burned. Full of scars and stuff. So he just wants to hide that. And also, he just thinks having a heads-up display is nice. Who wouldn't want a HUD, you know? And so somewhere in the past, Vagrant finds out that Shadow is the reason that Mephiles died, and Vagrant finds out that this is not how his story was supposed to go. And so, eventually he finds Shadow locked in stasis. Shadow had survived. And when he finds him, he's like, oh my god, why did it have to be this guy, man? The one other life form on the entire planet, and it's the guy responsible for my destitute world. Yeah, and so it was kind of like tense at first, but eventually they came to realize, you know, we're the only 2 left. We got to make the most of it. And now they have the ability to go through time rather than just look through it. So that what Vagrant actually wants to do is he doesn't want to go find a better timeline. He actually just wants to research. That's all he's really interested in now. And so that's what he does with a Tetrabrachial. What he says here. Celeste, thank you for the $5. But any recommendations on how to start composing? Really enjoy your music, and you're honestly one of my favorite composers. The thing I say to people is start with remixes. And the reason for this is because when you want to start making music, there are many different parts to making music. There's composition, arrangement, production. What is the song? Oh, it's over. Okay. Yeah, so when you make a remix, all you have to worry about is arrangement, and production. So the composing part is done for you. And so that's why I recommend it, because if you have to tackle composing, production, and arrangement all at the same time, it can be very difficult starting out. So I recommend making a remix because you get to skip composing and arrangement in a lot of cases, and you get to focus on instrument choice and mixing. So that is what I recommend. I also recommend looking up some beginner tutorials because you do need to know the basics. Okay, Tempest, I swear to God, I really, really appreciate it, but you cannot blow all your money on me. I am just some guy on the internet, and I am honored that you like to throw money at me, but please save some for yourself. Do I forgive you for your rage bait comments? I don't really care. You know, sometimes I get people who say kind of mean things. It doesn't really bother me because it's such a minority compared to the positive comments. Man, I'm talking so much. My mouth is dry. Yeah, no, regardless, I appreciate your donations, but you don't need to. I know in the past you've kind of said that your donations are a way of apologizing. I don't need an apology It's okay. But I do appreciate it regardless. Thank you. Ah! God, I talk too much, man! Yeah, so, Vagrant and Slate.
With you across timeline,
Blah, blah, blah.
we're able to
Maybe
prepare
it's
what I
really-
wish to conduct.
Let's begin with our first one. So, yes, I do have water. A 2-liter Adidas bottle. Adida, sorry. I'm American. Yeah, so Vagrant is like... He's like, he wants to learn. Through his time observing... Hold on, my computer fans are running. I gotta see. It's Task Manager. What the hell? Chrome. Chrome. Is it you? Is it you? I'm gonna close you. Okay, that helped. No, it didn't. It has to be this. Can I hide the preview? Whatever. Nothing that can be done. 10 minutes and I haven't reached Tetrabrachial. Yeah, this is gonna be a long stream. Buckle up. Yeah, so we're just let's just get it going. Okay. They Vagrant wants to research. He sees all these EXEs through time, and when he's able to manipulate time, he's like, let's make these two meet.
Is it a fight you want?
I can assure you, you would not survive that.
Unfounded confidence. It would appear I must teach you the true meaning of fear.
Reign with fear. You're just like the others.
Ah, Tetrabrachial. Man. Told us Vagrant's story, can you tell us Slate's story? Slate's story... Oops, I still had the background music playing. Slate's story is not as interesting. Basically, you know that one line from Sonic 06 where he's like... crap, what does he say? If the world turns on me, then I will fight like I always have. Something like that. Then, yeah, so what happens is the world does turn on him, and he fights like he always has. And he becomes so used to fighting. That's what gives him his new appearance. He picks up a sword and begins using a sword. And yeah, he just does this for so long, and eventually it reaches a point where he's like... well, he gets captured and put in stasis. Eventually he loses. And Vagrant wakes him up way later. And Slate is like, man, I want to leave my old past behind. So he takes the new name, Slate. And the hat and mask, they're things that he got over time. Oh, I'm sorry. Wolfie, thank you for the $5. That's your wife. Okay. For those unaware, Wolfie has an unhealthy obsession with Fatal Error. Yeah. Is it just me, or does Slate not seem interested in the timeline stuff? He becomes interested over time, but initially, yes, he's kind of, like, indifferent. And he just wants to kind of help Vagrant, because he doesn't really have another choice. Gas was not kidding when he said there was lore. There's a lot of lore. There is a lot of lore. So, Tetrabrachial, for the album remaster, I really wanted to do more to it, because this is an old song. This 2 days ago, this song turned 2 years old, and it does not live up to my current standards. So when I was making the album, I kind of wanted to change it a lot, but I was like, I've seen enough times that when creators change something that people like, people will complain. happens so often. And so I didn't want to change it too much, and that's why I made Tetrabrachial Epilogue Mix. Because Epilogue Mix is like how I would fix Tetrabrachial, but I presented it in a way where it's like its own thing, rather than a remaster. And people still were like comparing them, and it's like, okay, bro. I can't win. Another random alt. Thank you for the $10. Is there any particular way you characterize Slash the way you did? All we had for Slash at the time was, let's see who really is a god. Backslash. Yeah, so when I was making Tetrabrachial, it first started, and I think this is in the FAQ, it first started because I was like, oh, these both have 4 arms. Both of these characters have 4 arms. As it would be cool to make a song of them fighting, so why not? And, I don't know what gave me the idea for dialogue, but I decided to add dialogue. And so when characterizing the two, Fatal is kind of just like above everyone. He wants to take control of... Okay, Tempest, I swear. This is getting out of hand.
It's just getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
No, there's only one. In the words of the wise Yanar, Tempest cameo and PTD win. Well, I'm not doing this as an apology. I want to give my... Well, I do appreciate it, and I feel like a broken record, Tempest. Thank you so much. But please, it's starting to become a little gratuitous. There's this cameo and PTD win. PTD is done. there's no more PTD. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so Fatal's personality is pretty well understood. Slash is kind of a you know, he doesn't have any characterization. He just kind of exists. And the most we had was the original reveal trailer for him for Sonic.exe, where it kind of teased Backslash. So in that, he was like he was able to see other EXEs, and he was like, they all think they're gods. And he's like, how hilarious. There is no such thing as a god. And that I basically took that, and the last line of dialogue in Tetrabrachial is Slash asking Fatal, like, or no. Yes. At the beginning here, he asks, hold on. You reign with fear, you're just like the others. So, that's him comparing Fatal to the others that he sees, you know? And then, Japolano, I appreciate it. Reading my own song. Excuse me, you know how many lines of dialogue there are? Why does Fatal not use his true form? Because, and this applies to every character, I don't like alternate forms of characters. There's a reason I like the character's base form, and I feel like a beast form for like Requital, it takes away from that. So, thank you, Misty Wins, for the $7. Thank you, I really appreciate the kind words. I'm glad I can inspire you. But yeah, so Slash, his only thing is like, I don't like gods. So at the end of the song, he's like, do you think you're a god or something? And Fatal's like, there's no such thing as gods. And Slash is like, oh yeah, we're gonna get along great. And then when Tetrabrachial popped off on views, I was like, wow, I should make another one. And I took the god idea because that was the only thing that was going on, and just took it further. Slash doesn't see, he doesn't have eyes. So that is something I should have added to the FAQ, I forgot. I did not realize Slash was supposed to be blind up until like Deicide? So every piece of artwork is like has him looking in mind. So I just decided at some point, like, Slash and Path to Deicide, this version of Slash he can see. It's like, oops. Get back to where we were. Yeah, so this song is kind of plain, and it's very repetitive. That's why I wanted to remaster it. But this part is still pretty good, I must admit. Yep, so that was Fatality, and then this is Non-Retrievable, which didn't have a name at the time. But this is the Slash song from Solus DX, and apparently some people aren't aware of that. But yes, this is the Slash song from Solus DX. So they each kind of have their turn, and then the chorus, this is the chorus. And then this, coming up, this is one of the biggest reasons I don't like this song and wanted to remaster it. And, it's because of this needless key change coming up, where it goes up by a semitone. It just goes up to F, from E to F, and then it goes back down to E after this. And it's just, I don't like how it flows. It just sounds weird. Turn it up? Are you telling me to turn it up, or are you turning because that's like in the background? Oh yeah, turn it up. Okay. Okay, this is something that people have pointed out. Fatal says "not so fast" in his new human voice, and then his atonal spliced samples go back to his like Sam TTS. That is just something I could not be bothered to change. Like I thought about it, but then I was like, nah. Damn it! I forgot to pause the background music again. Oh well. Jennifer Smith, who voiced Fatal. I have news for you. I voice every single character in the series. Luke Williams, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Okay, I know I don't have a... that's totally okay. This will be a VOD. I may condense it down to highlights if the stream isn't too long. So this will always be available for you. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great day. Seriously, I appreciate it a lot. Did we get a big Teto pair? Did a big one fall in? I didn't see. We did. Chat, keep asking questions. We gotta drag this out as long as we can. No! But how the hell did you voice Wacky? We'll get to that when we get to Facetious. But yes, every single character is me. Voiced by me. And one of the main reasons I wanted to... I talked about this. I have a dedicated video on my channel. Talking about the Fatal Error voice actor switch. Or voice switch. But I didn't like what the Sam TTS offered. And I thought it would be even funnier if I could actually say I voice every character in the series. So yeah, every character is voiced by me. Holy crap! What's up, Gas? Huge fan of your content. Things you do. Path to Deicide derivative. I'm not sure if I have. I may have. If you've tagged me in the description, I have seen it. Let's look it up real quick. Oh yes, no, I have seen this. This is good stuff. Yeah, I love seeing fan content. You have no idea. But yes, thank you so much, Cardizzle, for the $20. I really, really appreciate it. Sorry, I noticed Tree Water. You asked something earlier. Explain the art style shift throughout the series. That's just me getting better over time. And at the beginning here, you can tell, especially with Slash, I tried to match the original styles of the characters as much as possible. And over time, that became less of a priority, because at the beginning, I didn't really have my own art style. So, as I went, my art style developed, and I started to... Yes, that's another thing. All the art in the series is me, with the exception of Majin in Apocryphal. All the art, all the voices, all the music. Not all the music. All the visualizers. It's all me, and that's it's really funny. Line corrected less over time. Technically, yes, but that's only after the series ended. I'm sorry, so many people are asking things. I can't answer all of them. Did I use a voice changer for Slash? Not a voice changer. I use voice effects. I guess technically it's a voice changer. Every character has effects on their voice, with the exception of Majin. In the original Apocryphal, he had like heavy bit crushing on him. But then when the album came around, I basically turned that to 0. I think it's still a little bit there, but Majin is basically me. Because this is something, over time I became much more interested in voice acting, and I realized that voice effects don't make a performance. And I would much rather hear the performance than the effects. Thank God the bit crush was reduced for the album. Yes, every single character's bit crush was heavily dialed back for the album. Got Nominal to voice for Majin. Nope, Majin is me too. Although I did take inspiration from Nominal's voice. The kind of the showman thing. Who just did that? Knight, I swear to God. How did you... Okay, I'm so sorry, guys. Night Saber, you little... I will see you in court. Is there a Do Not Disturb on Steam? Yes, there is. Show me. How? Where? Invisible? Will that turn off notifications? Steam message is crazy. I can't believe you... okay. Alright, I'm looking this up. Steam Do Not Disturb. Friends. Wolfie, I'm gonna block you. Hold on, guys. Give me a moment here. Why is it so hard? Wolfie, you're not funny. Stop, please. Oh. There it is. Do not disturb. Thank God. Okay. Let's scroll up a bit. I know I missed some stuff. What application do I use to change the effects? Just FL Studio. I make my music in FL Studio. I do all my effects, mostly in FL Studio. With the exception of Wacky, I use a pitch shifter. I go up 3 semitones in Adobe Audition, which is basically... Adobe Audition is a paid version of Audacity that's better. That's all it is. But yeah. Okay. Did I miss any donations? I don't think so. We're gonna continue. Man, this is gonna be a long stream. Yeah, so this is one of the reasons I dislike Tetrabrachial. It's so repetitive. Like, repetition is great in music, like a repeating chorus, but when this is a little too repetitive, you know? It basically just makes the song play again. But this is my favorite part of Tetrabrachial if I had to pick one, right here. Because it's non-retrievable in regular time this time. Standard time, not the show. I swear to God, people are gonna be like, oh, regular show. No, it's called regular show, not regular time. What am I saying? Whatever, ignore me. That's my favorite part of Tetrabrachial because it's the non-retrievable, but in standard time instead of half time. So yeah. Anto, thank you. This is like nothing in dollars, but I just want to say gas is stinky. I'm stinky. How dare you? I really appreciate it, Anto. Thank you so much.
Tell me, do you fancy yourself a god?
Yeah, so this is what I was saying earlier.
No gods.
I think we'll get along just fine.
Oh, wow. I keep forgetting to turn this off. The background music. Oh, well. Yeah. So that's what I was saying earlier is, you know, there are no gods. Fatal says that. Oops. But yeah. That was the line I had to go off of when this song did well, and I was like, okay, how do I continue it? Well, they said some things about gods. What can I do with that? Let's see. They both hate gods, and let's make them go. Let's make them hunt a god. How about that? Keep it on. I can barely hear it when PTD's playing. Yeah, no, you can't hear it. It's just, I don't want it there. It interferes with frequencies anyway. I feel like I missed something. Hold on. Do I use Jenny for sound effects? No. Jenny doesn't really have sound effects. Uh-oh. Hello? Hello? Okay. So I guess the reason my computer fans are going is because the stream the tab for my stream like preview here where I'm reading chat and stuff, it just keeps building up memory and eventually it crashes the tab. Are you kidding me? Google, is this really? Okay, whatever. Do I use Jenny for SFX? No, I get sound effects as like their own files. Oh, okay. They use the slash design with the eyes. In that design, he was supposed to see with his hands. That was the idea. But I that went over my head, and I made him look through his eyes, like on his face. I know somebody, I can't find it, but somebody asked about the new Slash design. I think it's awesome, and I'm really happy to see Slash get official characterization. Let's make them hunt a god, and it worked. Yes, it did. They both hate gods. Also, Fatal aspiring to be some form of god emperor in canon. You see, that's the thing, is by technicality, he does not think of himself as a god. He thinks of himself as an emperor, so. Weren't you originally going to make them go against Xenophanes before you made Xenophyte? We'll get to that later. Slash got a redesign? Yes, Slash is currently being managed by somebody named Coffee Mood. Koffeemood. They only really have a Blue Sky account. Yeah. Any collabs, Gasgrass? I'm not just gonna collab with anybody. I will usually collab with friends or super notable people. A collab has to be a two-way deal, you know? Both parties have to benefit. Is that Order in the background? Good ear. It's also co-owned by Honkish. Yes, I believe so. Collab with Saster. That, I wish. I don't think I'm good enough for Saster, though. That's the thing. Like, he would make the song good. I would just be there to watch, basically. Yes, this is an Order remix I made. It's kind of crappy. It's been 50 minutes. At least start Playcation. Okay, so let's set the scene, right? It's been a few months since Tetrabrachial. Tetrabrachial has, like, thousands of views. And I'm better than Saster? Yeah. And so I'm like, okay, well, I gotta continue this. So I take the oh, what is this? No, I'll do that later. They both hate gods, so let's do something with that.
Fatal, have you heard about the one who considers itself the god?
The one obsessed with drowning.
Yes.
You wish to take it down.
Will you assist me?
We cannot stand up to its
Thank you for
power
pointing that out, DM.
Then we will recruit others. I know of one who resides here in Marble Zone.
So, obsessed with drowning. Is that a drowning, sinking reference? Yes. Yes, it is. Because this was originally going to be Xenophanes, as in the guy in Triple Trouble. That guy. Every single song during his week, you know, Too Slow, You Can't Run, Triple Trouble, they're all heavily centered around the drowning theme. And so that's kind of his thing, is like, he's the guy who likes to drown people. And then later I found out Xenophanes, at the time, Xenophanes was like, the person in charge did not want Xenophanes to be in FNF stuff. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll replace him with, is it 2011? I think it's 2011X. The guy with gray shoes, and that's why Xeno X had gray shoes in Deicide in the original. And then along came Xenophyte when the album came out because I wanted to make him his own thing. Yep. Specifically a Game Banana ban. Yeah, but when they do something like that, it's because they don't want the character being used in general. And I thought just to kind of be respectful to the person, like, they don't want the character being used for FNF stuff. And by technicality, I can say, nuh-uh. But that's just kind of an ass move. So, if Path to Deicide would come back, what other EXEs would I add? I don't know. I think it's one of the FAQ questions. I don't actually know that many EXEs. I'm not an EXE guy, despite what it looks like. And yeah, PTD's over, so. The old version of Deicide was at 2011X, yes. It's supposed to be, but 2011X with crystals, because I thought the crystals were cool. And that's why I was like, you know what, this doesn't make any sense. I'll just make him his own thing. Okay. Marble Zone. A lot of people have pointed this out. It doesn't really make sense. Jesus Christ. They were planning for a mod or something. There was at one point, and I was like, it would be cool if this was a mod. And then I was like, no, this is way too much work. And I immediately canned it. So there's no mod. Placation. Requital. On the wiki for Requital, on the Sonic.exe wiki, it said that his Forestall Desire was supposed to take place in Marble Zone. And I was like, okay, so this will take place in Marble Zone. But then some people pointed out, like, that doesn't make any sense. Requital's from, Tails is in Sonic 2. Requital's thing is Carnival Night or something. And I thought about it and I was like, yeah, Marble Zone doesn't make any sense. No, I think apparently what it is Requital, because he hates Sonic, he goes back to Marble Zone, where all the Sonics, the new Sonics, they struggle the most, right? You get through Green Hill, it's fun, and then Marble Zone is like a blow to the face. And so Requital, like, prays there. And so that's why he's here. I think that's the story. Let's see. Why are the army like EXE? I like Faker EXE. I like, okay. Backslash does take place in Marble Zone as well. So that's why we go back to Tetrabrachial really quick. It's hard to see, so in the background here, this is where you can see it the best. On the right is where Fatal is. That's Launch Base Zone, because that's where Fatality takes place. On the left is Marble, because that's where Backslash is. Did I ever specify where Tetrabrachial takes place? Now, what it is like Vagrant and Slate, they kind of manipulate. I think, what does he say? He manipulates space across time and gets them to meet. And they basically, like, just imagine is like they open like a portal between Launch Base and Marble. And so that's why they're fighting. It's like, oh, you don't belong here. Neither do you. And a fusion between Marble and Launch Base. Yeah, there isn't a proper background. I just took PNGs from the games. Fatal Zone is Launch Base Zone. I think it's from Sonic 3. If you listen to Launch Base Zone, the song for it, in fact. Oops, it's muted. That is Launch Base Zone, and you might notice it sounds very similar to Fatality, and that is by design. Saster made Saster basically took the hi-hat from Launch Bass, and the bass is also heavily inspired. Got to turn the background music on? I know, I'll turn background music on when I start talking for a long time. Deicide stuck in your head. You wrote coup de grace and they gave you an extra mark. Incredible. Yes, see? Vocabulary. Vocabulary is really fun when it's not being shoved down your throat in school. Yeah. Okay, let's continue. Xenofight needs more screen time. For what? Or where? There's no more screen time for anyone.
There are no gods.
I think we'll get along.
Okay, we're on PlayStation. So yeah, if you aren't aware, this is a... Change current bitrate slowly. The main melody for Placation. That was probably off key, but you get the idea. That is basically taken from Forestall Desire, which was Requital's only song at the time. Yeah, it's Forestall Desire is like oh, DM. I don't know if I would have talked about that if you hadn't reminded me. Requital's old design, we all know what he looks like. You guys are all EXE fans. I even see one person asking about it. Requital had an old design where he kind of had a knife and he was like very chubby. It was kind of weird. That was what I drew the art based on. And he kind of looked like a banana. I don't know if I'll pull it up. But yeah, it was an interesting design. And I made the song with that in mind. And then like I don't know when. It might have been like a week or two before Placation released. Commando Dev, he pull it up. It's actually you can find it in the Placation behind or visualizer making video right at the end. There's like a behind the scenes type thing. Requital had his design changed. Com released a new design for Requital, and I was like, holy crap, that looks incredible. You know, he had the sickles, and some colors were changed here and there, and so that's why he looks like this. And so I was like halfway through the art. This first render, this one specifically right here, this render was done, and then the new design dropped, and I was like, oh wow. And then the second render for Requital was like halfway done. I think it was sketched. And so I was like, dude, I gotta change it. So I changed it, and that added a lot of time. Look at this design. Look at this piece of artwork. This is the most detailed piece of art. No, I think the coming up, the other render, is the most detailed piece of artwork I've ever done. I dreaded it. And that is why you have not had a detailed piece of artwork from me ever since. Sure, the end result is incredible, but it's just so much work. Requital hates being called lemons. How would he react to banana? He would not be happy. It's fire and peak artwork. I appreciate it. Balance of quality and quantity. Yes. Crash out Quiddle. Yeah. So
We come with a proposition.
oh boy. I messed up. That sounds very different from the original Placation's voice lines, and that was because I wanted to replace it. I actually wasn't going to replace it until Neon Beans here. He says, Gas, you did me so dirty. He was like, you should probably replace... Whoa, language. You should probably replace Requital's voice lines in Placation. And I was like, you know what? Fine, I'll do it. And I did it. And what I did is I put my current effects chain for Requital's voice. Well, actually, it's no longer my current. I changed it again. But it used a... It's what I use for Requital's voice in a neutral environment. Neutral as in not in a song. And so... I just kind of stuck that into Placation with these new lines. And it sounded like that. And I was like, it sounds fine. And then I listened back after uploading. And I was like, crap, that sounds terrible. Oops. So yes, he sounds... People have... Oh, hello. It's this song. People have pointed out it sounds like... more like Wacky than Requital. And yeah, that's just... Unfortunately, I only have so much range. So... when I have to do a high-pitched voice, it sometimes sounds... homogenous. He sounds all manic. Yes, he does sound crazy, but it just doesn't sound like Requital anymore, and that was my mistake. So yes, I could have done better, but this is what you got. Am I hearing Zenless music in the background? Maybe. It may or may not be a little doodle I made. This is actually one of my favorite songs. I just like it. It just kind of rocks the whole way through. Except for the Marble Zone part, but I kind of needed that. Yeah, that is... When I was making this song... fun fact, I made this song in about the span of like 3 days. Because I was just on a roll. And when I made this part, I immediately knew I had captured lightning in a bottle. I was like, this is going to be the best part of the song. Easy. And it's really simple. It's just like a chromatic progression, basically. Which, you guys are FNF fans. You all think chromatic is like a character's voice. Chromatic is a musical term. That's just going up or down semitones. So, it's making a chromatic progression is just an easy way to make something sound good. It feels like cheating. And, the moment when I made that part, I was immediately like, I was bopping my head. I was like, yeah, this is the best. So, yeah, I just kind of, but I knew after that I had to slow the song down. So we kind of slow the song down. Halftime. And yeah, this is just more Forestall Desire because, at this point, I wanted to include references to each character's original songs as much as possible.
Lights out.
I forgot I added that. Yeah, lights. He says lights out because I thought it would be cool. Oh, fun fact.
Lights out.
Can't really hear it, but the light, striking the light sound is, make a video saying the guitars. The guitars, I don't know how I did the guitars. It's just Jenny synths. But yeah, it sounds incredible. That light striking sound. When listening to Sunshine, from Sonic.exe, Sunshine, when the lights go out, I had always thought that the what's it called? The sound effect used sounded a lot like a certain sound from a game called Destiny. See if I can pull it up. Yeah, okay. I was like, it always sounded like this. Ow, I'm very sorry, that was very loud. I had noticed, like, oh, it kind of sounds like that. And so, for Playcation, for that, I needed the lights to go out. I was like, I'll just use that. Yeah, that's a tidbit. Anyways. Have you not finished Playcation? We're working through it! I told you, you're getting into this. This is gonna be long. I'm gonna be talking a lot. If Boyfriend was canon to PTD, how would the characters react? They wouldn't. Boyfriend is like a runt. He's just a dude. He can't do anything. And explain what that game is. It's just a first-person shooter, MMORPG, looter shooter, as people say. It's a game I play. Discord link is saying invalid. Invite invalid? Oh, YouTube is making it screw up. I'm gonna unpin that. Reload the stream, use the link in the description. Actually, this is my favorite part of the song right here. I just like the energy it has. It's like, you know, we're working through it. This is the most triumphant moment. And then we bring back the chorus.
Perfect!
I love how scared, stressed, Fatal sounds when saying that. He is not scared or stressed. He never feels either of those emotions, trust me. He's like pissy at that point.
We offer a chance to satiate your bloodlust for an eternity.
A look-alike of the blue rodent who thinks it is a god.
We have proven our resilience to you. Take up our offer, or lose your finest kill.
Allowed to have headcanons? No, you're not. Hush.
Fine.
What made you decide to make Requitalana the first recruit for Slash and Fatal? I don't know. He just kind of stood out to me. He was like, oh, this guy looks cool. So I kind of decided. He was also one of the only ones who I found that was like truly against gods, like the concept of like he would work well with that idea because like, oh, we're gonna go hunt a Sonic god.
Like, yeah, I'll join you for that.
Which Mario Horror Brew would you think would be a good replacement for Requital? I don't know a single one. I'm sorry. Like yeah. I think the Deicide gang could defeat Lord X. I don't know, could they? How did he turn the lights off underground with all the lava around him? You found a plot hole. I don't know. Oh, hello. Thank you, Dino, for the $20. Congrats, Short King. Really, bro? I see how it is. Gas is at least 4'10". Shut up. You're giving people the wrong idea. I'm like 5'5", 5'6". Which I guess classifies as short. Especially by male standards. Don't worry, Gas, welcome to the short gang. Lava lamp liquid. We might have a cutscene to go through before Majin chat. Yeah, we are. Yeah, okay, so cutscene's next. My 10-year-old brother is taller than you? No! Quick, put on background music? No, we're about to go. We're about to continue. 5'5" doesn't sound short. It isn't that short. Taller than you? He ate the lava, yes. Okay, let's go. This cutscene took me ages. The night sky, actually, it was by a friend of mine. I did not make that. I know a lot of people loved this cutscene because it looked cool.
I have a fourth.
But I didn't. I thought the animation was stiff.
He exists beyond the comprehension of physicality, in a place apart from the flow of time. His existence is infinite.
Then let us be on our way.
Look at Slash's mouth. What is that? What is going on there?
Here.
What is...
And why should I listen to you?
Here's a mint.
Give me the whole tin or I slice your head off.
Right.
I forgot about that, dude.
Give me the whole tin or I slice your head off.
Most of the animation is good. The only part that stands out is Slash's mouth. The only frame-by-frame animation that looks out of place. No, no. I don't like animating with symbols. That, if you use Adobe Flash or Animate, you know what a symbol is. I kind of moved on from that. Read the line. You want me to read it? Symbols can be either so helpful or a huge pain. Yes. Turn this back on. You want me to read the line? Okay.
Really? You really just said that? You threatened the one thing here that has zero fear of losing its head, and the only thing here that does not have its head attached to its body in the first place. Use your head, Recoil. Thank the stars we do not need you for your mental prowess, for you have thoroughly proven your intellectual ineptitude. Pitiful. Think, Requital, think! What will you have in 500 years? Speak to me no more.
There you go.
Think, Requital, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Apple-bottom jeans, Requital! Boots with the fur!
Made you add Majin as their second recruit. I knew I wanted Majin from the beginning because of four-way fracture. Because in four-way fracture, Majin is against Xenophanes. And I was, from the beginning, I was like, if they're going to go after Xenophanes, I gotta have Majin. So yeah. Denied. Yes, Neon. Denied. Another random alt. Thank you for another $2. I think you donated earlier as well, right? Thank you so much. It's gonna be animated, I know it. I would love to see someone animate it. What if instead of Gasgrass, it was Feek Freak? Instead of making banger PTD songs, he just makes freaky songs. What? I would not like that to be the case. What is the music that is playing when Fatal is loading? Let's go back.
Distance is infinite.
Oops. That is Fatality. That is Fatality's instrumental, specifically like. It's like the first verse, I think. Like, you know, that part. Yeah, it's the instrumental to that, with a ton of effects on it. 'Cause it's funny. It's like he's loading and he's playing his own song. In Gridlock, that they recruited Luther, does that mean they are going to take down Needle Mouse? I added extra characters to the lists, just kind of as a fun thought experiment, like telling people, hey, you can do whatever you want for these alternate timelines.
Fatal, here's a mint. Here's a mint.
I think Fatal could pass a captcha test.
Or I slice your head off.
A great question. He is a robot, kind of, so...
Slash.
Right.
Oh, I screwed something up here. So... what I did is I took... The animation is in 24 frames a second. What scene's most replayed? Oh, I guess so. I guess Apocrinal. And then Nihility. I screwed this up because the animation's in 24 frames a second, and then I put it into Z Game Editor Visualizer, which is the way I make my visualizers for my songs, you know, all these. And I had it running at 60 FPS in that. And that is because I put effects on top. Like, you can see it. You might not be able to see it because it's small on the stream, but everything has this fuzzy kind of VHS filter on it.
Head off.
It has that, and I had it running at 60, and because of that, when the Chaos Lens burns up right here at the end, I had an animation at 24 of those black triangles filling in the screen, but then I also had like this effect lifting everything. But that was running at 60, so it just looks bad. Like, you can see it there. Like, everything's getting lifted, all the black is getting lifted at 60 FPS, while the screen's getting filled at 24. And that bugged me for the longest time. That's why I'm talking about it. So yeah, that's all. That's all. Majin would hate No More Innocence, most likely. Yeah, probably.
He is here.
Ooh, look at that! That is the old thumbnail artwork. Or the old thumbnail where it had the dark background, and I replaced it immediately because it was way too dark and I hated it. Yeah.
Beyond time, in a place,
This.
perpetuation. Wait, who did you say this was? Oh no, not the jester.
This is a good song. I think Apocrynal and Nihility have the highest production quality in the album. And that's mainly because I was working so closely with other people. Oh, I didn't have the lyrics. Okay. Let's actually pause here. Give you the idea to add the titles of Majin's existing songs into the background. I thought it would be cool. Yeah, so this is something I need to get off my chest. So many people seem to think. Actually, my computer fans are going. I'm gonna reload my page. So many people seem to think that the lyrics in the instrumental are Majin singing, like actively singing to Fatal and Slash. No, it's very clearly not. You know why? Because Majin, his chromatic scale, his F and F voice is singing at the same time. So obviously, it's not him singing. And that's always bugged me. It's if you listen to the instrumental of the song, you can hear those lyrics in the instrumental, and that's all it's meant to be. Like just a kind of like bonus thing in the background. It's not meant to be Majin singing in the context of the song. Obviously, he's multitasking. I don't know. Maybe he's really good at that. I will say, it's not because there's multiple Majins. I know multiple Majins is a common thing. Like there's a ton in the forest or something, but in Path to Deicide, there's only one. Like, he is the Majin. There are no others. But yeah. This part, sorry, I keep pausing. This part is non-retrievable as well. The Solus DX Slash song. Yeah, it is. It's that. That's what it is. Yeah. The non-retrievable gets another appearance. Never heard that song before? Because it's not out. I just want it to be released. Please, Solus DX team. Please, Marstar Bro. Give us that song. What song is it? It's called Non-Retrievable, but its official name is not on the channel for Solus DX. It's just called Slash, like Solus DX Slash song or something. But we only have 2 previews. I really want it. Just give me that song. I don't care about anything else. Give me that song, please. It's so good. Conrad, why do you keep copy-pasting that same message? Like, I get it. You want to try to animate the whole album? That's going to be Gonna be a lot of work. Mod is never coming out. Yeah, it's. I think the developers keep like moving on to different things. Yep. What about Fatal Files? Fatal Files is on the way, I can assure you that. It's getting close. So I should specify. Do you know in the Sonic movies, the Sonic the Hedgehog movies, they have the rings, and when they throw the rings, it opens a portal? That is what I gave Majin. It is the exact same thing. So just imagine that when you see the gold right here, that's actually just like a solid yellow image. When they go through that, it's a ring portal. That means they're going to San Francisco? No way. No, so Majin is like, he says "Ta no sawa mugendai." He says that that the fun is infinite. He throws a ring, kind of knocks Fatal and Slash in, and they go from his forest to Ice Cap Zone. And so the reason they go to Ice Cap is because Infinity just wrote this section. Because yes, this is a collaboration between me and Infinity. Infinity wrote this section and was just like, I just want to write an Ice Cap thing. And I was like, okay, sure, why not? I'll figure something out. And from that, he made this entire thing basically. And then from that, I was like, you know what? Maybe we could have them go to different zones, and that's like the idea. So, why is this the only song that has Fatal's other form? That's a good question. This is just the only time I decided to draw him with that. This is the only time we see Fatal not in control of the situation. In all other times, he is always above everyone else. This is the only time when he's like, oh crap. What's going on? Fatal's flat-ass face. Yeah, this is like... You see, my art is still not very good. The perspective is terrible. Notice that in the middle, the Majin art is all done by... what does she go by now? I think she goes by Harvey. She used to go by Dizzer. I commissioned her for Majin's artwork, and let's go back to the other one. This is incredible. Like, really, she did a really good job on the art, and I could not have been more happy. Later, when I had to draw Majin myself, I took so much from her style in regards to Majin. And yeah. I think the art style difference between Majin and my art is not too bad. Probably could have been better on my part, but I was kind of rushing this. Why in the files of Apocalypse is an asset of a TikTok thing? Oh. Yes, that is, we'll get to that, actually. Why was this Fatal weak? normal Fatal Error could have soloed Xenophyte. Yes, this Fatal Error could have easily soloed Xenophyte, but he doesn't. To Fatal, this is more about research than actually killing a god. And, what in the world? Sorry, so Fatal is above everyone else. He just doesn't make that clear because he doesn't want to make himself a target. He is always in control of the situation. So yes, he could have easily soloed Xenophyte, but he chose not to. Why did he go with Slash? Slash is the one who asked Fatal. And Fatal was like, you know what? I'll entertain you. Let's see. Let's see what you're capable of. After all, we did draw in a fight. So he has some level of respect for Slash because they were able to stand to each other in combat. At least that's what's implied in the songs, is that they're physically fighting. That's what's implied. So, yeah. Slash is weaker than Fatal, much weaker. Well,
This is madness.
in some ways. This is Metallic Madness. They go from Ice Cap to Metallic Madness. Okay, you guys are not going to drop this. You want to know power scaling. Okay, fine. Fatal Error, yes, could have easily soloed Xenophyte, but Slash... Slash is no pushover. There is a reason... At the end of Tetrabrachial, there's a reason Slash is not dead. Oh god, we're breaking out the music. Yes, you asked for this. I treat Path to Deicide as a very physically oriented universe. You know, people take EXCs, like EXCs are digital, viruses and code and all that. In Path to Deicide, none of that. It's all physical. It's a physical universe. They have physical forms. They are essentially people. And Fatal Error is notoriously very powerful in physical combat. And so he you know what, I'll just drop the lore that I have in mind. Long time ago, Fatal and Cyclops, they encountered each other. They fought, and it ended in a draw. And that was very surprising to both of them, because both of them were undefeated. And so when they came across each other and they weren't able to defeat each other, they had both thought they were unstoppable. But then it's like, oh, okay, I found another one who's unstoppable. And it ends in a draw. So out of mutual respect, they decide to team up and they do a bunch of stuff together. And they're basically unstoppable. They're kind of anything from like stealing to breaking into places, making their own, like kind of acting as mercenaries, but also bandits. And then eventually, Fatal, being the egomaniac that he is, he kind of betrays Cyclops and turns his back on him. Cyclops, ooh, he does not take that well. And so that's why Cyclops hates Fatal. Fatal's kind of indifferent. He's just... He kind of doesn't like Cyclops, because Cyclops is a hothead. But... to him, it doesn't really matter. Everyone is below him. So... eventually, you know, Fatal goes off and does his own thing again. He wanders the world, searching for his grand goal is to become emperor and rule everything. And so eventually he comes across Slash because Vagrant and Slate make him meet Slash. And Slash, just like Cyclops, is able to draw with him. Neither of them are able to win against the other. And Fatal, out of respect again, is like, okay, you know what? I'll entertain you. You wanna go hunt a god? I'll join you, since you are powerful enough. And like Xenophyte is a force to be reckoned with. Because Xenophyte, he has the power in the he has the Phantom Ruby? Yeah. Phantom Ruby. He has the Phantom Ruby. And he does have extensive power with that. But he is too simple-minded to explore its full capabilities. He's so caught up in his own world that he only really scratches the surface of its capabilities. And so Fatal easily could have exploited this to kill him alone. Slash doesn't have that kind of cunning, but Slash does have the raw power, raw strength. So, they team up and they go defeat Xenophyte. Requital is he's a force to be reckoned with, but he had no chance of defeating both Fatal and Slash. And even Slash alone, Slash would have won against Requital, probably. Because remember, Slash, Fatal, and Cyclops are the three most powerful warriors in this world, basically. Just keep that in mind. And none of them could get a leg up against the others. Gas going on about the lore, and everyone's talking about shipping. Yeah, everybody wants to ship the characters. It's just the reality. I'm used to it. Most of the rap battles they do is a draw. Tetrabrachial is a draw. But most of them end with Fatal and Slash as the winners. And that's why they decide to join. Why bothered about Slash not being the same himself when you know you can... So what you're asking is, why worry about the official Slash stuff when I have my own version of Slash? The answer to that is respect. If the creator of Slash, not creator, if the current person in charge of Slash wants to take him in a different direction, I'm not going to say no. I'd rather just... Path to Deicide is done. There's nothing I want to do anyway. So, I'm just saying, you know what? Go ahead. I don't care. Do what you want to do. I'll get out of your hair. Gridlock is an even more fitting name now. Yes, now that you think of it. Because none of them can win. A gridlock is a struggle in which no one can gain an advantage. Where does Majin fit in the power scaling? He's no warrior. He's pretty weak in terms of combat. But he has a sharp mind, and he is able to get a lot done with that. And his ability to... His transportation capabilities are very helpful. And that is why I like to include him in the extras. That's why I like to include him specifically in some of the songs, because, like, it makes a lot of sense for him to be the way Fatal and Slash get to more EXEs. It's like, okay, we got Requital, we got Majin, now let's go recruit some more. Majin, can you take us in? Yeah. Yeah, I'm reading chat. That everyone's form of combat in this universe? Physical combat, yes. They, like, you know, hand-to-hand. That's why in Nihility, Fatal turns his arms into, like, these sword things. At what point did you come up with the ideas for the rest of the songs? I came up with most of the core ideas by the time Placation released. And by the time Apocryphal released, pretty much everything was set in stone. I'd consider PTD a sort of a slash retake. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Lord X in this universe different in terms of power than canon Lord X. Lord X doesn't exist in this. Well, okay, let me rephrase. Lord X can exist in Path to Deicide, but I have not made him exist. So, he can be whatever you want him to be. Majin seems like a glass cannon. He could be, yeah. What would someone like Xanthus think about Xenofight? I don't know anything about Xanthus. Wacky solos them all because of Wacky mobile trademark. Sure. Wacky does have cartoon logic. That's kind of her thing. So she could pull out an anvil and like use that. Slash and Fatal are the two of the three most powerful. I assume Slash wasn't really doing much in Gridlock. Fatal and Cyclops had so much beef that they were like laser focused on each other, and Slash was trying to get in on the action, but he just kind of couldn't. And that's why during certain parts, he's just not even singing. Like, he's just not there. If Path to Deicide was a fighting game, what type of style would the main cast have? What do you mean, style? Have any tips for voice acting, specifically with range? Range? Here's my tip in regards to that question. Voice acting is about the acting more than the voice. Range is nice to have, but you want to focus on your acting more than how your voice sounds. And that's something I figured out over time. As for how to get better, the way I got better was just by listening to good voice acting and then trying to replicate that. And then just learning a lot from that. Sorry, there's so many questions. Is the series actually over for good? I asked this specifically because of what Wacky says at the end of her track. That was a joke, what Wacky said. In the FAQ, it says, you know, Path to Deicide is done. She has hammer space. Yeah, she does have hammer space. Yes, if you see this Xenofight Revival 2026, please. I'm not going to say anything. PTD is just Spider-Verse for Sonic the EXE. Yeah. Yeah, that was the main inspiration for Vagrant. Is Vagrant was just Vagrant was designed to be Miguel O'Hara from Spider-Verse. That was the main inspiration. You ever return to making videos about Path to Deicide again? You make a video of Cyclops and Fatal meeting again. I'm not going to make more Path to Deicide videos. What happened to Vagrant after PTD? Continues doing experiments? Oh, sorry. To follow up on fighting game question, would Fatal specialize in long range or Slash with disjointed angles? I don't know. I feel like Fatal is an annoying kind of guy. He would be a zoner. No, Majin would be a zoner. Slash is very like hand to hand. Requital would have a lot of disjoints. Yeah. Yeah, you could come up with some cool ideas. Like Picopine, for instance, he has a gun. And I've actually thought, because he's a because I made him Australian, he would have like he would have boomerangs as well. So he would be like a ranged zoner, and he would be an actual menace. I'm thinking like fighting game like Smash or something, you know. You imagine that Metal Sonic is in the Metallic Madness part because you can hear his voice lines in the background. Yeah, he's not. You're free to think that, or maybe he is. You know, I guess it wouldn't be out of the question that Metal Sonic could be there, but yeah, I really like how he sounds. Like Sonic and or alive is mine. So I sampled that. What are No More Innocence's weapon fragments? It's just like energy made manifest by the Lacuna. We'll get more to No More Innocence later. Wolfie, thank you for the $2. When does the PTD Live album commentary release? Right now. Pause the stream for 30 minutes and we're still on the song. Yes, I've been taking questions for so long. Hang on. At the end of the album, Fatal breaks into Vagrant's lab. So I assume Fatal did let Vagrant live. I don't know. We don't know what happened after that. If Boyfriend and Girlfriend had variants similar to Pico Pine, how would they be? I have no idea. Probably similar to like Bun Friend or whatever they are. I forget what they're called. Assume you left the whole Vagrant Slate thing at the end of the series up to the fan base, considering you aren't continuing it yourself. Yes, there was going to be Vagrant content, but now I'm not sure. But yeah, it is all meant to be like open-ended. Xenophyte have backstory lore. He found the Phantom Ruby one day. Or he was like a pathetic weakling, and then he found the Phantom Ruby, and then he had delusions of godhood. One might say Ruby delusions. Hey, can we move on to Deicide? I want Xenophyte commentary. Yeah, I know. Hold on. When DX transforms into a second phase, is it like a unique phase? Also, is there a reason why the phase 4 is not an excrescence? I don't know. I just picked whatever I thought would be cool. The whole fighting game thing. Would Cyclops be a melee fighter like Slash? Yeah, probably. Would rewrite work in Path to Deicide? I don't know. Probably. What's your favorite song? Probably Deicide. Xenophyte never appeared in the post-apocryphal. Who would they go for? I don't know. Mordex? We'll get to No More Innocence when we get to him. Okay, so 6 hours? I'm working on it! Why did you decide to have Majin speak both Japanese and English? Because I thought it would be cool, and Majin is heavily Japanese, so I thought it would be very appropriate for him to speak in Japanese. I actually had my mom ask a Japanese friend of hers for more accurate translations. By the time we get to Nihility, it would have been tomorrow. Hold on. The current owner of Slash doesn't know Slash well, so maybe you can use Slash's V2 instead of the third version. What? I would say the person currently in charge of Slash knows Slash, since they're in charge of Slash. Why does DX lose his ears? I don't know. It was probably an oversight. Would power scaling, would Requital and Nana be more powerful than Majin or weaker? I'm gonna assume you mean actual Requital. Requital could probably beat Majin hand to hand, but Majin is much more intelligent, so. Who do you think wins in Uno, Majin or Wacky? I don't know. Uno is not very strategic, so it's kind of luck. Answering questions so long he repeated ones? Yeah. Stop asking questions. How'd you get all the names of the songs? I look up synonyms of words I think apply to the situation. If you're busy answering questions, answer me this. Is Fatal Error a terminal glitch? I have no idea what a terminal glitch is. Again, this universe is physical, not digital, so there's no digital stuff. How did you lose your ears? I have my ears. If PTD were an anime, how many episodes would it have? I don't know. I feel like this PTD's main series could be one season. Okay. I'm finally up to date on questions. Ricardo having a stash of mints on him would be really funny. He does. Gas doesn't have ears? Yeah. Definitely a 12 episode type anime. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Hey guys, if you think that's bad, imagine the Discord questions. I'm gonna take a peek. Let's look at... Oh, I have so many DMs! What are you guys sending me? Okay, commentary Q&A. There's 34 questions in here. Oh boy. It's gonna be a long stream. I don't want to split this into 2 streams, so... Ooh, perfect timing on the music there. Alright. Back to it. Yeah, okay, this is... So we went from Ice Cap to Metallic Madness to Chemical Plant. This is apparently everyone's favorite part of the song, and I feel really bad because this is a part that I made, and like it's a part that Infinity didn't make, and I was kind of bummed. Like, oh, everyone likes the part I made when I have Infinity on. I think Infinity knocked it out of the park on the parts he made, but you know, people enjoy it. I enjoy it. I enjoy the entire song. This song is incredible. Trying to keep up with chat, you're literally not going to stop. I know. I know. From now on, I'm going to be much more... I'm probably going to skip a lot. And of the questions, I mean.
Enough with your games.
Yeah, okay, this part of the song, the triplet part, 6/8, this is pretty much exclusively Infinity. Majin's stupid shrug. Yeah, I sent Dizzer, the person who made the art, I sent a reference image of that one Sonic image where he's shrugging. You've probably seen it before. It's like this, I think it's the SA2 style. Maybe it's the Sonic X style. Something like that. And he's just doing this like stupid grin while shrugging. And it's really funny. And I was like, can you draw Majin doing this? And yeah, they did it perfectly. And Majin's just standing there while Fatal and Slash are like on his ass. Like oh, sorry. It's really funny. Yeah. So this specific part of the song is actually, you can probably hear it in the background in the instrumental. It's the same chord progression, and I even put in a bass line that is taken from Game Breaker. So and you can even see in the background, it has the kaleidoscope effect that is in the Game Breaker visualizer, at least the old one. So yeah, in Game Breaker it's like dun 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 dun. Yeah, it's that. So that was like, I think that was unintentional on Infinity's part, but then I added the synth that is just the bass line from Game Breaker, so I made it like intentional. But maybe it was intentional on Infinity's part. I can't remember.
Let's end this.
This is my favorite part of the song right here. It's like the part from the beginning, but in standard time now. Does Slash support Sigma Lives Matter and Skippity Lives Matter? What? Yes. How was Majin and Fatal's relationship like before this encounter? That is, if they knew each other. They did not know. None of them knew Majin. What do you mean, yes? None of them knew Majin. Fatal keeps like research logs of like all the characters, all the other EXEs in the world. And he thought Majin would be a good fit. He also was able to do research. So that's what he was doing in the animation when he was loading. He was researching. And yeah, and then he's like, okay, Majin, this guy would be a good pick. They don't know each other. The way Fatal's shaded here makes it look like a 3D model. What about this one? Or probably this one. Yeah, it's just artwork. What do you think of PTD with lyrics? I think that would be really cool. Knew he kept research logs. Yeah, Fatal's too smart. Like he this may be a physical universe, but he still has digital elements. Like he's kind of an android. So he has a digital memory storage. Let's see. You can't just say yes and act like nothing happened. Yes, I can. Hehe. Recognize this name, Coffee Mood? If you're talking to me, then yes, of course. Yes, if Slash never knew Majin, why was he so disappointed of seeing him? He knows of him. They don't know each other, but he knows of him, and he knows his reputation. And all Slash knows is that he's like a jester. That's what he calls me, a jester.
Why did it have to be the clown?
But he's like, oh, this guy, you think this guy would be a good pick? This guy who does nothing but jokes around. Yeah, that's why he's like all mad. Does Fatal support Ohio Lives Matter and or Chicago? Fatal's from Great Britain. I don't think he has an opinion on Ohio. Probably gonna skip around and get proceed. Okay, yeah, you're right. Fatal keep research things logs on things that aren't EXE related. Since Majin brings up Solaris and stuff. Ooh, I think we're treading on like plot hole land. Because there were a lot of lore details that had not been established yet at that time. To Slash watch Mr. Beast videos. I need to stop taking questions like this. No. As a Brit from the city of original York, I think it'd be hilarious if Fatal hated NYC. Yeah, you know what? That's pretty funny. Okay. Last question for now. Fine. Let me make sure my headphones don't turn off. Okay. Last question for now. Would Slash Fatal blah 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 be able to take down the eternal Satan hellish pit that is Detroit? Okay, it was a joke question. No, Detroit would consume them alive. Alright, let's continue. Yeah, this is my favorite part of the song. I just like it. Very fun. Very fun. Take him to Detroit. So the song started in G, but now we're in A, and the song ends on A. Oh, somebody asked about this earlier. There's like a ring pendant thing in the files for Apocryphal's assets, image assets. This is where it's used. In the background of the music, you can hear a clock ticking. Can't hear the music, shut up. Okay, rave. There's a clock ticking in the background of the music, and so I wanted a visual accompaniment. And so I took inspiration from like the Hypno's Lullaby pendant. And you can see it going back and forth in the background of the video. Yeah. Never noticed that before? It's hard to spot.
Do you even speak our tongue?
Of course, I speak ABC.
We have played your game. Now, will you play? We have
And speak our tongue?
Of course.
Oh, of course, I speak ABC. That is a line taken straight from Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. Yeah, it's just a movie. I thought it would be applicable here. Of course, I speak ABC. Now it's time for Gasgrass to make Path to Vesselcide for Hollow Knight. You know, I wouldn't mind making Hollow Knight content. I just don't have the audience for it.
Of course, I speak ABC.
We have played your game. Now, will you play ours?
What do you know of false gods?
I'm guessing you lot are trying to take one down. Which is it? The Lord? Needle Mouse? Rewrite?
It's
Wait!
So these characters do exist in this universe. The Lord being Lord X, Needle Mouse, Rewrite. So Majin's whole thing is that he watches. With his rings, he opens these portals, but he's also able to like watch over other entities and stuff. So he's very well informed on everything. Later on in the animation that's coming up, Majin says when Xenophyte pops in, he's like, "Oh no, he's been watching the whole time too." Two meaning, yes, Majin has been watching. From the moment like Slash and Fatal started going after Requital, Majin started like it caught his attention. So yeah, Majin's a stalker technically. Yeah, he's well informed. He doesn't like spy on private lives because he does have a conscience. Like he has respect, but he does spy on like important stuff. So yeah, so he's aware of all these other entities.
Don't tell me. It's X. Xenophyte.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's about time he was put in his place. I'll join you. Now, tell me, have you ever used one of these rings to travel between space?
That is a line that I changed. In the original, I'm not reading that, Tempest. In the original Apocryphal, he says, "Have you ever used one of these rings to travel between programs?" And, yeah, rings between programs, yeah. And I changed that because, after Apocryphal and after all this, I was like, this is no longer a digital world. It's a physical world. And, I kind of needed to change that to make that clear. And so actually, we're going to go back real quick. In here,
apart from the flu. He exists beyond.
Fatal says this. This line was changed. I don't remember the original, but he says it's changed to more correctly apply to this physical world.
No physicality. In a place apart from the flow of time. His existence is
in a place apart from the flow of time. I might have retconned that. Because if he exists apart from the flow of time, it kind of messes with the Vagrant and Slate Chronomancer stuff.
Yeah, I think it's about time
But yeah.
he was put in his place.
Put
I'll
in,
join you.
you know, heavy put dispenser here, and it sounds like putis if you cut it off. I kind of hear that when he says put in his place.
I think it's about time he was put in his place.
Putis.
Yeah, I think it's about time he was put in
Put in.
his place. I'll
I'm a 9-year-old.
join you. Now, tell me, have
I'm not a TF2 fan. I don't actually play the game. I just know that meme.
you ever used one of these rings?
I'm a fan of a different TF2, Titanfall 2. I can tell you that.
To travel between space?
What?
I'm joking, that's what we just did. Hold on to your quills!
What?
Observe.
Joking.
Observe. Viewers who are typically on the younger side. This is how you use a semicolon. I know. Semicolons. They're real. You can use them. They're scary, but it makes you sound smarter. I'm British, I would know. Who needs them? You don't need them. It makes you sound very pretentious, but it is cool to use them. Writing my own book series has definitely helped my understanding of semicolons. Awesome, yeah. Replace the coordinate conjunctions. Okay, you're talking in a language above mine. Maybe you're an English major. I'm not gonna act like I have some super high understanding of English. It is just kind of a side hobby for me, learning new stuff about grammar and stuff. I'm American, I don't know how to write. That's real.
That's what we just did. Hold on to your quills!
Something, your quiz. Want to be fancy, yeah. And this is the next animation. Now, a lot of people have pointed out that they don't like how this one looks, especially compared to the first animation. Noticeable lack of shading. Yeah, lack of shading is a big thing, but most animation, like TV animation, doesn't have shading. And if it does, it's super simple. So that was the rationale I went by when I was making this. And that's why it looks flat. I was like, you know what? I won't shade it. Because what the kind of the rule I went by is I did not want to use symbols in this one. One image of Family Guy. They just add shading. Yeah, like Family Guy, for instance, doesn't have any shading. Even without shading, it's good. Thank you, Anorak. I appreciate it. But I think I dropped the ball on this, and that is due to multiple things. Namely, proportions are weird. The art itself is not very good. And the lines, like, look at the lines. Can you see my mouse? Can you see my cursor? Right here, that just looks bad. This is bad. This is bad. That just needs to be, like, sharpened out. That's bad. This is horrendous. That is terrible. Oh, that's pretty bad. This, yeah, so, like, I could have done better if I just took a little more time, but I had spent so long on this already. Because I was doing, you know, every single time the character moves, I draw a new frame entirely. Everything is redrawn. And this is nothing crazy for animation. This is how animation works. Do I have a drawing tablet that I use for art? I don't have a tablet, I have a little pad. So I use a pen, but it's not like, it doesn't have a screen. But because I wanted to do this frame by frame thing, I just didn't have the time to perfect the line art all the time. And actually, the simple solution to this is use a thinner brush. When you use a thinner brush, and I did this with my most recent animation, which is the Enna Reanimated collab. It's my most recent upload on my channel. You can check it out. I used a very thin brush. And the shoddy line art is harder to spot. Let's see. Majin was able to take slash fatal and requital to the next contact. Who would it have been and why? That is left open-ended intentionally. Animation tutorial by Gas. Animation is a pain to do, but it is fulfilling, and I do enjoy it. It's specifically like learning more about animation is such a joy for me. But actually doing it can be, it can be draining. Need a voice tutorial instead. I don't know how to. You can't really teach voice acting. I'm not a teacher. I can't really teach voice acting. I could probably teach music pretty decently. I can probably teach animation pretty decently. I cannot help you with voice acting. I'm sorry. I'd recommend looking at free online courses. Someone who's been doing all the art for their FNF mod. Yes, animation is such a pain, yet such a joy. Yes, Anorak, you get me. I think we understand each other on a more fundamental level because we both want to shoulder these massive burdens on our own. You want to do all the art for your mod. I do everything for Path to Deicide. Yes, there is like we have that mutual understanding. And yeah, it's a ton of fun, but it is a lot of work. Canon Fatal and Pet PTD Fatal would interact. I don't know. It's like if you take any two Fatals and put them with each other, would they like have a mutual understanding and work together, or would it be a rivalry? Like, I don't know. Isn't that like, I haven't watched Invincible, the show, but I know there's like that one guy who clones himself and they can never figure out who, or like knowing who the original is very important to them. I don't know. Big time, yeah, we both struggle for the joys of it, yeah. Spider-Man pointing meme. I just read something. What did I read? Uh-oh. You ever use tweens? That's what I meant to read. I don't... Sometimes I use tweens, but... because sometimes it is applicable, but a lot of the time, no. Resident VA here. All you can really do to learn voice acting is to keep practicing in your range and then slowly but surely slip into newer ranges. Yeah, that's I would agree with that. Just keep practicing. That's the best thing you can do with your voice, especially alone. I find that helps. It's time to turn on the music. When you know people can be listening to you, for me it makes it very hard to act. So if you ever find yourself alone, just kind of let loose. It's great. Just hearing your own voice, trying to act, you know? Yeah. Why did Fatal and Slash leave when they were trying to recruit DX? Because it became DX and Pico Pine fighting, and they were like, this isn't worth our time. We're almost at Deicide, everybody shut up. With many creative endeavors, you'll soon realize that by practicing and looking at other people's projects, you'll learn more and more and get more tips by using it in your own projects. Yes, that is how I learned. I learned by essentially trying to copy other people's styles. And by doing that, you learn a lot about the process of making it, and over time, you will develop your own style. Yes, I very much agree with that. Think of the people making animated cutscenes of songs you make. People are free to do anything with my music. What would an interaction between them and Fleetway be like? Write your own interaction. Look at the FAQ. Fatal and Majin the knowledgeable ones, while Slash and Requital kind of their pawns. No, they all kind of just work together. Thoughts on P2D derivative? I think I talked about that earlier. It looks really cool. Copying art style, my beloved. Yeah, no, I mean, as a professional in the industry, that is your job. Like, if you become a professional artist and you work for a game developer, for instance, your job is to replicate the style of the game and not draw in your own style. So that is like kind of a professional, that's the professional artist's job. Keep Gas busy? No! One more question, we're close to Deicide. Guys, it's okay. Oh look, the Madness song came on. Possibly you could release the text fonts you used. I've been very transparent about this. It is a font called Condor. I get it from Adobe Fonts. I own a license to it. It's called, specifically it's Condor Condensed. It's called Condor Cond, and I use bold. It's just an office space where they're forced to go to the company Christmas party every year. Why'd you not use Xeno? Would you not fit into the whole PTD universe? I changed Xenophanes for I changed Xenophanes to X, and then X to Xenophyte. I changed Xenophanes because Xenophanes, the creator, the person in charge of Xenophanes, did not want him in FNF stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is the ring portal I was talking about.
See? Not so bad. We dodged Shadowverse traffic. Though we could have also dodged Solaris rush hour if you told me your destination sooner.
References. Shadowverse traffic. Shadowverse as in Sonic Prime. I was watching Sonic Prime at the time and I thought it would be fun. And then Solaris rush hour. You see, that's Majin uses the portal so much that he's like, Solaris Rush Hour is when all the when Silver Shadow and Sonic are going through time in Sonic 06. There's like a rush hour for that, I guess, and he drops that. I don't know. Don't think too hard about this. It's just meant to be fun.
Honest mistake. I should have asked you.
Let me guess. Your new friend?
He knows much of our enemy. He's an ally.
Yeah, this animation, man, it's really rough. It feels more like an animatic, you know? Like, I don't know how I could have done this better. I probably could have done... It probably would have looked a lot better if I had, what's the word? I think it's compositing. Compositing in you would usually do that in a program like After Effects, but I don't use After Effects. I own it. I own all Adobe apps, but I don't use After Effects because it's too daunting. It's too complicated. But like for my Enna reanimated scene, most recent one on my channel, I applied a lot of newer animation principles that I've learned, and I do kind of do some color stuff in that. So like I probably could have made this animation look better if I did more of that color stuff. Your animations in this one remind me of Henry Stickmin. Yeah, because I learned from Henry Stickmin a lot. And actually,
I should have asked.
this background, this background was made by a friend of mine who I met through Henry Stickmin. Yeah, her name is STS Puel. You can find her in the description of this video. Fantastic artist. And if there's any artists here, are you ready for this? She likes doing backgrounds. In fact, she loves doing backgrounds. And if you're unaware, okay, we're getting some reactions. Yeah. Artists hate two things: hands, which eventually they get over, and backgrounds. Me, myself, I despise backgrounds. But she loves doing them. And so it's astonishing, yeah. So I commissioned her for this background. And it came out amazing. Best part of the animation, let's be real. For me, it's side views of characters instead of hands. Yeah, we all have our vices. Yeah, everything. We all have something that's difficult. You love backgrounds too? Inconceivable. All right. Yeah, artists rise up.
To you.
Let me guess. Your new friend?
He knows much of our enemy. He's an ally.
He's a liability. Twice he dropped us to our deaths without warning.
Deaths? I mean, I thought I made it pretty.
I had no idea how to draw a face at this point. Like, I've developed my skills enough now where I'm able to generally draw faces. And like understand depth and 3D shapes in 3D space. But at this point, you can tell I had I did not have any idea. Like Fatal is still flat. Look, his face is flat. Because I had no idea how to draw in 3D space. And then like Majin here, he looks like I'm kind of getting there, but nah, it's just ugh.
To our deaths without warning.
Deaths?
Deaths?
I mean, I thought I made it pretty obvious the second
The
time.
only thing you've made obvious is your inability to take matters seriously.
Whoa, easy there, sunshine. You gotta save your breath for all those.
He's not mewing. He's doing a thinking pose. There is a difference. Anyways, Fatal ran into a wall. PTD Fatal gets clumsy when controlling the vessel. Just like face to the wall. Yeah. Looks like mewing to me. It's not.
Jacks you're gonna sing.
I will overlook your satirical tone if you heed the gravity of mine.
That is a reference to a Transformers movie. Ah, somebody pointed it out before I said it. Nice. Yeah. In Transformers Dark of the Moon, Sentinel Prime says, what does he say? I will overlook your condescending tone if you heed the gravity of mine. And I don't know what possessed me to reference that, but it was, okay, the Transformers movies had terrible writing, but they had some banger lines, like one-liners. I don't know how. Like, I can't remember the full quote, but at one point in Dark of the Moon, Megatron says, "Before fate waylaid us both." And it's like, wow. I guess the script writers had some good stuff. They were packing some good stuff every now and then. Dark of the Moon was your childhood? Hell yeah. I loved Dark of the Moon. To this day, I think it's a very enjoyable movie, even with all of its problems. Trip to the VA, yeah. Leonard Nimoy, legend. Yeah.
Okay, Aibo.
I want you to know that it's taking every fiber of my being to not pulverize this guy.
Relax. I did not scout him for his jokes. He will prove.
This part where Majin kind of like slowly, he does the whole like routine. Originally, I wanted him to do the Club Penguin dance at the end instead of just wave. I wanted him to do the full Club Penguin dance. But unfortunately, I got lazy and ran out of time. Because the reason for that is I wanted this to release before Deicide, and I wanted Deicide to release on April 10th for the anniversary. And so I rushed out this animation, and it was like, it released like a couple days before Deicide. Because I ran out of time. And since I wanted to hit the anniversary date. So I had to start cutting corners. I've been one frame of him dabbing before it cut to another frame. Ugh. Probably why the original Deicide sucked booty cheeks. Partially, yes, because I was trying to rush it out. Yeah. Deicide was still a banger, though. It was okay. But I definitely made it a lot better with the remaster. Yeah.
Prove his worth in time.
For all our sakes, I hope you're right.
Tomokaku, we haven't met, Lemons. My name is Majin.
My name is
And
Majin.
you?
Requital.
Yeah, I already knew that. But I'm gonna call you Requital just to piss you off.
Yep, this is a thing that I actually got this wrong. As a matter of fact, requital is a real word with a commonly agreed upon pronunciation of requital. That is what like Merriam-Webster says. That's what dictionary.com says. Read this. I'm not going to read this. This isn't Majin saying it. This is me saying it. But the creator of the character, Commando Dev, likes to pronounce it as requital. At least I believe so. Either that, and like the reason I think I got this wrong is because he might actually like to say requital. Either requital or requital. But the pronunciation that like Merriam-Webster says is requital. And that's why I say requital. And why a lot of people say requital now, because, well, my content is the only one that says his name out loud. I use a translator when I spoke in Japanese. For apocryphal, I had a friend, one of my mom's friends is a native Japanese person, and he speaks Japanese, so I had my mom email him for the apocryphal lines. But then everything after that, for this animation, I think there's only like one line in Japanese. I think I just used Google Translate. And then for nihility, we'll get to nihility later. I used a different method. Wait, so how do you say it? I say requital. Don't worry, guys. Gas is learning from Duolingo. Yeah, hold on.
Haven't met.
Hope you're right.
My name is.
We go back to here. Yeah, okay, you can see my cursor, right? This says, I can't read this, but I know it says mina, because this says sa. This is sa, sa, and then ko, and then this is, it has to be e, although this is not what I was taught e looks like. Ko, e, ji, and then this has to be wa, because konnichiwa. Ko, ichi, wa. Minna, sa, ko, ichi, wa. Yeah, it's I think that's ni. I was taught this is just I remember that because it kind of looks like an N. Anyways, I'm learning. I think it's cool.
Prove his worth. In time.
My name is Majin. And you?
Minasan, konnichiwa.
Yeah, I already knew that. But I'm gonna call you Requital just to piss you off.
Margin.
Oh wait, okay, let's read the rest of that real quick.
Knew that. But I'm gonna call you Requital just to piss you off.
Gascrass only found out about this after he pronounced it the former way on several occasions, eventually leading up to the stroke. He will continue to pronounce it this way because he likes the sound of it better, contrary to its creator. Sorry, Calm. Sorry, Calm.
My name is Majin. I made the warp rings. It was difficult to teleport between them. But unfortunately, something went so wrong, and now I can't do anything but sing this stupid song! My name is Majin. Majin.
Margin. Can you take
Margin.
contact?
Of course, but this time I should know where you want to go before opening the...
That had no
Oh.
impact, dude.
He's been watching the whole time, too. That ring, it's...
A gateway from his dimension to ours.
Why does Fatal know that? Well, because of Fatality Invasion Mix. In Fatality Invasion Mix, X comes through. Is it X? I don't know. Xenophanes, we'll just say Xenophanes. He comes through a ring just like that. And I thought it would be fun to kind of imply that Invasion Mix happened.
And he must be trying to get first strike.
If that's so, then there is no time to waste. Prepared or not, the foe god has shown his hand. Now, we must play ours.
There's an edit of this, but the background is changed with just blue, and it looks like Weezer. And that's what I think of every time I see this stupid image. It looks so bad. Oh god, I hate the proportions. They're so bad. I'm not looking at the screen right now. I'm looking at chat. Like, I'm blocking my vision because I don't like how this looks. You have to mention Walt's Path. What is Walt's Path? Avengers Assemble. Weezer. Majin's face looks so funny. Dude, what is Majin doing? Like, he's got his, like, hand extended like that. Like, bro thinks he's tough? Like, no. Remake it, bro. Trust. I wouldn't mind remaking this. It might be fun. I should have done that for the anniversary. Should have just made a master of this. Fatal's like, to the sky. The 11 Arms Gang. 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. $8:05. Oh my god.
Fatal, what time is it?
8:05.
Goodness. Even the music has motifs, the Deicide bass line. Yes. If you listen closely to the background music.
Strike!
The whole time, too. That ring, it's
A gateway from his dimension to ours.
And he must be trying to get first strike.
If that
That is the bass line from Deicide. The chorus of Deicide. It's like, dun 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 dun. That one. Wish I had my piano. But yeah, it's that with an arp that follows the chord progression.
that's so, then there is no time to waste. Now, we must play ours.
Oh, get it off my screen, dude. Oh, I guess I took it out of the full story video, but at the end of this, in the original, Xenophyte's eyes come in, and he laughs and is like, "So you wish to play the fine game of nil?" The fine game of nil is an anagram. If you rearrange the letters, it spells out the meaning of life. And so actually it's the other way around is how I know is why I used fine game of nil, because it's kind of a pessimistic view. If you rearrange the letters in the meaning of life becomes the fine game of nil. Nil meaning nothing. So, now for a damn fact you learned that from Vsauce? Yes! Yes, I did. I'm not going to try to hide that. Winter Soldiers again! Yeah, no, it's funny because in Marvel Rivals you have Winter Soldier going, again! And then in Gridlock you have Cyclops going, again! Yeah. Basically, Xenophyte was saying that the four of them trying to challenge him was pointless. Yeah, kind of. And that totally worked out for him. Yeah, yeah. It's like, hey, you want to play the fine game of nil. You're gonna walk up to me, you're gonna die. Yeah. Someone give Cyclops the robot arm. Marvel Rivals cover. Requidal and Cyclops are insta-lock Bucky confirmed. Again. Yeah.
And one reason only.
To see to it that you fall lifeless.
my body is ready.
Time to sever your strings.
Man, I don't want to pause this. This is my favorite song. And then this new part is my favorite part of the song. That's an Obituary reference right there. Okay. There are some things I want to talk about, as much as I love this. Don't you already have a video explaining the song? Yes, I do. It goes over some references. There are some new ones, though, so I'm going to go over them. Xenophyte, I've come to bargain. So, when Majin says, "My body is ready," that's a quote from Reggie Fils-Aimé. I think that's how you say his name. Former head of Nintendo of America. The first thing I want to say, actually, is the final bout. Bout is a word, and a bout is like a fight, like a battle. I don't know. I just wanted to mention that. Tempest, you can't keep doing this, man. I thank you so much, though. Can't help Xeno take down the Divinators. I guess I'll do it myself. That's an edgy, epic pose. I'm so lonely, please. Okay. Man, I thank you so much. Thank you so much, but please no more. You can't sustain this. That is something I have said in the Fatal Error new voice reveal video. I did mention the name Divenator, and I want to make it clear that that is something I've talked about. The Divinators, that's what they're called. That's what the group is called. In this, people have called them the Quartet, but that doesn't apply if there are more or less members. Teto Pair Cup is getting close to filling. Oh, I haven't checked in a while. Oh my goodness, there's so many. By the way, if somebody drops more than $30, it will drop a massive Teto Pair, and it will knock everything out. So, I'm not saying you should donate like $35, but I'm saying if you do, it'll be funny. But please use your money responsibly. I'm just a dude on the internet. What was I saying? Divinators. Yeah, so Divinators, that is a name that's the name I gave the squad. And the reason for that is because in Latin, the word for hunter is Venator. And if you're a Star Wars fan, you know this because there is a Venator class Star Destroyer. During the Republic era, during the Clone War era specifically, the main capital ships were called Venators. And that means hunter in Latin. The word root for God in Latin is div, as in divine, divinity. So yeah, I put those together, div Venator, and you get Divenator. So it's a made-up word, but it would translate in Latin to God Hunter. Yeah, the Divinators, the God Hunters. You like the name? Glad you like it. I was pretty happy with it. Venator class Star Destroyers Hunter, yeah. And I say Divinators. I've heard some people say Divinators. A Divinator is somebody who, a Divinator is a real thing, and it's spelled differently. So you say Venator, you don't say Venator. So it's pronounced Divenator. Obviously, it's a made-up word, so you can pronounce it however you want, but I would say Divenator. That's how I pronounce it. Yeah. Gotta pronounce it pronounce it correctly. Divenator is a real thing. Divenator's not a real thing. I made it up. It's a made-up word. But it is rooted in reality. So it has a real meaning. But I made up the combination. Yeah, God Hunters. So if you ever hear me refer to them as the Divinators, that is why. Can we get to it? I got you. I know, I talk too much. So let's talk about this new artwork. Chicken dance, yeah, that is the chicken dance in the background. In the original Deicide, I gave X, I gave him red crystals. And that was just because it fit X's color palette. better, and I wanted it to be different from Xenophane's. And so I decided to lean into the red crystals a lot more for Xenophyte when I decided to make him his own thing. And so I decided to make the source of the crystals the Phantom Ruby. Because, well, it looks like the Phantom Ruby. Yeah, so the thing on his chest, that is the Phantom Ruby. That is the ruby itself. And so that also, the crystals on him are they are physical constructs. So they're not illusions. He is able to manifest physical crystals, despite them being from the Phantom Ruby, which is typically used to make illusions. I haven't actually seen or played Forces or Mania, so I don't know the actual rules surrounding the Phantom Ruby, but those are my rules. So, yeah. I decided to lean into the crystals for his design, and he's very... Over time, as I developed my... Doesn't really look like the Phantom Ruby, though. Yeah, I guess so. Phantom Ruby has a very specific design. I kind of vaguely took inspiration. But Mania handles it 1,000 times better. Okay. Mania handles everything better than Forces. That's what I've gathered. As my art style has developed, you can notice this all the way back from like Tetrabrachial, and you go to like Nihility. Specifically this. You can see my art style develop. And over time, I like to draw characters taller and more slender. One time somebody compared my art style to Vizipop, and I was like, oh god, you're right. and I hate that they're right. But yeah, so Xenophyte, some people have said that he's built like a telephone pole, and that's really funny, because he kind of is. But that's just how I like my designs to look. Baggiest pants in Atlanta. So, let's skip ahead. Yeah. You can see that my art style is really bleeding into his design. Actually, one last thing. You see his teeth here? Somebody said one time it looks like a Geometry Dash wave, and I actually hate that. Anyways.
Let's split things up. You, instigator, and you, perpetuator.
I've been called worse. This isn't my first throwdown hoedown ballroom powwow with your type, X.
I love that subtitle. So many D's and W's and O's. Go down, hoedown, ballroom powwow. Those are teeth. Oh, there's a tongue. It's supposed to be teeth. He hasn't brushed his teeth since 417 BC. Jeez. Yeah, so, okay. Deicide was made in conjunction with 3 other amazing individuals. The first being a very good friend of mine, Francisco Bagwan. He is the most talented musician I know. And he makes incredible music. If you are interested in music itself, not necessarily FNF, because he doesn't make FNF. If you're interested in music itself, go check him out. He is just like, his music always blows me away. Obligatory Mangrove Seed mention. I'm surprised you know Mangrove Seed. Yes, Mangrove Seed. He released an EP quite recently, and it's called Mangrove Seed. It is beautiful. Amazing music. And I'm not just saying this, I genuinely believe this. I've compared him to Jacob Collier. Because if you know Jacob Collier, he's like just a musical mastermind. And he was one of his biggest inspirations, and you can hear that inspiration. So yeah, I cannot recommend him enough. He's incredible, and he decided to say yes when I was like, "Hey, you want to help work on Deicide?" He was like, "Sure." And this is actually his song on his Spotify profile. This is the song that has the most streams for him, and I think we need to change that. Link in description. I don't have a link to his channel, but I can throw it in the chat. Go, go, go. Yeah. So he's, I love him. Love his stuff. Listen to 140 Degrees and Last Night at the Windowsill. Yes, and that is because I actually had the honor of making the lyric videos for 140 Degrees and Last Night at the Windowsill. So I made some stuff for him. So if you want to go check out the stuff I made, then go do that because it'll help him. Anyways, his part in Deicide, he when he was making it, I was like watching him do it. And he designed it in a way where it's like, okay, I'm going to give you the pieces and you're going to finish the puzzle. Because he doesn't make FNF music, so he didn't really... This isn't his style. Okay, you guys are a hive mind. He gave me the pieces, and in the original Deicide, I didn't do a good job of finishing the puzzle. So this part of the song sounded pretty blank and empty. So I was so glad to come back to the song for the album and give it the juice that it deserved. So, yeah, let's just,
We've amassed. Martin, what do you say? Then give me a good fight!
Now, I did tell him to use a certain chord progression, and that is E minor, F major. Repeat, repeat. And the reason for that is because that's backslash. That's backslash's chord progression, and that's what the vocals are referencing is backslash. Let's pause here. So this is the telephone pole. He is very, very slim. How many hours is it at right now? I think we're about to hit 3 hours. Because I started a little late. Why is Xenophyte so tall? It's just an art style thing. That's how I wanted to draw him. I think I made him a little too slim. But at the same time, I kind of like that. Like, that's just my style. Give him some food. Tall man is going to administer acupuncture. Yeah, okay, so this is what I was saying earlier about the crystals. Sure, the Phantom Ruby creates projections, but these are physical crystals, crystal needles that he uses as weapons. So what he does is he will hurl these at you. So even Majin is getting serious. He's like, oh crap, I gotta take cover. I actually, when I was envisioning this artwork before I made it, I wanted Slash to be literally cutting a crystal in, cutting a needle in half. But I kind of ran out of time and it was too complicated of a pose for me to draw at the time. Where are his organs? Don't ask these kinds of questions, okay? You're not gonna get an answer. he he doesn't need organs. How about that? But yeah, I really love his I really love his silhouette. Like all the crystals poking out. Like if you kind of just made him grayscale, made him a silhouette, he's very intimidating. Like he's got all these sharp edges up here. It almost looks like a crown. And that was very much by design. I love how it came out. Oh, he's just a little slim. But yeah. That's an endless reference. I would actually like to take a moment to explain kind of the process behind the artwork. Reference to trespassing? What are you talking about? The artwork and how I did it. Specifically, the shading. So I'm going to get a little technical here. I'm sorry if this isn't your thing. Jesus, excuse me. So what I did, same principle. Yeah, having like spikes form a crown, really awesome. Yeah, so as an artistic thing, I use Adobe for this. I used Adobe Animate, which is just Flash, newer version of Flash, and So what I did is I did draw the character, like each character is its own thing, obviously, and then each character is split into layers. What I would do is I would flatten the layers, make a copy of them all, and then flatten them so it's all one image, and then make it one color, one solid color. And that solid color would be kind of like a darkish orange, and you just put that over the character. And you take that entire thing, move it down and to the right a little bit, or wherever the light source is, you want to move it the opposite direction. And what you do is you set the blending mode to that to multiply. And what that'll do is like it'll give the character this orangish dark hue. So that'll make the character darker, and then the spots that are not covered will remain their original colors. And it's kind of a quick and easy way to make a shading look good. And then to make it even better, after that, what you do is you make a copy of the make another layer of the flattened silhouette, right? And this time you have it on top of the character without moving it. It's a background music that's playing. That the background music, this is Nighttide Advance, right? Yeah, Nighttide Advance. It's a song, chiptune song on my profiles. You can find it. What do you draw your visuals in? Adobe Animate. So you create another layer on top, and what you do is you use the one that's moved. All you want basically is an image that is just the rim lighting. So once you have a layer that is just the rim lighting fills and nothing else, what you do is you make that a lighter color, like a light yellow or orange, depending on the light color you want for the scene. I made it like a light yellow or orange. Set it to overlay, the blend mode to overlay. And what that'll do is it'll give it this like brighter, like orangish, reddish kind of hue, rather than the original image, which would be more blue. And then, yeah, overlay is my favorite blend mode. It's so good. And then for Adobe Animate, just for a little extra pizzazz, I add glow to the highlight layer and make the glow a little orange, and that's why the characters have these this glow around the lit parts. And that's just like the icing on the cake. Yeah, and then sometimes it's not going to be perfect, because what you're doing is you're taking a flat 2D object and trying to apply the lighting rules to something that should be 3D. So down here on Majin's nose, you can see that if you just took the image and moved it down to the right, you would not get this nose to be lit like this, so I had to manually do that. But it's not really a problem, you just have to erase some stuff. But yeah, so that's that. And yeah, I just did that. I did this method for every character, and that's why it looks like this. That's why it looks so cool. Yeah. All right, that's the technical explanation done. We can move on now. Xanthus? I don't know who Xanthus is. I'm sorry. I like one of the FAQ questions says, which I don't really know EXEs. All right. Dear God, we still have 5 songs. Yeah, I know.
Enough of you. Something about your guys irks me.
I know he's Bidominal Dingus. I don't care. I'm not an EXE fan. I'm sorry. I know what it looks like, but I don't know EXEs, man. When I say this always happens when I get questions in my Discord server. It's like, oh, would this guy be good for Path to Deicide? Could you add him? First of all, no. I add whatever I want to add. Second of all, because I say I don't know someone, that is not an invitation to tell me. Yeah, Neon said the same thing. Because I don't know, it doesn't mean I care. It doesn't mean I suddenly will care. I'm not an EXE fan. It's just Tetrabrachial happened to do well, and I wanted to continue that, so I had to do research. When I want to add a character, I research them, because I don't just know all this stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm getting a little heated about this. It's just I get asked so often. What's Xenophyte's lore? He was essentially worth nothing. He was just a weakling wandering the world, and then he came across the Phantom Ruby and had delusions of godhood. That's about it. What do you think of fan songs? Love fan songs. I encourage all fan content and love to see it when it happens. And that's why I think one of the FAQs is like, can EXE be in Path to Deicide? The idea is that you add EXEs in. If you want to see an encounter, you write the encounter. Because I'm done. Or found a cool rock at the beach and was like, wow, I'm a god now. Yeah, that's this. Like, at its base level, I don't really have any specifics written for him. That's basically what he is.
I'll spare not a word for you. Your guys irks me so. I'll spare not a word for you, Invader.
Invader. A pretty on-the-nose reference to Invasion Mix, where Fatal and, in this case, Xenophyte, because, you know, it has to be Xenophyte. It implies that Invasion Mix happened, right? And even past Deicide, the stream is never ending. Look, it's been 3 hours. I predicted this stream will take like 6 at most. And I'm not going to have as much to talk about for the extras. So I think we're on pace. I am going to take a break pretty soon here because I need to eat lunch, so something tells me Gasgrass likes Invasion Mix. I do, but there were just 2 references because it's like a lore detail that I needed to call back to. So I do love Invasion Mix though, and fun fact, I have one of the top comments on Invasion Mix too. You can go find me. If you go open that video, go to the comments. I'm there. I'm like that on Gamebreaker too. Saster's Gamebreaker. You can find me. Go open the video. I don't know why I chose to use the word poesy when I could have just said poetry. I don't know, why not? Would Brody.exe be a good but random PTD counter? Brody.exe is a fan exe my fan created. Why would I know anything about this Brody.exe? You can write any interaction you want. That is the idea behind the fan content. So, go crazy. Vitals badass pose. Oh yeah, so this art. This art. I had this in mind for a long time. I wanted this is what I wanted the original artwork to look like. I just did not have the time or skills to do it. Was I on when I made this? I don't know, I just kind of did it. So yeah, it just it's got this energy. One time I saw somebody point out that Fatal is so good he doesn't need the rim lighting. He does have the rim lighting, it's just the colors are like pretty saturated, so you can't see it. But yeah, I also saw somebody point out one time that the sickle isn't gonna do a whole lot, because like it's this side of the sickle, like the sharp part is behind, so it like wouldn't do a whole lot. But I don't care, it looks cool. Yeah, no, this my goal for this was like I want it to go hard. So I think it accomplishes that task generally. The idea that matters, right? He's just bright red, so he stands out like a damn lighthouse. Always. Always. It's the story behind where Deicide takes place, and which I assume is Xenophyte's world. It's meant to be Green Hill, but like Green Hill, but it's scorched. Like it's all burned. Yeah. Actually, I want to go back. I wrote so okay. This is Infinity. This is Infinity right here. Previous section was Francisco Bhagwan. I talked at lengths about him, so I feel it's appropriate to do so about Infinity as well. Infinity is significantly younger than me, and yet I have always felt overshadowed by his skills. Genuinely an incredible musician. He has such a knack for this. I left for 3 hours. How'd you only get 23 minutes in? I don't know. We'll get to you eventually, Day. I'm gonna talk about you. I'm gonna praise you when we get to Nihility. But yeah, Infinity. Crazy. He made this section for Deicide pretty quickly. In fact, he said that he doesn't really like it and would like to redo it eventually. But yeah, so I also want to make something clear. I made all the FNF vocals for this song. We had Francisco Bhagwan, we have Infinity, we have Stuffy Ant coming up. They made the instrumentals for their parts. I did the vocals on top. And so I wrote the vocals for Requital here. And when I was writing them, I don't know what I did, what I was on. I just wrote something that made me go, yeah, I love this. So this is like the most memorable melody in the entire song for me. And I'm just gonna let it play. Yeah. Good stuff. Figured you were the vocals guy. They all had a certain style to them. I write my vocals more like I write lead melodies rather than F&F vocals. You take a look at most F&F vocals, it seems the priority is like difficulty of the chart. And I don't like that. It usually makes the vocals sound spammy and like they're not the most memorable. So I write my melodies like I do leitmotifs. Leitmotifs as in cinematic leitmotifs in orchestral music. My inspirations are like freaking John Williams. You know, the guy who writes the most iconic leitmotifs of all time. And I've been taking a lot of notes from him, especially recently. But I want my melodies to be instantly memorable. And so, especially with this is like the perfect example of this. That was off key. But I wanted it to have that. Like, I could have very easily just written F&F vocals that's like whatever. But I took that direction instead, where I wanted that melodic element, strong melodic element. And this is across all of my music, post Tetrabrachial, I want to say. I had this focus on the music rather than the gameplay. And I still have this I still follow this today. Basically want my melodies to have impact instead of being stupidly challenging. Yes. I prioritize the music, yeah. Xenophite has a big ass forehead. Yeah, I guess so. Worse than the Nihility raw files. Oh. Yeah, we don't need to talk about Nihility work in progresses. Never forgive you for crediting you as neon beans. Because you're the... Oh, you mean capitalizing the N? Well, cry about it. Alright, let's continue. No Path to Deicide song is complete without a fatality reference. It's in the contract. Might as well be. Wherever he goes, chord progression follows. Yep. Now this is yeah, that was Cycles. There was a Cycles reference because why not? This is Placation. This is a reference to Placation, and in my Deicide references video, I said it was a reference to Placation, and I got some comments about it being like, "Oh, that's Forestall Desire, not Placation." And yes, Placation is based on Forestall Desire, but this specifically is referencing Placation. So, play it one more time. Hey, I was the one who commented that? Well, there's your answer. Are you sure? I want to talk about one thing really quick before we continue. This really bugs me. Xenophyte is like so far to the right. Like if you know art and photography, you probably know, and actually film actually, you probably know a what do I call it? A rule called the rule of thirds. And it's where you want to keep things on the, like there, if you split the screen into thirds, you have the like a grid, and you want important objects in the frame to be along those lines and fall nice into those. So Xenophyte is way too far to the right, and he needs to be a little further to the left to kind of follow that. And also just as a safe space thing, there's another thing called safe boundaries and spaces and stuff. And it's like on TVs, sometimes the picture, if you've ever played a console game and the first thing it does is like make you change the safe boundaries, like that's something you want to pay attention to when making videos. Like there shouldn't be details on the far corners. He shouldn't be so far to the side. But yeah, that's just like an unfortunate circumstance. That kind of, it's too late to change it.
We must take him as one. Now, while we have the chance.
So actually, right there, it might not be perfectly clear. Majin, you know, he has the ring that transports them. And you can hear the ring in the background. That is how him and Slash return to the group. And this is actually, I didn't cover this earlier. When Xenophyte is like, let's split things up, I want you to imagine Xenophyte like telekinetically flicking like Fatal and Requital off into the distance. Like over the horizon. And that's what he does, and then he's like, okay, you instigator, and he faces Majin and Slash. And then he kind of flies over to Fatal and Requital and does his thing with them. And then Majin and Slash catch up and teleport over. Literally, yeet. Yeah, he's just like, let's split things up. Yeet. Bye. Screen flicker. Yeah, keep in mind though, this is I treat I mentioned this earlier, but I don't know if you were here, Vericandius. I treat Path to Deicide in a very physical world. It's not a digital world. So, like references to code and programs, they were removed when I remastered the album. But yeah.
We must take him as one. Now, while we have the chance.
Final escape! Now I'm going to pause real quick. What I love about this in particular is the first half of this section is Final Escape as it is normally. But then the second half is like Final Escape with an asterisk. I do the same chord progression, but then I mix up the chords and turn a lot of them into major chords. And then I change the vocals a little bit to go with it. And it takes what is usually like kind of an intense like final boss sounding theme to a heroic like we're gonna beat you theme. So let's just replay that one more time so we can hear the before and after. Yeah.
At last.
And then like the chords here are very like, wow, we injured him.
Occupy them, my souls, while I reassess my stratagem.
I want to make something clear there. It sounds like he says strategy. Like if I turn off captions, it sounds like strategy.
Souls, while I reassess my stratagem.
It's very hard to hear the but he does say stratagem.
Coward! Only a weakling has others fighting their stead. Our fight is not with you. Move aside, puppets.
Cow! I mentioned this in the Deicide references video. This is a reference to a character from a game called Destiny. A guy named Xur, X-U-R, but the U has an accent. Anyways, point is, he says, "My will is not my own." And yeah, that's just a... I like taking inspiration from stuff like that. No, I think it's a... I think I actually know the combination. I think it's Alt... Yeah. It's Alt 150. Like that. Earlier you said that Xenophite was just a weakling who found the Phantom Ruby and had god delusions. What's the story behind Tails, Knuckles, and Eggman in this song? They are just illusions because I didn't want to deal with it. When you see the art kick in, you'll notice that I added like these little translucent rectangles to show that they are Phantom Ruby illusions. Like right here. Oops, can you see this? Right here, there. On Knuckles, it's hard to see, but it is there. On Eggman, and you can see it here. I didn't want to have to deal with explaining them. So, offered to write stuff. No, I don't like treating this like a Sonic world. So that's why it's a Destiny mentioned marathon reveal. I need to watch the marathon reveal. I heard about that. I didn't know it was happening, but I need to watch it. I need to see if it's something I'm interested in. Sorry, distracted. You guys are here for Pat the Deicide, not my hobbies. Yeah, so let's just appreciate the artwork here. I just remembered something. Is there any way I can show this? I don't know if I can show this. I can think of one way to show it. Plants versus Zombies, Garden Warfare 2. Hold on. Maybe I'm gonna... Hold on. Oh, no. I know what I can do. Here. Yeah, there we go. So... Heard what? What did you hear? Every time I see Majin, I keep having to remind myself he doesn't have ears. He doesn't? I guess he does. Doesn't. Huh. Yeah. Okay, so you see this. I want you to look at the positions of the characters and kind of the poses they're doing, right? And then this is this is the inspiration. Like yeah, that's what it's based on. Can't unsee it now. What have you done? Hey, it's just it worked, okay? And then yeah, Majin because there were 3 and 3 on both sides, right? I was like, what do I do with Majin? So I just threw him in the top. Color matching each character. That was not intentional at all, and I have not even noticed that until now. The character, like gray on gray, red on red, yellow on yellow. I have not noticed that until now. It worked out, I guess. And Majin is like the odd one out. Subconsciously, maybe? It could have been. I could have been... No, I did it because this is the order they're in, right? You know, it goes... Like, Triple Trouble, it goes Tails to Knuckles to Eggman. And then in Path to Deicide, I consider Slash the protagonist. And then Fatal, and then Requital, you know? When I'll fly... Majin matched with Metal. That would have been a fun reference, I guess. Okay. Continue. What does Requital think about Soul Tails? I don't know. This is why I wanted them to be illusions, because I didn't want to have to explain some more niche stuff. Slash like the official protagonist, but Fatal more. Yes and no. So this entire section is just let's adapt every important part of Triple Trouble. Triple Trouble, but in a minute, yeah. Some people pointed out that there's too much Soul Tails. Like, he sings too much. And so I actually removed a couple parts of him singing for the remaster, because I agreed. I changed that to the major 5 for some reason. This is the only part that is not straight from Triple Trouble. Your laugh sample, yes, Dino, it's that one. Okay. As Majin choked, I actually started coughing. Jesus help me. That reminds me, though, when I recorded... Damn, I wonder if I have it. Hold on. I'm going to pull it up. I think it's funny enough. The raw audio of me doing the laugh. I didn't record the laugh in a recording session. I just recorded it at my desk. Because it was a last minute thing I wanted to add. If I can find the original, where would it be? Majin laugh. It's got to be this. It's really funny. Fucking hell. I'm sorry, I dropped a naughty word in that. I try not to swear on my channel, but at the end, I actually I gagged and then I choked, and I used that in the song. So let's go back. Yeah, he goes. Can I replicate it? No, I don't want to do that. Organ failure. You concern me. Yeah, It was fun, but my throat kind of hurt for like 10 minutes after that. And then we have drowning, drowning, sinking, sinking. Fun fact, this is the most replayed part of the original video.
I'm all for games.
Drowning, drowning, sinking, sinking. Thank you, another random alt. I really appreciate the donation. Very important. Really wonder what this is referencing. Can you guys is the chat like updating in blocks on my stream in like big bursts, or is it updating every message? It looks like it's just updating in big bursts. Is that a problem? I'm not sure if I can change that. Damn, that's pretty annoying. It's fine. Well, yeah, I'm not. There's nothing I can do. Oh well.
No fight. But even I've grown tired of watching your pitifully miserable existence of subjugation.
It does not look like he's pogging. I don't need to see that. He's not pogging. He's definitely not pogging. I can't see it, so therefore it's not true.
And masochism.
Your false reign was folly from the start. And now, we seek the coup de grace.
I mispronounced that. And I didn't find out until like a few months after. Actually, I didn't find out until after the remaster. In the video, for some reason, I say gras. The coup de grace. And I don't know why. I don't know why I said it like that. Maybe I heard it from somewhere. But it's coup de grace. It's pronounced coup de grace. And there was a mission in a game with that name, and a long time ago, a friend of mine. You also pronounce the P? No, you don't. You don't say coup de grace. It's French. Granted, you do live in Europe, so I feel like I should trust your judgments on this, but I have there is no, you don't pronounce the P. You study French? Okay, then why does every single source not pronounce the P? Everyone says coup. Coup de grace. The French suck, that's why? Okay, you know what? I think Jeremy Clarkson has different things to say about the French. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. No, okay, so a friend of mine, the mission was named coup de grace, and he said coupe de Gracie, and I thought that was really funny. That's all. Coupe de Gracie. Can you mess up the pronunciation any more than that? Anyways, chorus again. That is a reference to the Devourer of Gods from Terraria Calamity. He says something like that. Yeah, this part was made by Stuffy Ant. Very good friend of mine. I guess I'll pause it. I wanted... I can't remember if she asked or if I wanted Anto. I can't. But anyways. This is... I think if you go watch the live chat replay from the original Deicide premiere, this is the part that everyone lost their minds over. And by all accounts, it was the part that people enjoyed the most. And I really wanted Anto to know that. Her name is Stuffy Ant, but we call her Anto. Yeah, this part is very well done. She did a great job on the instrumental. And then for the original Deicide, I did the vocals, and I kind of just messed up and made really bad vocals. I know some people have said that they liked the original, but I thought they were abhorrent. And so I redid all the vocals. And I applied my logic of, more memorable melodies. And I think the section really got better for it. But yeah, and so I think people like this section so much because it just it gets the energy going. Like, it is the most intense part of the song. Who likes Majin the most from the group? They all just seem to not like him. I guess Fatal is indifferent. I don't know. Yeah. And then, okay. So, I think it's from the original Sonic.exe. It's, down, now, down, 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 down. That I thought it was from Confronting Yourself for a while, and I felt really dumb when I found out it wasn't. But so I decided to make that. When I wrote the original one, it sounded dead on, probably even the right key. No, it was not. I have a terrible singing voice, trust me. You thought the same? Oh, thank God. In the original version, I wrote a melody that sounded similar to that. And I didn't find out until after. I didn't hear it until after, and so I was like, oh, I should have just made that real, like an actual reference. So for the remaster I did, I just made it that. Is that Saster? Wait. I think that's supposed to be Saster's motif. Yeah, Saster, you probably all know that Saster has like a little melody that he puts in every song that he makes. Like, something like that. It's not a Saster motif. It was supposed to be, but it was like adapted to minor, so Saster motif is always in minor, is it? No, it's because it's in C, isn't it? And then it has E, so it's not. Dun, 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 dun. Whatever. Okay, there's a reason I don't transcribe music. E sharp D, A sharp G. Okay, well, I write it in C because there's no transcriptions available. I don't have an ear for pitch. I'm a what? I'm gonna take away your mod day. This is the first chorus and key change. I think we're in F now? Oh, yeah, okay, this is one of my favorite parts anyway.
What is a god with none to praise it?
Not but a hollow shell that bleeds. Red-painted across the canvas of the world.
And though you may be no god,
We have walked the path.
To Deicide.
Yeah, I just wanted to let that play out. When anime say the name of the show. Yeah. I knew I wanted that. From the moment I started writing Deicide, I knew I wanted, like, we have walked the path to Deicide. It's like, it's perfect, you know? Cass, check your DMs. Day, please drop this. We can talk about it later, not on the stream, okay? There is, I saw somebody say Ultra Kill. There is an Ultra Kill reference. Yeah, right there. The red painted across the canvas of the world. That is a reference to 7-1. 1? Yeah. The world looks... No, Garden of Forking Paths. That's what it's called. The song is called The World Looks White, World Looks Red. Yeah, so it's like, take up your brush and paint the world red. And yeah, I'm a big Ultra Kill guy. Yeah, I talked about this in the Deicide references video a lot, but this is my world. It's my art. Was at the level with the Minotaur. It was, yeah. This is my world. This is my art. Is reference to Fatality Invasion Mix. Yeah, I guess I am obsessed with that song. This is my world. It's my art. Your code is mine, let's restart. Yeah, awesome song. But yeah, that was a reference to that. And then you are nobody, you annoying little... this is from Penkaru and Zero's Final Escape mix, I think. Fatal Finale Encore. Yeah, it was a part of that. You are nobody, you annoying little... And then I think he says a swear word. But I cut it off early because I have I like to not include swear words. Even though my channel isn't supposed to be family friendly, I just don't like that. Okay, you guys are all talking about the Discord ping. I don't know what happened. It's a coincidence that some of the frequencies during this part of the song make his voice sound like a Discord ping. And you'll hear it right here. When he says this, it was not intentional. It just happened. It like, yeah, you guys are not crazy. It sounds like a Discord ping. I don't know how it happened. But yeah, no, that's about it. I love the chords during that part. The chords go absolutely crazy. I don't even know what I wrote. Yeah, that's Deicide. So now we just have we have the worst animation in the entire series. I tried salvaging it kind of by color grading it a little. Oh, this is just straight up retconned now because they're illusions. I didn't I didn't even realize that. Oh well.
Though brief, our venture has led me to respect you.
Do not get any ideas. The removal of a powerful figure serves my grander ambitions and nothing more. However, one thought lingers. Somebody wanted us to meet. The question is, who?
Question is, if the tails fade away. Yeah, no, I'm never reanimating this. Let's get that clear. I'm not coming back to this. I want to move on. What? It's Silver the Hedgehog. It's Silver, yeah. Everyone was like, "Oh, it's Silver, Silver. What? It's a cliffhanger." Goofy hand. The hand that bad? Yeah, it's pretty goofy. Silver. No, no, no. That's Vagrant. One time you've seen Silver used in an EXE thing. That is why I made him Silver. Actually, the idea for Vagrant started a long time ago when I was like, people should make an EXE out of more characters like Silver. And I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'll do it myself. Alright. Yeah, it has been 4 hours since we started. We finally finished the main story. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna take a break. I've been talking for a long time. I need to eat lunch. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like 10-15 minutes. I'm gonna change the stream to a different screen, and we'll reconvene in about 10-15. Okay, I'm gonna play an ad for you guys, so you know I can make a little bit of ad revenue. So I'll be back in like 10-15. Thank you guys for coming thus far. We'll finish up after. All right, I'll see you guys soon. Testing, testing. I don't mean to jump scare, but... Let's see. It has been about 15 minutes. Damn, we lost half our viewers. Unfortunately, I needed to take a break. There's no way around it. Maybe the number will go up over time. We'll see. How was lunch? Lunch was fine. It was a good sandwich from a nearby place. Really expensive though. Just had dinner. Yeah, time zones. I realize it's like it's really late for the European crew. Look at the rough, low-quality concept art. Goodness me, my Discord has so many notifications. How many people have joined the Discord? Let's see. Holy... This is the most joins I've had on my Discord in one day. I think it's more than Deicide? Definitely more than Deicide. I think of fan-made Path to Deicide. I'm guessing you just mean fan-made Path to Deicide content. Always awesome. Always looking, always looking for more. I have 2 impending friend requests. Sorry, folks. I recognize some of these names. I'm not gonna accept friend requests. Look at my Discord bio for information on why. People trying to ask questions? No, just friend requests, not message requests. Look at the questions channel. Goodness me. Okay. Gonna have to get to these later. Zooey. Still have people joining. Okay. It'll take 8 hours to get to Nihility. No, there's gonna be less to talk about with the extras. At least I hope. So we're gonna hopefully get through them a lot faster. I need to be out of here by 6 my time, which gives me about 2.5 hours. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this. We're definitely not getting to the instrumentals today. Or ever. I don't think I will do it. How was my lunch? It was good. How was yours? Alright, as soon as we have walked the path ends.
So this is where the magic happens. Quaint. What? But you're... This can't be possible! Surprised to see me, Chronomancer?
Welcome back. Oh my goodness, it's throwing all the Teto pairs in. It does all... That is funny. I love that. Did any donations happen while I was gone? If they did, I did not see them. I'm very sorry. Just a reminder: if you drop a $30 or more in USD, it will drop a big one, and it will knock everything out of the bottle, out of the cup. I am not saying that you should blow $30 or more on random internet guy, but I'm telling you that if it happens, it'll be funny. Spend responsibly, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's get back to it. What's next? This is next. All right, you have a good day, Anorak. Thanks for coming.
Silver.
Don't call me that.
Vagrant. Are you done with your...
I want to talk about something real quick. You see incident 2342410_1613. Those aren't random. Those are not random numbers. That is a date and time. And if you read it, it's in year, month, day, and then military time. So it's the year 2342. It is April 10th, because that's the date Deicide released. And then 1613, which would be 414. Oh yeah, 413, not 14. 413, which would have been 2 minutes after the Deicide premiere ended. Obviously, the date is, or the year is incorrect, but all the other times line up, and this would be for Pacific, which is my time zone. But yeah, that's a fun little thing. It doesn't really mean anything, but in universe, Deicide did happen on April 10th, so.
Little experiment.
I guess so. But I wasn't expecting that early intervention. To be honest, I want more.
More? More what?
Those two, red and gray.
So, to the animators here, and even video editors, I want to say thank you for making this special series. Thank you, I appreciate it. To the video editors and animators out there, the way I did the typing text, if you've ever tried to animate typing text, you can't just like slide from left to right, because that's not how typing text would look, and it kind of looks bad. So to do an effect like this,
more what?
What I did, I was lucky because the background is black. So what I did is I had a black rectangle. In Adobe Animate, I did this. I had a black rectangle, and I went frame by frame, and I basically just moved the rectangle to the right, and revealed 1 to 2 to even 3 sometimes characters every frame. And if you want to do this when the background isn't black, you would need to use a mask instead of just a black rectangle. So unfortunately, there is no easy way to do this effect. It's manual, frame by frame.
Those two, red and gray. Their interactions with others are simply too fascinating to not pursue further. I've seen all these characters, these EXEs, in their own spaces. But seeing how they react to contact with others like
Just
them,
type the letters frame by frame. That also works.
let's find other suitable universes. We'll make every possible meeting happen.
Vagrant is an EXE fan. That's basically the story. This entire thing is just like, hey, Slate. I really liked that. That was really fun to watch, but I didn't like how Xenofight interrupted early. So I want to put Fatal and Slash against Mario Xyz. And that's what happens. They make Fatal and Slash meet in other timelines, and then they watch them go recruit other characters in different timelines. Those are the extras. Will you make an FNF self-insert song featuring your OC drywall? Maybe? There's a mod one of my friends is working on that I might do that for, but I'm on the fence about it. Not really a priority for me. EXE reality TV show. They fail every single recruitment? True, they do. That was kind of unintentional, but the idea was they were what ifs. Like, what if they recruited this character? It doesn't work. What if they recruit this character? It doesn't work. During the poll, I ran a poll on Twitter and YouTube for the spot that Nihility took. No More Innocence won that poll because I ran that. I made that poll like a few days after Fake Baby released, so that was kind of on me, like, oops. But one of the other options that came in second, I think, was Fleetway. And Fleetway would have actually agreed to go with them. That would have been the only one that worked. Primary timeline is 404. Some fan content utilize timelines with lower numbers. Technically, I don't think they should be lower numbers. But it doesn't really matter. The way I think of it is Vagrant and Slate, their home universe, their home timeline is named Timeline 0, and then Vagrant just started naming them based on when he found them. And so it is within you can explain it that Vagrant went back to timelines he had already found and kind of found Fatal and Slash in those and then made them meet. So you can, timeline 217, you can explain that. But like timeline 0 is the only one that's strictly off limits. Anything else you can probably get away with using. I would be careful using like 405 or 403 because like people have already used those. I would also be careful about going to like timeline 2417 because that implies they went through a lot of timelines, and that's a little too high. What would my Fleetway voice sound like? It would sound like Fleetway. I can do a pretty close impression of what Jasaris did for Chaos. It would have sounded like that. Alright. Jesus. Sorry. Xenofight Revival 2026. Thank you for the £10. I appreciate it. Xenophanes. Holy crap. Xenophanes. Don't hurt me. Yeah, okay. The first, it's funny because I set up the album. It's like, oh, we're going to go to different universes, different encounters. And then we start off with a continuation of the main timeline. Like,
You do not belong here.
Neither do you.
Oh, is it a fight you want?
I can assure you, you would not survive that.
I just wanted them to speak in reverse order. I thought it would be cool. Forgot about this song? Don't worry, a lot of people have forgotten about this song. It is by far the lowest view count, has the lowest view count out of all the PTD songs. And it's kind of a bummer because I really like how this came out. The divorce mix? Okay, chill. Lowest, yeah, it's the lowest out of the main ones. It's like top 3. It's not top 3. I'm talking on view count. tell me why Excrescent's rapping is so good? Because it's so good because I copied the melody from the original Game Breaker. I just used that rhythm and did the rapping lyrics to that. Sorry to pause, but what if I change this song to make it stand out more? What are you talking about? I did change this song, that's why I made it. Why does DX say sans morality? What does that even mean? Sans means without, so without morality. Anyways, this entire segment where Fatal talks, he does his speech. This was one of the biggest reasons I wanted to change from the Sam TTS to my own voice. Because when I was writing the dialogue for this, I had a very specific performance in mind that was in my head. And then when I had to do it with the Sam TTS, it was like, I did not like how it sounded. It had no emotion, no inflection, no nothing. And so I really wanted to voice this myself, and I did. I eventually did.
We must reenact our actions on that fateful day. Should we prove successful, I may learn key details for my search, leading me ever closer to the one I seek. Now, as the tetrabrachial entities that we are, let us bask in the melodies. Sing with me.
Yeah, this is like a dubstep EDM hybrid, like hardcore dubstep type thing. I really like how it came out. Feels like Fatal's the more dominant one in the song. Yes, and that's why at the end in the credits, when I have the timeline display in the bottom right, the icon I use to represent this song is Fatal. Like, this is Fatal's song. This is my favorite part. Fun fact, it actually goes from E minor down to, I think this is in D now. It's in D minor. This is like hardcore dubstep rave type music. Custom made tonals, yeah, it's I spliced my own voice lines. Am I pitch perfect? I'm not pitch perfect. I don't have perfect pitch. I made the song. That's how I know. Hello, why aren't you?
Covered everything you need. Fatal.
Insufficient. We are not done yet. One more time.
And then we actually, okay, I want to go through this. This is a musical thing. But so the rave part is in D. And then for for this short break after the rave part. This is in C sharp. I just decided let's go down to C sharp. I think it'd be funny.
Have you uncovered everything you need? Fatal.
Insufficient.
And then once it builds back up, it goes from C sharp all the way up to F sharp. So now we're 2 semitones above the start of the song.
We are not done yet. One more time.
One more time. Thank you, Xenophanes, again for £2. Really appreciate you. I mean, Fatal kind of pops off in his vocals here. The DB legend, please look at the FAQ. Ah.
Done.
Good stuff. I love how that came out.
Did this yield any results?
This is my favorite song from a musical standpoint. Because this, if I had to, I tend to listen to, okay, step back. When I listen to music, I like to listen to music that is related to something else that I like. So that's why I listen to a lot of game soundtracks. But if I had to listen to music on its own, unrelated to anything, this is the kind of genre I like to listen to. So that's why I enjoy this song so much, is because it's got that, like, you know, that heavy beat with the heavy basses. That's just my jam. So I was very happy to get to make this.
That our convergence was not happenstance. And
I love the word happenstance. Happenstance. It's just such a I guess I have a thing for I think they're called compound words. It's just where you take 2 words and put them together. You take 2 words and remove the space. Happenstance is one of those words. And it's just a fun word. How did you come up with this? I just, over time, I have a very creative mind. So I see a vision in my head, and the difficulty for me is putting it onto paper. And I've gotten a lot better at that over time, and I'll get better even in the future. Say that to your teacher, she might stare at you. Well, you could say that your decision to use happenstance was not happenstance in that moment. It was deliberate. You show mastery of the word.
that all signs point to another timeline.
I see. This is goodbye then.
Setting for epilogue mix is the same. Yeah, it's the same. I just kind of I think I inverted the colors or something, or like I changed the hue shift or something. But they go back to where they first met. So yeah.
Yes. Farewell. Slash.
It's not a sniff. People have said that it sounds like a sniff. It's not a sniff. He's breathing through his nose. Like, yes. Farewell. Slash. He's emotionless. He is emotionless. Okay. he does not care for Slash, but he did go through. They did have quite the adventure together, so he is a little bummed, but ultimately he does not care. I kind of acted it a little more emotional because it felt appropriate for the moment, but ultimately his character does not really care. Yeah, I'm never changing your guys' perception. This is everyone's favorite. Right off the bat, I just want to say, being capable of game-breaking calamity. Game Breaker, obviously, it's a pretty obvious one. Calamity is another song. I cannot remember who made it for the life of me. I think it starts with Jimbo. They made a song of DX versus Fatal Error, and that was called Calamity. And so I just thought it was appropriate to include that.
Let us hope it listens to our offer.
Come join and be reborn!
Perhaps this was a mistake.
Another Terraria Calamity reference? No, it is not. It is a reference to another song. This song takes everything from Game Breaker. It might as well be like a Game Breaker take. Jimbo does things, yeah. Jimbo does things, that's the person. The intro is just Game Breaker. The chord progressions are Game Breaker. Well, they start as Game Breaker, and then they kind of do their own thing. The song is in G minor, starts in G minor, at 145 BPM. Exactly the same as Game Breaker. But from the get-go, this is Game Breaker Supreme. I don't know. And yeah, I kind of wanted it to be like an overall homage, if you will, to Game Breaker. But that doesn't mean I won't have any fun with it. Like this part coming up. This is great. Now, I actually I added this in the remaster for the album. It has very slight changes, but sorry, we're gonna have to pause real quick. During this part, this build up, who voiced DX? Me. I voice everyone. During this build up, we have the chords are taken straight from Sky Sanctuary from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And I added in the album release version, I just added a melody that was from Sky Sanctuary. It's like do 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 do. That one. But yeah, the chords are taken straight from Sky Sanctuary. I love the chords from Sky Sanctuary. It's insane. Now, right here, actually, I didn't mention this. At the beginning, timeline 510, I have a friend named Tabby. And she is a very, very, very big fan of Game Breaker DX, everything revolving around DX. And she mentioned some things while I was making excrescents that I decided to actually adapt. Tabby, it's like Mr. Duck said. That's how you spell it. One of the suggestions was to make the timeline 510. Why is that? Because DX in Roman numerals is 510. And I was like, oh my goodness, that is genius. Thank you. This broke my game. Best song. Good job. Thank you, Yanar. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the €2. glad you like the song. But yeah, so +1 Teto pair. True. It's getting full. If somebody drops a big one, we're gonna have a mess on our hands. I'm glad you guys like excrescence. But yeah, 510 was Abby's idea for the Roman numeral, and then right here, this form of DX is, she called it 2.5. I don't know DX. I'm not like a DX guy, but Savvy was like very, very adamant, like, you should try to include 2.5 DX, and I think it would be really cool. And I was like, okay, sure, why not? Send me an image. And yeah, so that's what it is. Phase 2.5. Okay, so you do know what I'm talking about. Okay. Because I don't know what I'm talking about, trust me. Would DX fight with hand-to-hand combat or uses glitching in some way? He would be like, kind of imagine Poison Ivy. That's what I imagine. I don't know. But yeah, so phase 2.5, she wanted that, and I was like, okay, I'll do it. And then, yeah, that's that. I'll let you guys enjoy the lyrics now. The 8v2 line. Yeah, it's for those who don't know, it's arms. Fatal and Slash have 8 arms in total, DX has 2. It was really stupid. Cysts as weapons? Yeah, yeah. Like, he would use his overgrowth and crap, all that. It's called excrescence, right? Excrescence is like excretory junk. And excretion is poop. But in DX's case, all this excrescence is that junk that's coming out of him, right? All the red, all the, like, his eyes especially. And this, let me be clear, this is for Path to Deicide. I don't know DX's deal in Game Breaker. But this is how he is in Path to Deicide. Okay, Tempest, I'm gonna need you to calm down. I need you to wipe your screen off. Calm down. It's okay. But yeah, every line is thoroughly thought through. So it might sound like nonsense, but it's not. Where would DX fall into power scaling? That's a good question. I actually don't have an answer for you. I'm sorry. I don't know. It's a separate timeline, so it can literally be anything, honestly. So let's analyze these lyrics. Yeah, okay. Feed excrescence of the incessant. So he's saying, like, feed the excrescence. His excrescence is everything that is, like, falling off of him, the stuff that he wants to spread. He wants to spread and, like, take over biological life around him, basically. And I will reiterate, this is the Path to Deicide version, not Saster's version. So he wants to feed the excrescence, to feed this power, this urge, and to feed this spread of the incessant. The incessant is himself. And incessant means like unending, unstopping. So he's like, feed excrescence of the incessant, feed the power of me who is unwavering. Let the senescence grant no convalescence. I don't remember perfectly. What? Oh shit. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I did not mean to swear. Sorry. What are you guys yelling about? Oh, I see what you're like yelling about. Okay, Tempest, I'm gonna seriously need you to tone it back. I use big words because I thought it would be cool. Senescence, I think, is like serenity. I think that's like a calm. Actually, I can just look it up. Senescence. Oh, never mind. I was very wrong. Senescence is a process by which a cell ages and permanently stops dividing, but does not die. Okay, I see what I was thinking then. Senescence being when he takes something over, I guess it just becomes dead in all ways, but dead in every way except literally. So he's a cancer. I guess he is. He's kind of a like this rot that wants to spread. It doesn't kill the things it inhabits, but it like basically kills them. Yeah. Let the senescence grant no convalescence. Convalescence would be like, I think that's peace. Kind of. Convalescence. Yeah, so recovering. So let this death grant no reprieve, no time to recover. Fuel finality, as in fuel the end. Help me bring about the end. Bend expiry. We're expiry is also end, so like we're not just reaching the end. We are morphing the end. We are shaping it. I am shaping it in my image. Without morality. He does not have morals on the mind. And he wants to basically break reality. Yeah, those are the lyrics. For the first part, anyway. Can't placate when you preach of insanity. I can't calm you down when you're just spouting gibberish. Take a step back and prove your neutrality. That's pretty self-explanatory. We have the arm advantage. That's pretty self-explanatory. Open wide the fissures. That seems self-explanatory. He wants to open wide the fissures to himself, basically. Let aggregates of cysts spill through the fissures. Aggregates are like collections, like fissures. Okay, left. Pause. Let aggregates of cysts spill through. So he just wants his cysts, his excrescence to flow. Manifest flawless. He wants it to manifest flawless. Jeez, what was I on when I wrote this? He wants it to manifest in this perfect image, and infest Allus. Allus being I guess just anything that is incapable of awe. So like grass, plants, anything like that. And I guess he would also like to infest those with awe, but his main objective is to take over everything else. Reshape the world for grace to befall us. Yeah, I think that's self-explanatory. Gas grass reference. Grass. Yeah. like a broken record. He's calling DX a broken record. Spinning into a place unknown. Saying like, DX buddy, you don't even understand what you're doing here. You don't even understand the consequences of what you're trying to do. But he does see what DX is trying to achieve. And he's seeing what DX is struggling to achieve. And he's just saying like, buddy, stop chasing your dreams. There's your analysis. And then because of the location, we got a little aquatic ruin part.
What?
The Shell Sword returns!
A sellsword is just a mercenary. That's all it is. Can you just be like an explanation channel, Gas? Your voice is really soothing and would definitely work great for that. You think so? I don't know. I feel like I don't speak clearly enough. That's something I need to get better at, is my dictation. I really appreciate that. Thank you for saying that. I would like to make more explanatory content, especially tutorials. I would like to share my knowledge with the world, specifically with music. There has been I've been wanting to make a visualizer tutorial for a long time. I just have not gotten around to it. Streamers usually have annoying voices. I'm actually nice to listen to. Thank you. Well, I don't want to be like, alright guys, welcome back to my channel! Today we're gonna be going... I'm not gonna do that. I hate that. It sounds so disingenuous. It doesn't feel like you're listening. It doesn't feel like you're having a conversation. It feels like you're being talked at and not talked with. And so I've designed this my stream, everything, to be as approachable and as like friendly, as welcoming as I can. I jump scared you. Do Fleetway voice. God, what are Chaos's lines? I forget the lines in Chaos.
Let's see how fast you can really go!
Something like that. You probably heard echo from my room. I'm sorry about that. Well, I'm glad the layout is good. Fatal error ASMR when he kills you.
Don't move. I'm going to kill you now. And there's nothing you can do about it.
You're welcome, Wolfie. It's 1 a.m.
Time for you to go to bed. I know you're tired. If not for yourself, then do it for me.
I'm sorry, that's it. No more. Daddy, what the okay. Are you pooping? What's...
Are you pooping? I know you're pooping.
That's it. That's it. That's it. No more. No more. No more. No more. I'm sorry. I should not have done that. Okay. Okay. Fatal, please. I think Slash is under my bed. The minute it turned midnight. Yep. Okay. Let's get back into it.
What?
Yeah, so what happened here is Pico Pine shows up. He shoots DX. And you know in Breaker Bundle when Pico Pine he shoots DX, DX falls over, and then another one pops out of the 1-up box. That's what happens here. And it says in the captions. Yeah, right there. DX respawns from the 1-up box. No, Cass, you don't get to talk like that. Well, thank you for the $2, Wolfie. If I had known... Or actually, so it seems like if I talk in my Fatal voice, you'll donate money. Let's do it again, then. Please finish this before it's 3 a.m. We'll try.
So, the Shell Sword returns!
Out of my way! I have a score to settle!
So this is Enter Pico Pine. He's not British. He's supposed to be Australian. And the reason he is Australian is because... Okay. Thank you for the donation, Yanar. That message is... I'm not reading that out loud. As a Brit, that's an Aussie. So you can tell. I thought I didn't do a very good job. The Australian accent is hard for me. I don't know why. But the reason he's Australian is just because I looked at his design and was like, I feel like he would be Australian. That's it. And, you know, the Pico voice is usually pretty plain. It has that voice filter on it, but excuse me. But it's usually not the most interesting. So I was like, I'll make him Australian. Why not? Noticing the Australian accent. No, a lot of people thought it was British. And actually, a lot of people thought it was Dan Bull. They thought it sounded like Dan Bull. You know, the creeper rap guy. That was not intentional. Is Dan Bull English or Aussie? I'm not sure. But especially when he starts rapping, people thought it was Dan Bull, or it thought it sounded like Dan Bull. I saw somebody ask about the background. The background is a kaleidoscope. It's like doing this kaleidoscope thing. If you remember the Game Breaker video that Nayu Chrome uploaded, the old version, he used a kaleidoscope and did this effect, and so it was a callback to that. Yeah, the voice I actually do for Pico Pine is like, I talk really low, like, out of my way, I have a score to settle. Talk like that. In fact, initially I tried to match my voice to Saxton Hale from Team Fortress 2, from like the what's it called, Jungle Inferno. That's what I know him from. I tried to match that voice. I couldn't get it, but it's close enough. And then I put the voice filter over it. But I actually have to lower the pitch even more to make it sound good. Because otherwise, it sounds really high-pitched, and it's kind of weird. But yeah, that's how I do his voice. Now this is actually my favorite part of the entire song, because I think the build-up is just so spectacular. It's just the tension, dude. Ah, that's good. I love that. Can't wait for guests to explain Pico Pine's incomprehensible rap. I'm here to tell you that it actually has meaning. It is not just random rhymes. Each one was added with some sort of purpose. And it doesn't make the most sense, but it makes some sense, and I will go through it. So let's go through. So first of all, there's no way that BS had meaning. It does. A lot of it does. First things first. I don't know how you're rapping so fast. Not that hard. Can't touch me when I'm feeling the groove. Ain't gone free, got something to prove. The second half was pretty hard though, where I'm like, no line, no shine, decline, you swine, design this vine, your grime, your shrine, you twine, you bind, define, combine, your slime's a crime to Pico Pine. That was pretty hard, but you do it enough, you get used to it. Thank you, Milk TK, for the dollar, Canadian dollar. Appreciate you. First of all, there's a there is a remix of Game Breaker called New Game Plus by Simply Crispy. And in that, Pico Pine had a rap, like a short little rap. And the lyrics to that were, I think it was well, first he says like F you. But then he says, can't touch me when I'm feeling the groove, run it back and stop. Or something like that. Can't touch me when I'm feeling the groove. Want it back and stop. Yeah, let's do it again. Yeah, I think that's the whole thing. You're up for earlier, Gasgrass. Just came back and Wolfie was happy to hear their wife. Thank you. Thank you, Celeste. Thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. Turn off all the effects and it sounded like you were running out of breath. Yeah, no, I was running out of breath at the end. Because I'm not a rapper. So yeah, Can't Touch Me When I'm Feeling the Groove. That is a reference straight from New Game Plus. Simply Crispy's mix. Ain't gonna flee, got something to prove. So, Can't Touch Me When I'm Feeling the Groove. It is taken straight from the other one, but it does kind of have meaning. It's like, I'm untouchable when I'm in the zone, right? And I'm not gonna run. I have something I need to prove to myself. Because I'm finally gonna be free from this burden when you are destroyed, DX. He's talking to DX here. Appreciate it, Tempest. I'm not gonna be an Eminem as much as I want to be. But reduce to debris, you get it. Move. It's just saying like I'm gonna reduce you to debris. You're gonna be destroyed. So you get it. Move. I'll make sure that it gets through. That's self-explanatory. I have a bone to pick with you. Self-explanatory. I should have made it. I got a bone. Because gotta is usually got to. So, oh well. I know well what I must do. Self-explanatory. Your time with us is overdue. This is well, first of all, he's saying that like you've been here too long, you need to die. But it uses overdue. And this, you guys aren't going to believe me, but this was not intentional. It was completely an accident. At this point, to this day, I have not played or watched Mario's Madness. I don't know anything about it. And I think I was aware of the song, but I didn't really know the name. And so this was a complete coincidence that just worked out perfectly in my favor. Overdue reference was an accident. Complete accident. Stars aligned perfectly. Yes, they did. Okay. This is from. I don't remember. New game. Oh, geez, sorry. From the you have a good day, Tempest. Thanks for coming. From the New Game Plus mix, he says run it back and stop, and then I can't remember. I guess this next part wasn't from New Game Plus till you hear the beat drop, but it like works perfectly. It's like run it back and stop till you hear the beat drop. It's kind of referring to music, but if I had to apply it to the situation, it would be like run it back and stop till you hear the beat drop. You could consider the beat drop the sound of his gun. I don't know. Will this be uploaded later? The VOD will stay on my channel, so you will always be able to watch it. Gonna put a pop in your top. When you say put a pop in someone, it's like shooting them, right? So I'm gonna put a pop in your top. I'm gonna shoot your head, basically. Setting up shop. When you set up shop, it'd be like setting up your firing range, setting up your firing position, setting up your area of operations. Make you flop nonstop. I'm gonna make you flop on the floor nonstop. So like, I'm gonna knock you to the ground, right? Like a hop to a slop. That's nonsense. I have to be honest here. No swap, just chop. It's kind of also nonsense. But you know, chop is a physical action that it does. It's more implication that, you know, Pico Pine wants him dead. Now cop this bop. Cop as in like, you know, like cop cop something, you take it. Cop this bop. He's referring to the song. I think he'll do another live at any point for any future reason. Eventually, but I don't really have a reason to stream. This is like a special event. I was Pico Pine recruited in the Nihility timeline. Imagine Excrescence, but Fatal and Slash team up with Pico Pine from the beginning and they kill DX. And then in response to that, Pico Pine's like, yeah, I'll help you guys out. You helped me. No line. He's talking to DX. DX has no line. No clear line where DX will stop and pull himself back. You know, like you've crossing the line of morality. No shine. There is no light in DX's life. It is all darkness, right? Proverbial darkness. Decline. He wants DX to decline, as in go down and die. You swine. He's just calling him a swine. Design this vine. Your grime, your shrine. Shine. Shine. That's supposed to be shrine. I think that's a mistake. Has it been shine this whole time? Crap. Design this vine, your grime, your shrine. It's supposed to be shrine. I can't believe that's been wrong this entire time. Design this vine because what he's saying, you use your excrescence to kind of design the world around you into your own image. So Pico Pine is like, okay, design this vine with your grime as in like your gunk, and make it your shrine. Shrine, actually, this is not grammar, this is spelling. I didn't get my grammar wrong. He's design this vine with your grime and make it your shrine. You twine, you bind. Those mean the same thing. You combine these things. Define, combine. You twine, you bind, define, combine. He's basically saying that DX will take something and like morph it and and combine it with his own gunk, his excrescence. Your slime, your gunk, your excrescence is a crime to me, to my existence. Your existence is a crime to my existence, is what Pico Pine is saying. So see? There's a lot of meaning behind the lyrics. You have to read between the lines and kind of infer from the context of the song. But yeah, that's the meaning behind the lyrics. Whew. A lot of talking. Let's get through the rest. Time to right my wrong. Let's settle this. Both taken straight from Gabriel from Ultra Kill. Time to right my wrong. Let's settle this. And then the rest of the dialogue from DX during this next part is also from Gabriel.
Let's settle this!
Oh, what wrong did Pico make? Pico's talking about not killing DX sooner. Because they had an encounter before this, and DX ran. Or sorry, Pico Pine, he had to retreat. And so he's coming back this time. It's like time to right my wrong and kill you for good. So all those lines were from Gabriel from Ultra Kill. Foolishness machine. There can be only light. You are a mere object. No, he says a mere object, I think. Something like that. But yeah, it's they're all from from Gabriel. Those are lines that I added because I thought it would be fitting. You lunatic. That's not based on anything. That's just a line. And then join them in extinction is actually a direct quote from the 2007 Transformers movie by Michael Bay, where Megatron says to Optimus, join them in extinction. Yeah, not Age of Extinction. That's different. I think the full scene is like, humans don't deserve to live. They deserve the right to choose for themselves. And you will die with them. Join them in extinction. Something like that. Yeah, I took join them in extinction. I thought it'd be fitting for DX. So earlier in the stream, I was talking about like how the Transformers movies, despite being so poorly written, they had some good one-liners. And like that's one of them. It's like join them in extinction. Damn, that's good. I really like robots. Nah, I just like Transformers. I'm a big Transformers nerd. And not just the movies.
This battle is lost to us.
Agreed. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, they Fatal and Slash pull back because they realize it's just a tussle between DX and Pico Pine now. So they just kind of book it. How was Wacky recruited in the Nihility timeline? I don't know. It's open-ended for a reason.
This one is a formidable foe.
Slash, who did you take me to?
You.
Oh, let's I go back for a second. Luther, Majin, and Postmortem. You know, I don't really have anything to say. I just thought it would be cool. Luther
is like a variant of Tails, right? So I thought it would be fitting to have him be the replacement for Requital. And then Majin is Majin. And then after that, they get Postmortem. Why? Why not? Something I like is the O in Gridlock has Cyclops' eye. Why not?
Not to anticipate familiarity. I thought I tore you to splinters.
And I thought I buried you into non-existence.
Let's tone it down.
Does this make the cover of Postmortem canon? All fan content is canon. So this song actually follows the structure of it follows pop song structure. So it had its intro. This is verse 1, and then after verse 1 is the chorus. So this is the chorus. I love this chorus so much. You don't understand. I think it just hits. I wonder why it works with Animals by Maroon 5. Yes, because it follows the exact structure. And then this is verse 2. So pop song structure is intro, verse, chorus, verse, chorus, bridge, chorus, and sometimes there's a pre-chorus, sometimes a post-chorus, you know. But it is... So we got chorus number 2 now. It's a very addicting structure, and there's a reason pop songs use it. And I was like, you know what, let's try it out. So what was the rule? It was verse, chorus, and then bridge, right? You gotta mix it up. So this is the bridge. And this is the first time I do a different time signature in Path to Deicide. Every song has been 4/4, but now we are in 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Yeah, we're in 5/4. And then actually, this is something I picked up. This is something I picked up from Jake Kaufman. Jake Kaufman did the soundtrack to Shovel Knight, and it's an amazing composer. The structure he uses for a lot of the level themes in Shovel Knight was pop song structure, and that's how that's why I decided to take a Gridlock in this direction. I was trying to emulate Jake Kaufman's structure, and what he does is he does verse chorus bridge, but then he does the intro again as well. Sometimes the bridge is actually replaced with the intro. But like instead of having the intro only play once in the song, you bring back the intro again. And so that's what I did. This is the intro of the song, but with vocals. And then, what do you do after the bridge and intro again? What do you do after the bridge? That's right, chorus. And so we bring the key up by 2 semitones to D. Yeah, I love it. But then from here, because the song needed to be longer, I just decided, no more worrying about structure. I'm just going to do whatever I want. So after this, we got our reference section, because there's always a reference section. This is taken straight from Instigation, from the Cyclops mod. The one that put Fatal and Cyclops against each other. The whole reason I made this song. And then we kind of slow down, because we need to slow down eventually. Right now, I think we're in 6/4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're in 6/4. Now we're in 7/4, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we moved to 7/4. That's really fun. And actually, I think this chord progression, this might actually. There's some weird chords going on here. I can't remember what though. Where does the song take place? Good question. Starlight Zone, I think. And I chose Starlight because I just wanted to find a zone that people haven't used very much. And Cyclops didn't really have a zone attributed to him. So I was like, look, Starlight Zone looks pretty cool. So I just kind of went, oh, Starlight. Yeah, the chords during this part are complete nonsense. I don't know, like...
Enough! You and me, Red! We end this!
I concur. Let death claim your name.
That's, I added that because I wanted to add, let death claim your name. Because I thought that would be cool. Compared to, I added that compared to the original release. I added that for the album release. They're facetious. I concur. Let death claim your name. Notably, I need you to understand. Death is capitalized, as in death the proper noun. He's saying, you know, let death, the Grim Reaper, claim your name. And they get so caught up in their fight that they leave Slash behind. Is that the Grim Reaper? Just for good measure, we go up 2 semitones again. I think this song ends in G. It starts in C, but ends in G.
Despite your ally, perhaps I shall squash him to level the playing field. Things are getting ugly here. Majin, take us out.
I do not have the time for this nonsense.
And so our fruitless gridlock persists. I'll see you again. Fatal error.
Yeah, I got nothing to add for that. It's all pretty self-explanatory. Pretty good stuff. Definitely the most tense ending. Roll credits. And so our fruitless grid... Yeah. Facetious time. This song, for some reason that I cannot explain... Wait, for some reason I can't explain. I know St. Peter. For some reason I can't explain. This song did numbers on release, and then it slowed down a lot. But this song had the highest growth in the first like 24 hours out of any song I've ever uploaded. I have no idea why. I guess people like wacky. But it really slowed down after that, so it's not like my most viewed or anything. It was just in like the first 24 hours. As a reminder, I voice every single character in this series. That's me. I am doing that voice. It was difficult. Wow, this is the second time I have accidentally said lyrics. It was difficult to put the pieces it was difficult to do this voice. But ton of fun. It's a ton of fun voicing a super high-pitched hyper character.
Hey there, buddy, Randos!
Do I treat my voice with water? Of course. Of course. I take care of my voice. Because I do a lot of voices that are kind of strenuous. Thankfully, my growly voice is not strenuous at all. So, like,
When I bring my voice down here, this does not hurt.
it's only when I yell is when I start straining myself. But yeah.
Hey there, buddy, Randos! I heard you're putting together a little team.
Can't really do it right now. Yeah, I voice her. It's crazy.
I heard you got a little team going, and I would like to submit my formal audition.
Is this a joke?
What? Peek the six solo.
So, okay, this song was Infinity helped me on this song. And he made that entire intro section, and he made some of the instruments for the part coming up, which is I consider the chorus, and then the verse 1. He made pretty much all of that, and then I came in and did the rest and kind of touched things up. But he started the song at 104 BPM, like this beginning.
Heard you got a little team going, and I would
1,
like to submit
2,
my
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is this a joke?
Like I think that's 104 BPM. So he made that part. He made that part a long time ago, actually. Like we're talking like right after Deicide release, I want to say. And later on, when I finally got to Facetious, I told him what I wanted for the song, and I was like, I think it would be cool if we did electro swing. And unfortunately, 104 is not a very good tempo for electro swing. So I decided, Infinity tried to make it electro swing, and then he was like, I can't really do it, and he gave me the FLP. And so I bumped up the BPM to 120. So right as she starts her solo is when the BPM changes to 120. And yeah, the rest is history. So most of the stuff you're hearing right now is Infinity. Although I did all the vocals. Because I'm the vocals guy now. Even though I hate doing it. Doki Doki reference in the instrumental. Yeah, that was Infinity. He put a Doki Doki reference in the piano. Yeah, in the background there's like meme clips. One of them is a David Tennant, and I cannot remember the other guy's name, but it's just like a skit. You did that? You did not paint that this morning. Yes, I did. You did not paint that this morning. This part is actually Flying Battery Zone. Yeah, this part. There's always a fatality reference. Michael Sheen, yeah, that's his name. Staged. And then the other one is like a Destiny streamer that I just had sitting in my files. At least for the background voices during that part.
What the hell is happening over here? My first day on the job!
I like this one.
Oh my.
The decision to add Majin was like pretty early on, I was like, I want Majin to be a part of this because his personality perfectly fits. And
Listen up! In order to join Path to Deicide Incorporated,
yeah.
I'm gonna need you to answer a few questions. Do you have a history of spontaneously singing bell sounds?
On occasion.
Follow-up question, does your voice ever get hoarse afterwards? If so, how do you respond?
Yeah, I usually treat it with some water.
Oh, good to know.
What?
Water, huh? I really hope you heard that. Otherwise, that joke would not have worked. So, I knew I wanted Majin for the song. I heard from the beginning, because he would be fun. He would be the dynamic between them would be a ton of fun. But then I was like, every Path to Deicide song has a twist. With Apocryphal, for instance, it started with it started with Placation. Placation, you establish a strong song, get the listeners interested, and then you introduce a twist. And the twist in Placation is Marble Zone, the little blackout section. Apocryphal, it's when they start falling between zones. Deicide is Deicide. Epilogue Mix is still tetrabrachial, but I guess with that, it's like the atonal section. Yeah, I've answered this in my Discord server, but I'm going to explain it here. Excrescence, it's the rapping. And then with Excrescence, it also switches up again. It does a twist when Picopine pops in. With Gridlock, unfortunately, there really isn't a twist. And that's why I think it's one of the less popular ones. The reason I add the twist is because it keeps the viewer interested. It's like a great, like, hey, you're having fun, but you're starting to lose interest a little bit. So I throw a curveball, and it gets you to go, oh, whoa. So for Facetious, the twist is Majin. Majin pops in. It's like, oh, hey, this guy's here. And then to double down on the twist, we have the interview section. The interview section is like the draw of the video, right? It's like the Subway Surfers Reddit videos, yeah. Like, what you need to do with those is you need to switch the Subway Surfers to like Fruit Ninja halfway through. I don't know. So I wanted this twist, but I wasn't sure what to make the twist at first. So for a while, the twist was going to be a song guessing game. And the reason for that is because, well, I wanted it to be like, it's like fun. It's like, oh, we're guessing like Friday Night Funkin' songs. And people will go, oh, it's that song. I know that. But I was short on time, and I kind of just made crap. And so the songs in the instrumental, you can still hear it. In order, it goes Boiling Point from Versus Imposter. And then I think it goes... From there, I kind of got lazy and used stuff I already knew. So the next one was Hidden by Night, which is a Shovel Knight song. Like from Shovel Knight the game, not related to FNF at all. And I was like, you know what, I'll figure it out later. And then after that, I did The Wall from Henry Stickmin. The Wall, like the Fleeing the Complex menu theme. And then after that, it's Obituary, and that's pretty obvious when you listen to it. It's the part that like really starts blaring in your face, like, by signing this form, you agree to the terms and conditions listed as follows. That part, that's Obituary. And so it was going to be this. It was going to be like Majin was going to sing a bit of the song. Wacky was like, oh, I know that song. It's blank. And then sings this next part. But I just didn't like that. I didn't think it was going to go over that well. So I was at Obituary. It's the part it's the part of Obituary where it's like dun, 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 dun. If you listen to the instrumental during the part in Facetious where Majin's talking about the terms and conditions, it is basically straight from there, from that part of Obituary. Song guessing game would have been made too chaotic, you say? Chaotic and just not very fun for most people. So most people wouldn't get the songs that I chose. And even if I did do songs that are like EXE, it's like still only for EXE fans. And so I moved on from that, and I came up with the idea of having an interview. Where it was just kind of them going back and forth. And I was like, oh, this is perfect. I'll have Majin like holding a piece of paper with glasses. And sure enough, he's holding a piece of paper with glasses. So it worked out perfectly. And yeah, I wrote this whole interview section. Yeah, and then recording it was a nightmare because I needed to get the timing down. But I am generally happy with how it came out, and I think it's a very effective twist. So I'm just gonna let the rest play.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your combat potential?
Probably 6.
What class best suits you, damage, element, or support?
I'd say support.
If you were to have an epithet, what would it be and why?
Elastic, because I'm stretchy.
Okay, main method of transportation?
Rollerblades.
You a fan of card games?
It depends.
Uno.
Oh, absolutely.
Great, because we do game nights on weekends.
Wait, you actually get them to do game nights?
No, but it's on my bucket list, and having you would definitely help.
Oh, I would smoke all of you.
Bro, you are looking at an Uno god.
Wait, God? What isn't that?
Final question! By signing this form, you officially agree to the terms and conditions listed as follows. Path to Deicide Incorporated is not liable for any damages caused to your physical, digital, astral, metaphysical, literal, or figurative body.
Physical, digital, astral, metaphysical, literal, or figurative body. Astral? I know an astral form is like... It is like a thing that is used in multiple pieces of fiction, but in this instance I had Doctor Strange in mind, so I just wanted to mention that.
Nor is it liable for the loss of mental composure or processes. Furthermore, you recognize that by signing this contract, you are legally binding your entire being to our organization, giving us ownership of your thoughts, ideas, and soul. Should you attempt to maneuver around these contractual obligations, Requital will personally hunt you down. Do you agree?
Yes?
All right, I think you'd make a great fit for this team.
Idiots.
Idiots.
Now, one thing I forgot to mention with Gridlock, but also applies to this, a lot of the time when a song ends, you repeat the chorus one more time. And so yeah, that's what this does.
Enough! Stop! Oh, listen,
Call me Wacky.
Wacky, listen, we're done. The false god is dead. Our task was fulfilled. There's nothing left. Fatal was even leaving.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. That's my bad. I guess I got here late.
Oh, wait, what? Fatal's leaving?
Oh well. There's always next year!
That doesn't mean anything, guys, don't worry. Just thought it'd be funny.
Same time tomorrow?
Alright, no, we're gonna pause. We're not gonna embark on Nihility just yet.
Same time tomorrow?
So that Get Out was actually Mr. Ducko here. That was his idea. He told me, he's like, at the end of the song, can it be like, can Slash say "Get Out" to Wacky? Because he didn't know. I don't think he knew Majin was going to be in it at the time. And so he was like, "Can you make him say "Get Out"?" So I tried. I voiced my own "Get Out," but I didn't like how it sounded, so I used the actual Get Out sound effect and put it through Slash's effects. Get out! Yeah. Alright, this is like the ultimate song. The big finale to Path to Deicide. So important, in fact, that it gets its own flashing lights warning. Because, well, this visualizer is particularly flashy, and I thought it was a good idea. Yeah, this is Nihility.
What is this void of light and darkness?
Right off the bat, I want to say a lot of the motifs, and I don't mean musical motifs, I mean storytelling motifs that are a part of this song and a part of this story are heavily inspired by a game I've mentioned before on this stream, Destiny. Destiny has a very huge emphasis on light and dark. And eventually, you come to realize that light is not inherently good and dark is not inherently bad. They are forces to be used, and it's the person who uses them that can use it for good or for bad. And I took a lot of inspiration from that, but I wanted in particular to make this song and just the whole idea behind No More Innocence and the Lacuna, I wanted it to have this underlying theme of light and dark, always together. Not one above the other. And so, when the poem comes up, I'll show you even more what I mean.
Tread carefully. We have little idea of what to expect from this one.
Yeah, okay, so forsaken and forgotten, left to die, I dangle before you my strings of purpose. Right here, a pitch black shine, a brilliant glowing void, a gaping filled emptiness. All of those are contradictory. And I wanted that to be the core kind of theme of this song. White and black, light and dark, together. So a pitch black shine, that's not possible. Something can't glow black. Well, it can glow black, but it's like glowing darkness. Like, that doesn't really make sense. A brilliant glowing void. A void, nothing. Nothing is glowing. An internal blackness is brilliantly glowing. A gaping, filled emptiness. A filled emptiness. Yin and yang crap. Yin and yang crap. Yeah, it's kind of like that. But always together. Always these contradictory things. So stand again as my topological recursor. Stand again as my vessel of action. Stand again as my radiant shade. Radiant shade. You know, like radiant as in, you know, like sun glowing radiantly. But it's the shade glowing radiantly. So there's all these contradictory things about light and dark. And even the line of dialogue here. The line between light and dark is so very thin. And this is what I want. Yeah, like a black sun, exactly. Except black sun is not related to this. This line in particular, the line between light and dark is so very thin. The way I did this is I did not stick it through a translator. If I stuck it through a translator, it would not have come out this well. So here's what I did. Destiny, the game I was talking about, guys, black sun is a solar eclipse. It means other things. I just want you to know. Line between light and dark is so very thin. So, this is a line from a Destiny trailer, and Destiny what they do is they upload their trailers in all languages. What I do is I find a line in the English trailer that I like, and so there's in one of the Beyond Light is an expansion called Beyond Light. In one of the trailers, a character says the line between light and dark is so very thin. And so I went to the Japanese version of that trailer, and I copied the text, so I could. The localization had been done for me, so I don't have to worry about it being wrong or sounding kind of weird, because I know it'll sound good in the other language. So I did that for all the lines in this song. So the line between light and dark is so very thin. That's Hikari ankuku no takai kamishitoe. I know my pronunciation's not great, but that means the line between light and dark is so very thin. And then osureruna. That is do not be afraid. Turnips, if you don't want to hear me yap, leave the stream. I don't want to hear your complaining. Okay? This is going to be nothing but me yapping. You joined. You know what you were getting into. Let's actually go through this poem really quick. This is the Lacuna talking straight to No More Innocence. Forsaken and forgotten, left to die. It's talking to No More Innocence, saying, yes, you were forsaken and forgotten by the people you used to serve, and you were left to die by them. Now, I dangle before you my strings of purpose. Will these strings find you? Will they puppeteer you? Pitch black shine, a brilliant glowing void, a gaping filled emptiness. It's describing itself. And it's saying, please, stand again as my topological recursor. Topology is a very interesting topic, and I recommend, if you are interested at all in topology, there is it's a couple videos from Vsauce that I can recommend. One is the Mandelbrot set, because that directly deals with fractals. That's another thing. There's a design motif throughout the Lacuna that is fractals. And fractals are topological phenomena. And what recursing means, a recursive fractal is if any of you are coders, you probably know what recursion is. It's where something repeats infinitely, or something is able to repeat for X amount of time. And stand against my topological recursor. So that's just basically saying No More Innocence is, he kind of helps to recurse the Lacuna's energy, whatever that means. We don't really understand what that means, and that is that is intentional. So yeah, the topological recursor is just calling to the fractal stuff. Stand again as my vessel of action. That's just it saying that you will be my physical vessel for me to act upon things. Stand again as my radiant shade. Radiant shade is just No More Innocence's title. Have you ever seen like an MMO or like a Dark Souls boss or something where it's like, it says the name and then it has a comma and then it says like the Destroyer or something. So for No More Innocence, it would be like, let's just say his name is Makoto for simplicity's sake. It would be Makoto, comma, Radiant Shade of the Lacuna. No, it'd be comma Lacuna's Radiant Shade. I think that's what it was. That's like his by name. That's his title. So, Radiant Shade, 2 Hollow Knight terms. That's true. That was not intentional, but that is true. Lacuna, be the light in my dark. So, alright, that's enough yapping. Let's get into it.
Show yourself. We have an offer for you.
Now, what is the Lacuna? I'm not going to answer that. Now, this song, I worked with Day on this. At the time, she went by Day. Now, she goes by a couple different names. But for simplicity's sake, I'm going to call her Day. And Day is like Infinity. Excuse me, what the hell was that? Did it just overload? Okay, whatever. Day is like Infinity in that she is younger than me, much younger than me, and yet I feel overshadowed by her. That is not a jab at her. Same with Infinity. I think they are both better than me. They have insane talent, and you can really hear Day's her parts of this song. Why was No More Innocence Since Appearance modified? I didn't like how the original one looked. I thought it was generically kind of scratchy, scary, and it's not a style I can easily replicate, so I took my own direction. So, yeah, a lot of this song, at the end of this next section, is when I kind of stopped and passed it over to Day. And Day took it from there, and she did an incredible job. Yeah, when I was struggling, I passed it over, and she picked up the slack. It was really, really, the song benefited immensely for it. But yeah, let's go back and listen to these lyrics. Yeah, the background vocals are not meant to be heard, so I should have them in a document. I'm just going to pull it up. I want to make sure I'm getting it right. Oh, somebody's on the document right now. What do you know? Backing lyrics, yes. So, where can one go when they're cast out? To whom can they turn to? You already said them in chat? That's great. I'm not scrolling up. Where can one go when they're cast out? So this is No More Innocence talking to the Lacuna. He's saying, like, what can I do? Where can I go when I've been cast out? To whom can they turn to? To whom can I turn to? But in the face of dread and doubt, it promised purpose to pursue. It being the Lacuna. So, in the face of dread and doubt, like he said, the Lacuna dangled before him its strings of purpose. And he goes on to say, Lacuna, be the light in my dark. And then, to contradict that, Lacuna, be the shadow to my spark. So, the Lacuna is the light in his dark. And it is also the shadow to his spark. Always these light and dark contradictions. That is the core theme of this. His backing vocals, yeah. I'll play this section again. You can barely hear them, but you have to listen to the instrumental. Like a moth to a flame, yeah. I've done everything you've ever asked of me. So please, save me from nihility. That's what he says. Save me from nihility. Nihility is a thing that the Lacuna prophesizes. It is the end of all things. It's like a Ragnarok. And the Lacuna kind of uses this as a way to get people to its side. It's like you gotta follow me, and I will save you from the coming nihility. Nihility being non-existence. So it's like the end is coming. So I will protect you. And so No More Innocence fervently believes this. He's saying, I've done everything you've ever asked of me, so please save me from nihility. That's the meaning behind the backing lyrics. Yeah, God, I need to slow down. That's the meaning behind the backing lyrics. I mean, Lacuna is essentially a cult. A cult with an actual god at the top. A lot of cults are just like the person in charge is like taking advantage of people, or maybe it's just another person. This is a cult with a real god, basically. I mean, the Lacuna isn't a god, but it kind of fills the role of one, where it's this like otherworldly, unknowable being. Gas is kind of hitting with the lore. Well, this is the first time I've really taken my own direction with Pat the Deicide. Everything has been so heavily based on the original EXEs this whole time. And this is the first time I'm like, you know what? No, I'm just going to do something completely different. Yeah. Does my modified face of No More Innocence have pupils, even a mouth? Not really. And if I were to justify that, it would be because the Lacuna took his face. He no longer has individuality under the Lacuna's purpose. He's given away everything to the Lacuna and serves it, and only it. Milk Tikai, thank you so much for the Canadian dollar. Appreciate you. That's a Teto pair, isn't it? Man, I really want to see a big one just disrupt that cup. We'll see if we get one by the end of the stream. We're almost done, actually. Get through Nihility. He's a servant. Yeah. Servant, observant, do what it asks of me. We'll get to that later. So yeah, you can kind of hear the backing lyrics very faintly. Light in my dark, like you now, be the shadow to my spark. Eating lobster tail? That sounds like a vibe. Will we be looking through the questions in the commentary Q&A channel on the Discord server? At the end, yes, we will. Does No More Innocence target children as he does in his canon version? We will get to that. Don't worry. Oh, white. Hello. I knew I wanted Nihility to be heavily, heavily inspired by Silly Billy from the get-go. Because when I started making the song, Silly Billy was on the mind. So, sorry, I'll
We have not come.
take away the white. Silly Billy, fantastic song, and in the song, my favorite part of Silly Billy is actually not the lyrics. It's earlier in the song when it has a section that is the same as the lyrics but without the lyrics. It's hard to explain, and so that is exactly what I did here. Is it's the lyrical melody with the instrumental, but they're just singing it with their F&F vocals. And so I just love that. It's foreshadowing, right? Around the 130 mark. It might be around the 130 mark for Silly Billy, I think. So it's that like foreshadowing, yeah. And if I had to say, I would say it's probably the chorus. Maybe, I don't know. The same melody. It is not the same melody. For a while during the work in progresses of Nihility, it was just Silly Billy. Are those fractals? They are fractals. They're meant to be fractals. So, excuse me. These are supposed to be like, imagine them as diamonds, right? So this is a diamond. It splits into 2 diamonds, and then each of those split into 2 more diamonds. So those are all fractals. That's part of the whole thing. But yeah. Internal name was Silly Billy 2. If it had an internal name, yes, it would be Silly Billy 2. And that's also why this is purple. Because Silly Billy was purple during the lyrics. So I thought it would be, if I'm going to add one color, No More Innocence has 3 colors associated with him. White and black, and then red. Because sometimes it's red. And then purple is like, it just does not fit with him, right? It feels too hopeful and too good. But it does have this like otherworldly feel. It is. I really like it. It gives the song color.
We have not come to fight. We are here to learn so that we might have you join our cause.
Speak for yourself. Why don't you tell Slash what you're all about, Makoto?
And so this rodent bears its fangs.
How arrogant, branding me the rodent when you are the only one present.
This is the first time I get interesting with visualizers. Thus far, visualizers have been pretty homogenous. They've had like the bars on the top and bottom. They've had the title bouncing in the middle. But this is completely different. The bars are gone. We have this little waveform, which I love the waveforms. I've started using them a lot. Yeah, everything is black. And you can see the evolution of my art style perfectly right here. Specifically with Slash. If you look at Slash, you can see that he's very tall and narrow, slim. And that perfectly encapsulates what my art style has become. I started off, maybe a little bulkier, big heads for some reason. And then, yeah, with this is like the grand conclusion of my art style. Baggiest jeans in Atlanta. Yeah, this is probably my favorite drawing of Slash that I've ever done. Yeah, I really like it. So yeah, okay, from this point until the lyrics, I want to say like 80% day. I did some touching up here and there, but it's like mostly day. She did a great job.
So have I, son of Iris.
Iris. Let's talk about Iris for a little bit. All you need to know is that Iris is the creator of Fatal Error. I don't know how accurate this is to Fatal's official lore. I'm sorry, Anorak, if you ever hear this. I don't actually know of Fatal's official lore. So I'm going to explain my version of his lore. And if it just literally is the official lore, then great. If not, then that's why it's mine. So his lore is that he was created as an offshoot of Iris. He was created as in Iris's image. And then he, because he was created in Iris's image, he was made to be like a female, like her. And Iris made hundreds of these copies. So these copies all exist. And then Fatal Error, the reason he's called Fatal Error is because he's a fatal error. He's a defect. He is not what he's supposed to be. And one of the major things that sets Iris off is that Fatal is a guy. So yes, Iris is a mother who disapproves of her trans child. Yeah, and so that's why Fatal hates Iris, but he was still trained by Iris. So yeah, so he's still well trained, and that's where he learned a lot of it. Iris is transphobic, yeah, in this version. Although she's less transphobic and more like it shouldn't be possible for Fatal to be a dude. Like it's just a fatal flaw in the programming. So in a way she kind of has a point, but yeah, it's like transphobic. Yeah. That's what I have in mind. Does Iris call Fatal a woke spouse? I don't know. Fatal hates Iris, you know, and understandably so. So that's why Fatal gets all pissed. But he still learned from Iris. He was still trained by her. So you know what Iris taught us to do to rodents?
What Iris taught us to do to rodents, we exterminate.
Yeah, I love this artwork. Alright folks, flashing lights warning. Please click off the stream if you are sensitive.
The light. Talk on these will night.
Did his fractals turn into beams? We'll get to that in a sec. I love this part. Okay. So there's a few things to talk about here. First is when Day made this part, I said she made 80% of all this. This is one of the parts I touched up a little. When she was making it, she made the beat where it's like, you know, it like everything hits and then pauses, like it mutes for a sec. It's like da 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 da. That the beat that she did that with sounded, for lack of a better term, generic. Like it was the exact same as like Placation, exact same as Non-Retrievable, exact same as there's another EXE song I can't remember the name of. I think it was called Unleashed. But it's like it's been done to death, and it sounded kind of generic. So I changed the rhythm to be what this is, and it sounds way more unique. But yeah, let's talk about the artwork a little bit. The fractals, as you can see, fractals are coming out of No More Innocence everywhere. There's the main ones, like one diamond splits into two diamonds, splits into two diamonds, and this will recursively. This fractal will continue recursively, keep dividing. And then the beams. What are the beams? I don't know. Just Lacuna energy. They're just there. This is the power that the Lacuna bestows him with. The fractals are mainly like an intimidation tactic. And then the beams cause actual damage. There's actually one more thing. You see right here, the thing that he's holding? That's just the most neutral fractal. So this is like, one line splits into two, splits into two, splits into two. Standard recursing fractal. And this, I actually want to say, is meant to be the Lacuna's imprint. So when he says its imprint must touch the young and free, this is the imprint it's talking about. This is the only physical manifestation of the Lacuna that we know of. That's all you have.
Lacuna, recurse, override topology.
Now, this is interesting because he's giving the Lacuna orders. That's kind of weird. But no, he's just kind of directing it, telling it how to materialize, because he is the vessel of action. He's the one who has to control it in a physical form. So he is giving it some commands. He's like a peacock where he becomes more shiny and attention-grabbing to scare off. Yeah, you can consider it that. I thought it's the fractals in his hand form a giant beam on the back and give him wings. If you want him to fly, he can, but I don't really think he needs to fly. Yeah, you can say the fractals form the beams. That makes sense. You can even say the fractal or the beams will split like fractals. Like, do you know the Deicide from DC? He has this like laser eyes, and they bounce mid-air and form angles. Like, imagine that, but every time it bounces, it splits instead. Like, you could probably do that with the fractals motifs with his beams. I think that would be pretty cool. Vessels, so like Hollow Knight, yeah. Vessel of action. Vessels. There's a lot of white and black, and Hollow Knight, pure vessel.
You wanted to know what I am? A servant, observant, do what it asks of me. Its imprint must touch the young and free to stop my
Yeah. Came out pretty nice. Pretty nice. There's no party like a... Okay. Where do we even start? So, a servant observant, do what it asks of me. Now, I serve the lacuna. I do what it tells me to. Its imprint must touch the young and free. That is intentionally made to sound sus. And that can be interpreted however you want it to be interpreted. But the fact is that the lacuna wants No More Innocence to kind of put the lacuna's imprint on children. Missed the part where you made your parts of the song in an estimate 2.5 hours. You made all your parts in 2.5 hours? Seriously? Damn. Like, touch their hearts and mind? Well, you can interpret it like that, but Slash is like, he calls him lower than a monster because Slash interprets it as a very, sus thing. Even if it's not like that kind of sus, it's still like, dude, why are you preying on children? Praying could be, that kind of like praying, but it also could literally just be like trying to recruit them for the lacuna and essentially taking away their life. It's effed up no matter what. I did No More Innocence's voice. That's all me. And the way I did it is there's like 8 layers of me talking with like me whispering as well. It was a lot of fun, but a lot of work. Yeah, and the lyrics were also pretty hard to do, but I did it. You'll see, it will set them free. Yeah, so it wants its imprint to touch the young and free so that it can set them free to stop nihility. And yeah, I mean, I'm intentionally being cagey about the lacuna because I don't want to answer every question. I think it's more interesting when it's under the hood. And then just like Silly Billy, we bring back the intro. We really show Makoto's desperation here.
I detest those who believe they are gods, and I am willing to ally with monsters to see them put in dirt. But you are lower than a monster. Speak to me no more.
You do not understand. Everything I have done for it. It promises purpose. Eternal. Everlasting.
Piece of advice. Undo your shackle to a higher power. You want purpose. Become purpose. Become the higher power. I have nothing left to say.
What have I become?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No more innocence.
You did it. No. Yeah, I knew I needed to do that. Thank you so much, Northoko. That's funny. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 pounds. Yeah, so couple things I want to talk about here. First off, this is the first and only song where the voice lines don't have any reverb or delay on them, and delay basically being echo. There's no echo. And I thought it would make sense because they're in this void that there's just no echo. They're in this big emptiness. And so, somebody get a big Teto pair. It's getting pretty tall. I think it would be really funny. But yeah, there's no echo, and I think it really highlights the acting and the vocal performances that I'm doing. So I really
lower than a monster.
Really you can hear the more subtleties in the emotion. Especially with No More Innocence, because No More Innocence has so many layers to his voice that it just sounds so deep and layered, you know? The piano, you like the piano? Well, the piano is just basically reused patterns from the rest of the song, just at a lower BPM, because at the end it slows down right at the end there, and that's actually the tempo going from 160 down to 100. I think it's 100. Yeah.
I'm willing to. I detest those who
believe they are gods, and I'm willing to ally with monsters to see them put in dirt. He's referring to people like Requital, where Requital is kind of a monster, you know? He just kills things.
See them put in a monster.
But No More Innocence is a whole new breed of monster, because his targets are those who cannot defend themselves. You know, and even Slash has standards.
Speak to me no more.
You do not understand. Everything I have.
Yeah, so No More Innocence tries to justify the things he's done. It promises purpose, eternal, everlasting purpose to me, because before the lacuna I was nothing. This thing has given me a purpose, and I will not forsake it. But Fatal's like, you want your purpose, you make your own purpose. You don't serve a higher power. You know, Fatal had personal experience with this with Iris. And he's like, I don't want that. I'll make my own purpose. Give myself my own power. And he's trying to relay that to No More Innocence. And then even he's like, I got nothing left to say to you, bud. If Slash can't deal with you, then he probably has a point. What happened if No More Innocence got the Phantom Ruby instead of Xenophyte? Ugh. If the Phantom Ruby was in the Lacuna's hands, that would be pretty bad. And then after hearing this, No More Innocence actually does have a brief moment of like reflection, where he is like, man, what have I done? Why have I been doing this? This is horrible. I'm guilty of all of this. I have no more innocence. And then I shoot myself.
I have.
Yep. That is Nihility.
Add the final logs, Slate. We're done here.
One step ahead of you, Vagrant.
Oh, cry about it, Duck. Yeah, and then we have the credits scene. This is just meant to be Vagrant and Slate's workshop. all these TVs. If you've played Zenless Zone Zero, then this might remind you of like the signal search screen with all the TVs. That's intentional. But yeah, this is just this is a song that actually, fun fact about this song. I wrote the bass line and chords for Deicide for this song. And then I started making Deicide after this. So I started making this song a long time ago. I knew I wanted to use it for the credits. Yeah, Harvey. Okay, Harvey is a Dizzer. Yeah, and then like the credits for all of this is just me, because it's all me. You know, I shouldn't have even done it, but I wanted to make it clear because a lot of people weren't aware that like every character was voiced by me. So I was like, okay, I will just put it. Gas. Off topic question, but what's your level on ZZZ? I am level 59. I am so close to max. You have no idea. I played the game way too much. It's bad. Gas, go outside. Play Forsaken? You mean Destiny 2 Forsaken? The 2018 expansion to Destiny 2? No, I'm not gonna play some Roblox game. I don't play Roblox. I'm staying with you, brother. You're 59? Or you just play a lot? Nice. Obsession with ZZZ? Maybe. Probably use the donations for Polychrome? No, I won't! Actually, I'm going out with my family tonight for dinner, so I'll probably pay for dinner. Because I've been making a lot, you know? Near 56? Ooh, hell yeah. You're up there. I'm 59. I'm 59 years old. Ah! Ah! Thank you so much! I'm sorry, how do you say that? Circadian Izzy. The 30 pounds. You are the best. You have made this boy happy. I cannot thank you enough. I really appreciate the donation, even if it was for the laughs. Appreciate you. Hit level 60 on your 4th month on ZZZ. Okay, I should stay away from you. You probably have not showered in 6 years. I think I play a lot. There, we got the big cup splash. I guess I should talk about some things for the credits here. Down here on the bottom right, we have each icon represents a song on the timeline. And to be honest, I should have added more to the timeline here. Because like before Gridlock, for example, we did get, who was it? Luther, and then Majin, and then Postmortem. So I should have added more, but oh well. But yeah, Slash represents Tetrabrachial, Fatal represents Epilogue Mix, so on and so forth. Cyclops is a little too dark. Neon, if you bring up that damned lightsaber one more time, the chat does not need to know about that. And the Nihility. One thing I want to call attention to is these icons and the visual language and just how distinct each one is. That is something I take a lot of pride in, and really want to I've really wanted to lean into is character design. And it may not be sure I didn't design these characters, but the way I draw them, they're all distinct enough to where they have this visual identity. Despite all being Sonics, you can tell them apart at first glance. And I am so glad that you can. Especially the later ones where I started designing the characters, like No More Innocence and Xenofight. Their silhouettes are very unique. And I'm very happy with how they came out. But yeah. That's that. Got the Vagrant and Slate design drops. Damn, that's what he looks like? I have not... Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I have not seen Slate's design in like a month or two, so... kind of surprised me. He looks cool. Wow. What did I do? Oh, look, Neon, I didn't capitalize your stupid name. Yeah, okay, actually, I want to go through some of these special thanks. Just for, like, clarification, I guess. Special thanks, Kajeko. Kajeko is Francisco Bagwan. That's his online name. Bro, forgot what his uncreation looked like. Yeah, I did. I don't know how. Kedge, I call him Kedge. DM, Dark Mage, he was here earlier. Anto, and SDS Puel. These are the folks alongside me who work on Friday Night Funkin' Verbing the Noun, the Henry Stickmin mod. And they are... I've been on such a journey with them. It was with them that I learned almost all of my skills. I consider them my closest online friends. And I could not ask for better friends. So they deserve my utmost special thanks for allowing me to reach this point today with Pat the Deicide and everything. And then, of course, Infinity, HyperX Hyper is Day. This was one of the names that she changed to. So Infinity, HyperX Hyper, incredible musicians. Pleasure working with you too. Harvey is Dizzer, who made the what's it called? The Majin artwork for Apocryphal. Incredible artist. Joy to work with. Dylan. Oh, wow, I can't believe I forgot. Dylan was actually going to voice X for Deicide. Like, in early plans, he actually asked me, he was like, hey, could I voice X? Because I know X is going to be in the series. And initially I was like, yeah, no, that would be awesome. We'll bring you on. So Dylan Zamuffin, who is the actual voice actor for 2011X, I believe, right? Yeah, he was going to work. But then, as time went forward, I eventually decided to voice X myself for a few different reasons. And it's been so long, I don't think I can name them all. I know that one of the reasons was just that I was already so stressed that I did not want to have to coordinate with another person. I had never voice directed before, and this role would have required immense voice direction because I had a very specific goal in mind. And I'm sure he could have done it and done it very well, but I just I crumpled and I ended up just doing it myself. Yeah, Dylan was going to voice X. And another reason why I wanted to do it myself is just because every character is voiced by me. And I was like, if I break that now, it would kind of be a bummer. Because it was a voice I was very capable of doing myself. So why was I bringing on Dylan? Well, it was just to get the big name, I guess. And to... Because he's the one who approached me, so I guess it was just... He would be fulfilling his wish, kind of. But ultimately, yeah, I decided to do it on my own. Anorak, Wild. These are the ones behind... These are the main two behind Fatal Files. And the reason they're here is because after Tetrabrachial, I was reached out to by Wild to work on Fatal Files. And I was like, are you kidding me? That's it? Like, just that? And you want me to work on Fatal Files of all things? Like, hell yes, I will work on Fatal Files. And I think that alone, like, I just want to thank them for that opportunity. Working on Fatal Files, yeah. And that's public info. They update the wiki for Fatal Files. I am on the list. It takes one song to get you onto Fatal Files. Yeah, one good song, apparently. And it's not even a song I like. Yeah, and Anorak, I don't interact with Wild a ton, but he is the one who reached out to me. Or they. And Anorak has just been an amazing guy to chat with. I haven't really worked with him directly, but he's just such a swell dude. He's always been supportive of what I do, and he's always supportive of what anyone does. He's a very, very good person, and I don't want that to fall on deaf ears. I want to appreciate what he does. And Sleepy Ghosty, because Sleepy Ghost was... I think I could beat Xenophyte in combat? No, he would toast me. What are you talking about? Rave. Thank you for doing all the work in this series, apparently. Ghost was always supportive of what I was doing with Slash. And they were always an amazing person to talk to, and really always were just... they were fun. They were a very good person. And then Commando Dev, same thing. Very supportive of what I was doing. Love to see Requital being portrayed by me. Danny, Wacky. She was actually the reason I decided to add Wacky. She made artwork of Wacky with Fatal and Slash, and I was like, oh my god, that's genius. I gotta do this. That's why Wacky was added. Pow Pow. Same deal. Pow Pow was like, I forget how I met Pow Pow. It wasn't for Cyclops, or it wasn't for Gridlock though. But yeah, Pow Pow, just a great guy as well. Really fun to talk with. And very supportive of what I did with Cyclops. Mar and Saster for being just amazing inspirations. Like Saster's the reason I learned a lot about music, because I was able to study his style, study what he did. And same with Mar. Mar's the one who basically taught me, hey, you can be some teenager with a computer and you can make music on par with a full-on band. And I was like, what? Wow. It was You Can't Run specifically that was like, a teenager made this on his computer. And that got me into music production in the first place. Have I heard about the ships? Of course I have. Nobody ever shuts up about the ships. Yeah, and I actually have more to thank Mar for, because Mar, when I released Tetrabrachial, I posted about it on Twitter, and I posted it on SoundCloud. Mar retweeted it on Twitter, and reposted it on SoundCloud. And that is why, to this day, Tetrabrachial has, like, 5,000 likes on SoundCloud. And I largely attribute Tetrabrachial's success to him spreading the word. And that was just so special to me. I was so honored. So he definitely deserves a spot here. Marcester. So everyone here, Duck, Bug, Neon, Tree, Jake, Scarecrow, Rave, Tabby, Matron, Left. These are all friends I've made from my server. We've all become pretty close friends. And I think that is largely attributed to the fact that they joined very early on when there weren't a lot of people, so I was able to get closer to some of them. But they're just really fun people to hang out with, and got me through a lot of the Path to Deicide work, even if they distracted me. But yeah, and then that One Bun, Tatki, and Certified Brum Moment, these are different friends. The two on the left, One Bun and Tatki, they are IRL friends that I know in person. And so I never say these names. I call them by their actual names. But they have been amazing friends my whole life, and they've, you know, they're the kind who will be there for me no matter what, and I'm just always appreciative of that. And then Bruh is an online friend, but he's from this friend group instead. Or I don't know him through like FNF or EXE or my channel. He doesn't know me as Gasgrass. He knows me as Gas. If you know what I mean. And yeah, great guy. I'm going to TennoCon with him in July. Him and Tatki. And then here is just a list of miscellaneous friends and inspirations. Still going? Yes, Neb. We're still going. We're not done. Wolfie is a good friend and client, I guess, for lack of a better term. Barcondius is another good friend and they are making the Path to Deicide mod. Really recommend go following them because it's coming along and it's looking good. Like, it's not an official mod from me, but it might as well be. Like, it looks good. Argus is a friend from the Henry Stickmin side of things. The good guy. Neb. Hi, Neb. It's you. Another friend. Amazing artist. Neb, I'm gonna put your most recent ETP art on Newgrounds front page during the next Tuesday takeover. Dungeonation's another friend from this from the Henry Stickmin side of things. Extant, I have a lot to thank Extant for. Long time ago, he ran a remix competition for one of his songs. I partook in that and won 3rd place, I think? Either 2nd or 3rd. I think it was 3rd. And I was able to get onto an album, a remix album that was put onto streaming services. And through that, I was able to claim my Spotify for Artists profile. So I have him to thank for that. It's really great. Stamps was accepted me into a project a long time ago. It was Monica.exe. And this is a dark time for me, but I can't ignore it. Monica.exe it may have been a stupid project, but I was brought on to do the coding, the Lua API coding for this. And it was a great opportunity for me because I had never gotten my name out there before. So as much as I consider it a dark time, it really wasn't that positive for me. If you go to my channel, you can actually see Monica.exe 2.0 showcase if you scroll back far enough. And yeah, it's stupid, but it was my first kind of, if you want to call it, a break. Sure, I wasn't making money, but it was like a project I got to be a part of, and it was nice to me. So I have stamps to thank for that. Pincer Prod made hosted a mod jam, FNF mod jam, and I took part in that with the VTN crew. We made Chromatic Echoes, and I don't think we placed in that competition, but it was still a fun event regardless. Eponymous reference. This is Dual Dynasty. Fake fan. I'm kidding. Ever continue PTD in the future? Are there any EXCs in your mind that you could think of for potential songs or cameos? No. Because I don't know any. Philip Iono is a host of an Ultra Kill animation project that I applied to and got the part as the main musician for, and he's become kind of a friend since then. Crockett DK. Oh, Crockett was the host of the Transformers collab 2 on Newgrounds. And Ultra Kill, yeah, Ultra Kill. Crockett, I forget how, but I was able to get on to the project. I think it was through a friend I made from Henry Stickmin Reanimated. On Newgrounds, they were looking for a musician to make the main theme for the Transformers collab 2. And I was like, hey, I could probably do it. And so I got to make the official theme for the Newgrounds Transformers collab. And that is on my Newgrounds account. You can go check it out. It was such an honor. So I have him to thank. And then from here on, it's like inspirations. Jake Kaufman, Shovel Knight soundtrack composer. Absolutely insane at his craft. Took a lot of inspiration from him, especially since Gridlock and onward. Rainbow Dragon Eyes, composer for the Messenger soundtrack, another indie game. Similar to Jake Kaufman, a lot of inspiration from him. Jacob Collier, the most insane musical artist you will ever hear. Like, actually crazy. It will reshape your entire view on music. Chris Christodoulou, creator of the Risk of Rain 2, or just Risk of Rain soundtrack. Incredible stuff, and inspiring in a lot of ways. Evan Piercer, otherwise known as Hekita, made the Ultra Kill soundtrack. That inspired a lot since Gridlock as well, because that, like, all the rhythm shenanigans with time signatures came from Ultra Kill. That's where I learned, like, you can really reshape the boundaries here. Sturm, I guess Sturm is here, probably just because of Nihility and Silly Billy. Sturm is just an influence regardless. Sugar Moon, holy crap, Sugar Moon is just all around inspiring. She can do anything. Insane visualizer work, insane music work, and now she works on the official FNF game. Honestly deserved. Like, her graphic design skills are so cool. Yeah, Zero, because I love Zero. He's great. His music is amazing. Very professional. Rareblin. Rareblin has a... It's been fun watching Rareblin evolve over the years. Because at the beginning, with like Versus Imposter and his original stuff, you kind of tell he was like a kid first getting into music. But now, dude, he could be a professional freelancer. In fact, I think he's trying to be. He makes amazing stuff. Squeak is a great guy. Absolutely loved all of his music. And I used to love watching his streams. Now he doesn't stream as much anymore, and I've kind of moved on, but he's a great Great guy. Newgrounds as a whole, because just an amazing platform. They foster an amazing community of creators, and they have front paged my music a lot, and I could not be more grateful. Inner Sloth as a whole, because the Henry Stickmin collection introduced me to so many friends, and that's kind of what got me started online, is through friends I made through Henry Stickmin, and since then I'm still friends with them, even if we don't really talk about Henry anymore. Zenless Zone Zero has influenced the way I make music and think about a lot of things. Despite its reputation as like, oh, gotcha Gunnar game kind of thing, it's an amazing game, and I urge you to look past the surface. Okay, not everything is what the internet says. Well, yes, it has some freaky elements, but it's got so much more to it, so much depth, and its music has had a hold over me for so long. It's taught me a lot about different genres and what I can do. And then Funkin' Crew just basically for reshaping my life with Friday Night Funkin'. Despite the game being kind of dumb to some people, it's really allowed for so many opportunities, and they've captured lightning in a bottle. Yep. Oh, that's a special thanks. I just wanted to go through those. I guess we should watch this.
So this is where the magic happens. Quaint. What? But this can't be possible! Surprised to see me, Chronomancer?
That is a reference to Transformers Prime, the TV show. There's one scene where Megatron goes to the Autobots base, which is supposed to be secret, and he's like, so this is where the magic happens. Quaint. So yeah, a lot of lines in Path to Deicide are just taken from other media. Because I can afford to. Nobody cares. And then yeah, I guess we'll just watch this and then we'll call it.
Path to Deicide in its current form is complete. Thank you all once again for joining me on this amazing journey. I've learned countless things from a year and a half of making this series, and it's nice to be able to finally wrap things up. The door for future Path to Deicide content unrelated to Friday Night Funkin' is not completely closed, but any such endeavors will be multiple years later, so don't get your hopes up just yet. One last thing I want to say is that if Path to Deicide returns, it would not be returning with the character of Slash due to complications and creative differences. I feel like a broken record, but again, thank you. I hope this series was able to put a smile on your face, and I hope that I am able to continue to do so with all my other projects. Farewell for now.
Farewell for now. That was Path to Deicide. Been quite the journey, huh? Quite the journey. It's been 7 hours, I think. 7 hours live. Longer than I thought. But we're not done yet. We are not done yet. We need to go through the Q&A on the Discord server. So here's what we're going to do, right? Here's what we're going to do. On the on my Discord server, there is a channel called Commentary Q&A. On I want you to put any questions you have in there now, and I'm going to lock it when I come back. No more questions. So you have about, let's say, 2 minutes to think of a question and send it. I'm going to send a link. That is the link to my Discord server. If you want to go add a question, add it now. I'm going to close the channel because we need to end this stream, ladies and gentlemen. So, add your question now. And yeah, I'm going to be right back. And then we're going to go through the questions. Oh, okay. Okay, I keep seeing more people type in here. Are you just asking questions to ask questions, or are these meaningful questions? Ask yourself that. What we're gonna do? We're gonna do this. I'm saying this as if you guys can see what I'm doing. Oh, task manager, go away. All right, I'm gonna close the channel. You guys are the worst. Oh, you know what's fun is I think we're gonna get to watch the Tesso pairs come in again. Isn't that great? Oh, it's like going in reverse order too. Oh, that's great. Okay. Really? You guys are the worst. You're creating threads? Fine. There. No more. You're not going to be able to add reactions either. There. All right, we're gonna go through all these questions. Oh. Still live? Yeah, we're gonna go through these live, and I should probably show Discord. That might be a good idea. Let's see. How can I do this? Studio mode. Discord window. Sorry, folks, I'm seeing what I can do real quick about visuals. How does that look? Dreadful. Cool. What did I do? Beg your pardon? Huh? Excuse me. Okay, you want to be like this. Have fun listening to the song. I gotta... Window capture. Come on. What are you doing? Okay, this isn't working. Whatever. We're just gonna have to do without visuals. Sorry, folks. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's answer some questions. Pace asks, "Yo, Grass, did you have any ideas for PTD before scrapping them?" Yes, there are some ideas I had that I scrapped, but nothing super notable. I can't remember anything. There were some reworked things, but I can't... I'm sorry, I can't remember scrapping anything directly. It was mostly just I kept adding stuff. Yeah, Spring asks, "Is this the Krusty Krab?" No, this is Gas. Leafy Hydra 15 asks, "Here's a question from my friend Ace Blitz, who is not on stream at the moment, so he's going to have me ask for him. Hello, Gas. If Panther Deicide has an official chronological sequence, how would all 9 of the main songs fit into the timeline in order? Me and my friend are struggling to put together a cohesive timeline of events that includes the extra songs, mainly due to the ending of Gridlock. We want to be able to put all 9 songs into a single timeline. If you had to force them all into one timeline, I suppose I would say Tetrabrachial, Placation, Apocrynal, and then just any combination of Excrescence, Gridlock, and Nihility. And then it would be Deicide Facetious Epilogue Mix. Yeah, that's like the best way to do it. Are you allowed to make mixes of PTD songs, like Mario mixes? Because asked by the Super Mario Deluxe team. Are you allowed to make mixes of PTD songs? As in like remixes or covers? You can do whatever you would like. I do not mind. I do not mind if you monetize it. As long as credit is given, I'm fine with it. Don't worry. Pace asks, are you proud of what you made and what PTD is right now? In general, yes. In general, I am proud of what it has become. Oh, just don't use AI. Yeah, that's a good point, Jake. If you use AI on anything regarding me, that is an instant no. Do not do that. But yeah, I'm generally proud of what PTD has become, and I'm happy to have done it. UFX, UnfestiveX, asks, Xenofight come back when? I'm his biggest fan, I need it. I got nothing. Serious question though, what would make it possible for Xenofight to win if he could? I know he wasn't using his powers to his max capacity and has a low intellect level, but would there be another thing that could have changed the way Deicide played out? I don't know, blah blah blah, something about Xenofight and having an excuse to talk about Xenofight. Oh, okay, I see. Maybe. If he had been more careful and, you know, when he split the two teams apart, that was the best thing he could have done. And so if he continued to do that, they wouldn't really have a defense. Majin has his rings, yes, but he has to find them first. So if he had more control of the battlefield, he probably could have won. And if Majin wasn't present at all, it would have been easy for Xenofight, because he just throws them all over the hill. Also off topic, but I was the one who made the... You made the dies gif? That was you? If you search Xenofight, or not Xenofight, if you search like Path to Deicide or Gasgrass on the tenor gif search on Discord, you get like this one gif of Xenofight dying. I guess they made it. That's funny. Also, if you had to, if you had a choice to make Xenofight Xenophanes again, would you? And could there be an alternative timeline where it could be Xenophanes? You can make any alternative timeline you want. It's up to you. Would I make him Xenophanes again? No. He is Xenofight now, and that is to stay. Mothman Reckless says, hello Gas, I've had a few burning questions that I'm really hoping you can answer, even if the answers are vague. Number 1, who else would Fatal and Slash had gone to recruit if Xenofight had never interrupted them during the interloper? As Fatal did ask if Majin could take us on next contact, yeah. So that is open-ended and intentionally. People are meant to fill it in however they want to. And, yeah, there is no answer, because you have to make the answer. 2, were there any plans for other PTD songs or characters that we could have met either before or after Deicide but never did? Not really. Not really. There was never any, besides the poll characters, when I did the poll and No More Innocence one, I guess they were kind of on the table, but they never made it, so that's the only thing that could get close. Number 3, what happened to No More Innocence in the Nihility derivative timeline? Why is he so much different, and who or what is the lacuna? I went over this in the stream, I will not go over it again, but a lot of it is vague intentionally. Actually, I'm going to really quickly... Sorry, give me a moment. Sorry, almost done here. Alright, that way people won't get confused. Okay. Number 4 from Mothman Reckless. And my last question, what made you decide to do a poll vote for the last character of the album? Did you originally want to add all 4 of them, but felt like it was going to be too much in the end? Did you already have plans and ideas for each one before they had chosen? Or was that only worked in after the vote had ended and No More Innocence won? So, I wanted to do the vote because I thought it would be fun. That's all. I wanted the people to choose one, to feel like they had some control over some of it. And I chose those 4 because one of them was Sonic.on my way. I thought it would be funny. Documic.txt, I thought it would be cool. Fleetway, thought it would be fitting, and thought it would be cool. And then No More Innocence, because he is pretty popular. Did I have plans and ideas for each one? Kind of. I had some plans for Fleetway. This was going to be like a rock song. Like a Crush 40 type thing. But the other 2, I had nothing. No More Innocence, I knew I wanted it to be like a dark synth type thing. Kind of, basically what Nihility ended up becoming. And then, yeah, that's about it. Neo Plays SoundCloud asks, in SoundCloud I noticed Tetrabrachial Epilogue Mix instrumental wasn't in the album. Was that on purpose or not? No, they just deleted it for some reason, and there's nothing I can do unless I want to re-release the whole thing. SoundCloud sucks, and they are actively trying to kill their own platform, and I don't know why, and I hate SoundCloud, and yeah. SoundCloud is the worst. Pace asks, is the current world 404 Fatal Error the only one who is aware of Slate and Vagrant, or do other versions of Fatal Error know about them? That's a great question. I think I would have said that the answer would be almost every single Fatal Error is coming for them after they go through their whole PTD thing. And so they're going to have a major problem on their hands. But I think that's changed over time, and like 404 Fatal Error is the only one who figures it out. Ultima T8K asks, random question I've got. Firstly, who's your favorite charter for your song? Charter? I don't have a favorite. I'm not picking favorites. Everyone is amazing. There's a multitude of them that I'm sure you've seen. Secondly, what's your favorite fan song about PTD? Me and my friends are big fans, by the way. Glad you're a big fan, Ultima. Favorite fan song about PTD? I don't have a favorite. I don't have favorite fan content. It's all amazing. I just like seeing any. It's just any. All of it makes me happy. Pace, dude, Pace. How many of these? Also in the stream, can you make a funny voice skit for Fatal and Requital? No. Loxano asks, hi Grass, I just have 2 questions. Would a Path to Deicide song about trying to recruit Iris work, or would it be like Gridlock? What's your opinion? And what do you think about Tetrabrachial being in Sonic.exe Restoration? For that last one, I don't care if my songs are used for any projects. I just don't officially endorse any of it. But I am not going to restrict anyone. Recruiting Iris would not really make sense if Fatal is there. If you take Fatal out of the picture, then maybe. But Fatal would never go recruit Iris. However, you're always free to, like, to write your own way, you know? Write it in. Because that's the whole idea behind the timelines. Maybe it would work. You just gotta give a good reason. Zankow asks, is the Exordium part of Tetrabrachial... Oh, is the Exordium part of Tetrabrachial or its own intro cutscene? It's its own thing. It's an album thing. It's like albums tend to have something like that where it like perfectly transitions. And it's just meant to kind of set up the context a little bit. Fatal Slash asks, Gas, may I please send you my playlist of PTD cover songs? I even came up with my own cool names. These are really good names. Very good. If you hear this, Fatal Slash, very good. Zankow with another question. Does Tetrabrachial Epilogue Mix take place before or after Facetious? It isn't exactly made clear. It is made clear. I say the exact time at the beginning, where it says the timeline info. Facetious is like a few minutes after Deicide. Epilogue Mix is like a few days after Deicide. The songs is my favorite to make. Probably Deicide. Wizpig45 asks, what do you think of the word expiation? Sounds cool. I would have to look up its definition. Mothman Reckless asks, it takes place at... Oh, never mind. Sorry, they're responding to you, Zankow. Fatal God asks, thanks Gasgrass for making the series. Thanks to you, I have made a series called The Prime's Last Stand and have one question for you. And then does not follow up. Interesting. Fatal Sledger asks, if Path to Deicide had a second season, would it start out with Fatal Error and Majin recruiting others to take down every other god, Requital, Needlemouse, and Lord X? Or would Fatal Error be with someone else, or does the second season start as a completely different thing? There is no second season. Zankow asks, if Fatal was already leaving post-Facetious, why did he stick around for Tetrabrachial Epilogue? Because after Fatal had left, he was like, I could use some data on our meeting so I can, like, further my investigation. So he goes and asks / invites him back to where they first met. Okay, this name is in Russian. I'm sorry I can't read it. I'll read your username instead of your display name. Andaremek Provavi. Really sorry if you watched this and I butchered it. Sorry. I have a question. How would you feel if someone wanted to translate part of Deicide into other languages with their own voice acting? Go for it. I love to see fan translations. It is amazing. And the only thing I ask is do not use AI. AI is a real problem, especially for voice actors, and I would appreciate it if you find alternatives. But yes, I love to see that kind of thing. Go for it. Matron asks, hey Gas, why did you pick Requital for your second song in the PTD series? I researched a bunch of EXCs and he stood out to me. I thought his whole purpose was, his whole thing, his hating Sonic, it kind of fit. So I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll do this guy. And I ended up getting lucky that Commando Dev redesigned him. Because his design, I think, really carried Requital's character. Alright. Super Cosmos Supporter asks... already first time in the server, so hello all. I'll keep my first question simple, but I want to know more about Xenophyte. I know he's a mix of Xenophanes in 2011, however, he acknowledges the events of Fatality Mix V2 and Deicide, so my question is, what events/songs are canon to Xenophyte outside of Path to Deicide? Is it just his interaction with Fatal and Fatality Mix, or are there other FNF songs or events that are canon to Xenophyte? I don't know. Invasion Mix V2 is the big one, because they call back to that multiple times. Four-way fracture is implied to have happened. So you could also say that. But outside of those two, it doesn't really matter what happened in the past. Yeah. Nomu asks, if you already gave an answer to the first question, just skip to the second question. Number one, another person already asked this, but could you give any information about your version of No More Innocence? All the information you seek is either in this VOD or can be found like within the song itself. So I recommend like looking between the lines. Number two, what inspired you to create this version of the character? I just wanted to do my own thing. I thought it'd be cool to kind of do my own derivative. Yeah, that was really became his own thing. It was really fun. Super Cosmo comes back for another one. Second question, a bit more simple. Would Slash and Fatal consider recruiting the actual Sonic if they bumped paths with him? Good question. Real Sonic doesn't exist. So... but if you said, alternate timeline, the actual Sonic, they bump into him, they would try, but Sonic would not join them because, Sonic's a hero. He's not going to go kill a god just because, right? I know there's a fan song, Delude with Lord X. However, I'm curious how a scenario like that would go if it was actual real Sonic they encountered. Would they work with him, or would they want to do nothing with him? Fatal and Slash would probably try to recruit him, but Sonic would say no. From the chat, Zeniso, I see you are asking. Majin is said to remember four-way fracture. Does Nominal's version of Majin have any influence on PTD Majin? Not really. I took inspiration a little bit from Nominal's version, but that's about it. They are different characters. It's just implied that events similar to four-way fracture have happened. Gotten chosen Requital for the second song. Who do you think you would have chosen? I don't know! I really don't know. How did you come up with the effects for No More Innocence's voice? A character from Destiny called The Witness. If you look up The Witness voice, you will get results of what The Witness sounds like. I tried to replicate that voice. Back to Discord. Caliban asks, I would like you to elaborate on the plans you had for Slash in Season 2 prior to, referring to Slash being removed from Path to Deicide, or not being included in future Path to Deicide stuff, despite Path to Deicide being done. Plans I had for Slash, plans for Slash would have just been he would continue recruiting more and go fight gods. Like, that's kind of it. It doesn't get more. I guess I should elaborate a little bit. I wanted to continue the story of Path to Deicide through written form, because I didn't want to make more songs. So I decided to do this. I started this book kind of thing called Path to Deicide Annex. And it would have followed Slash and the rest of the gang as they decide to go hunt new gods after the events of Deicide. And Deicide and Facetious and Tetrabrachial Epilogue mix. Eventually I scrapped that because I just didn't really want to anymore. And it's nothing crazy. It's just they probably would have continued doing what they were doing. Yellow Fellow asks, are Metal's vocals in Apocryphal? I hear it faintly as background music. If yes, what does he say during that? I swear I hear, you can't do anything, so don't even try. That is what he says, yes. That's from Sonic CD. He says that in Sonic CD. I just took that soundbite. You can't do anything, so don't even try. Sonic, dead or alive, is mine. Yeah, that's what he says. Rug asks, hello Gasgrass, I'm here to ask one stupid question. We'll see if it's stupid. What has been your reaction to the Twitter parody accounts based on PTD? You like them or not? I think they're really funny, and I don't really mind what they do. So I kind of just, I don't follow them, but I see them every now and then, and it's funny. From the chat, Yeetus, what was the thought process behind choosing DX and Wacky to be in songs? DX was just chosen because I really liked Game Breaker. Thought it would be fun to do a Game Breaker type song. And Game Breaker was popular at the time, so I kind of wanted to capitalize on that. And Wacky was chosen because Danny, the creator of Wacky, made some artwork of Wacky with Fatal and Slash, and I was like, oh, this is great, I need to do this. So, yeah, I did that. From the server. Hey Splits, hey Gasgrass, my friend Leafy Hydra 15 already asked my question for the timeline for Path to Deicide, or our covers for PTD, blah blah blah. 2 more questions as I was puzzled about them for a while. 1. After the events of Apocryphal going into the Interloper, to where Xenophyte opened a ring portal to his world, intervening them, go to the next recruit. How did Xenophyte find out about their plan and made them intervene? Okay, so you're asking, how did Xenophyte find out that they were trying to kill him? He has eyes that reach to far places, and his ring, that ring portal, is kind of one of them. But actually, I have been thinking about this. I thought about this a little bit one time. He uses his crystals, and using his crystals, he's able to see through reflections. And so anytime there's a reflection, he's able to kind of spy in on things. So he is very aware of the happenings in the world. And so he starts to notice that this group is forming, and he finds out that their purpose is to come after him. So he decides to interrupt them. And number 2, what made Vagrant have the idea for Fatal and Slash to interact with each other to start Path to Deicide? Same reason I put them together. He thought it was cool that they both had 4 arms and was like, you know what? I think it would be cool. Because he's just a curious guy, and all he wanted to do was see how a matchup would go. Sleepy Studios asks, Gasgrass, question 700 here. One, I literally just want to see you comment on this cover I made. Deicide, but it's different. FNF Path to Deicide cover. Am I going to regret clicking on this? No. I'm not going to regret it.
Something about your guys irks me so. I know we're going to invade. So you want to invade now?
Well, sounds interesting to say the least. I don't really have thoughts on it. It's just cool to see fan content in general. Number 2, could No More Innocence solo Xenophyte? Probably. I don't know. I feel like that would actually be like a close fight. Okami Ace asks, I've been wondering why is there a reason... hold on, I need to read this. Oh, okay, so they're asking why Xenophyte and No More Innocence being the way they are instead of their original versions. It's just like personal preference. Like, I kind of wanted to do something different, especially with No More Innocence. I've said this multiple times, but I wanted to do something different. Xenophyte was to reduce confusion. Because, you know, is it X? Is it Xenophanes? No, it's Xenophyte now. He's his own thing. Maria CA asks, what would happen if the illusions won against the group in the middle of Deicide when the souls show up? The group would die, and the fight would be over. I don't know. How did Fatal Error find the place where Vagrant was? Data. I don't know. It isn't that deep. He just did his research and figured it out somehow. The details aren't as important. Raven asks, what encouraged you to make lyrics for Excrescence? Also, hi. Hi. What encouraged me to make lyrics? I thought it would be cool. I'm sorry, there's a lot of that in Path to Deicide. It's just, I thought it would be cool. And it turns out it was cool. So, yeah. Sunny/Northoko asks, what's up? I love PTD. It's so I'm not saying that word. I remember literally tweaking out so bad. Okay. You like the series. Cool. My question is mainly about if you could switch out some of the characters the main 2 met, who would you have them meet? Like if there were no insane lore implication or changes, or if you could have them meet more characters, how would it go? And I would not change anything. No, I like how it came out. I would not have changed anything, honestly. From the chat, where can I find the PTD fan mod? A channel called Veracundius. Vercundius. Veracundius. It's a Latin word, I think. They are the one in charge of the PTD fan mod, and that is how you can find it. Where did you get the idea to make Path to Deicide? okay. It's in the FAQ. Wait for the FAQ on stream to cycle. Zankow asks, question I got if any song... from the Discord, Zankow. If any songs had old names before their current ones were decided. Not really. I think they all had their names finalized pretty early on. Fatal God asks, do you have a VR? And if so, would you like to join my series? Why would I join some random person's series? I'm sorry, that's not... Do I have a VR? I used to have a VR, but it no longer works. It used to be an Oculus Rift. I would like to get a new one eventually. Rave asks, why did you say freaky and goon? It is bad words. Please do not do it again. I said it because, I don't know, the situation called for it earlier. It was funny. Oops, my bad. Yes, Anto, this is still going. We're almost done. I'm going through the FAQ or Q&A. Rave also asks, do you approve of Path to Riz Gasgrass, or should I say Rispedal? I don't approve of it, but it does happen. It is real, and there's nothing I can do about it. Yellowfellow asks, hi, I am not saying that out loud. Saw this years ago and wondered where the song went. Is it cancelled? Oh, so this is... it's a screenshot of an old song that Infinity posted on Twitter. It was unfinished. This was it was just kind of a Sonic.exe, like, joke song. It was meant to be, like, a generic EXE song. And, we kind of had some fun with it, for, like, a few days, and then never really touched it again. But then Infinity said that he actually repurposed the drums and some other things from that song for the Deicide Triple Trouble part. So that's kind of what happened to it. I think. From the chat, Neon, Gas wants you to know that your part in the original Deicide, everyone lost their minds. Oh, you're talking to Anto. Yes. From the chat, Yeetus, what would happen if Fleetway or Sarah Henderson was added? I don't know. Read the FAQ. Red Chase from the chat. What would your reaction be if someone made a high effort mod of all the songs? I hate the term high effort, because what does high effort mean? That is what Veracundius is doing right now, actually. Arguably. And it looks very cool. If somebody did that, I would be supportive. I would not officially endorse it, because I am not going to officially endorse any fan content, because I don't want anyone to get special treatment over another. But I will always be supportive of people making that fan content, and people are free to make a mod and do whatever they want. When will Shranos V2 come out? Never. Back to Discord. Hatsune Miku, this is not your name. Failed error T10. Theo, I guess. It's numbers. Can you make Fatal X/canon? No. And describe the lacuna in like 2 sentences. I'll describe it in 2 words. Topology and control. Yeah. Good enough. Maybe a turnip asks, what's the gang's favorite food? Really? We're asking this? I don't know. Chili dogs. I think that's appropriate, right? Lunar, shut up. And does not count as one of the words. Izzy asks, which character was your favorite in terms of voicing? Oh, voicing. That's a good one. I think Fatal. I really enjoy Fatal Error. after Fatal, probably Xenofight after Fatal. Yeah. They're the most fun. Kyle asks, I am aware Path to Deicide is finished, but has the idea of making a Deicide remix with everyone featured so far ever crossed your mind? No, that would be a nightmare. I would never do that. That would have to be the most cluster, I was about to swear, just a big mess of a song, and no, I would not like to do that. Colossus / Gabriel asks, if Xenofight died, and what would the visual of Xenofight dying look like? I want you to imagine him on the ground looking up as 4 figures stand above him and all simultaneously attack him with their weapons or fists or anything. And his vision goes dark right after. Yeah. He was helpless in that last moment. From the chat. What was the idea of remaking Excrescence? I was never going to remake Excrescence. Did you like voicing No More Innocence? Doing all the voices and whispers must have been a lot of work. It was a lot of work, but it was so much fun. And the end product was so cool. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. The one scene at the end of the Avengers? Yes, actually. Imagine that, but Hawkeye lets go of the arrow. They just curb stomp him. Yeah, sure.
Together, we are Deicide! Charge!
The adding of voice lines to DX. Oh, I just wanted some different voice lines. And like, especially the beginning one, the first one of the song. I did not like the delivery. It sounded weird, so I wanted to redo it. It's like some sort of... What is this? Some kind of path to Deicide? Alright, back to the Discord. How are you going to continue PTD without Slash? I'm not. Sorry, that was Damien asked. Odd the Monster asks, do you have a top 5 to the Timeline 404 songs? Top 5. Facetious included. What do you mean top 5? Top 5 as in how much I enjoy them? How much I enjoy them, you can see the rankings in the credits of the full story. Is it possible that instead of FNF style songs, the next addition to Path to Deicide will maybe be an actual musical like Epic the Musical? Probably not. No. Back to chat. I'm curious, do you know Executable Mania, and what are your thoughts on DEXE if you know it? I worked on Executable Mania. I was able to help with Deck the Hogs, and then the entire mod got canned, and I have no idea what's happened anymore. So Deck the Hogs had DXE, but I know absolutely nothing about it. So yeah, I'm not the person to ask. Why did Slash take Fatal to Cyclops in the first place? Because Slash thought he was a powerful warrior, which he was. Back to the Discord. Slash asks, if Slash will get removed, who will replace him? I don't know. Neon asks, do you remember that question should be somewhat meaningful. Thank you, Neon. I appreciate you. Leafy Hydro 15 asks, final question for me. Was Xenofight a Sonic before finding the Phantom Ruby? Is this how he knew Tails, Knuckles, Eggman, and make illusions of them? Yeah, so the lore behind that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Why are there so many Sonics running around, you know? That's not really explained, so I unfortunately don't have an answer for you. But, like, he is a Sonic, so yeah, he would have been a Sonic. Hatsune Miku, failed error T10 asks, is this like a rephrase of another question? Will you replace Slash? If yes, then who? Pat today said it's not getting more content, so no, I guess. Cass doesn't want to admit that I'm Miku. You want me to just call you Miku? Because I want people to get proper credit since I'm not able to show the Discord on my stream right now. I just want to make sure people are properly credited, you know. I'm trying to read your names. DXE is what I can describe. Okay, that just because I don't know what something is not an invitation to tell me. It means I don't care. I'm sorry. Back to the Discord. Fishy asks, feel like you would ever come back to PTD and do a remastering of it in the far future, of course. I've thought about the most likely one to happen would be a Gridlock remaster, because I think Gridlock deserved better. But in general, no, I don't think I'll really come back. It's kind of just done. Moving on. Rug asks, will Xenofight ever return, or is he dead? Well, Xenofight is dead in Patadea's side. Like, in the 404 timeline, he's dead. Like, he's not coming back. But he might come back in other ways, like a different timeline or something. We'll see. Yes, Anto, you recognize. Did you delete your own message? Okay, whatever. Carl Gaxon asks, I've been working on a project for quite some time, and one of my biggest concerns about said project is the art. How long does it take to do art, especially at such high detail? How I would like it to be. Also, the project is very heavily like PTD. So if I were to kind of describe how long it took me to make the art, it depends on how detailed I want it to be. Like, for instance, no more Nihility's art probably took. I probably got it done over the span of like a week or two, I want to say. And most songs, most of the extras were done in that time span. Deicide's art probably took longer. If I locked in and didn't get distracted, I could probably get it done within a few days. But in general, this stuff takes time because it also needs to simmer. I don't want to rush it. So it can take quite a long time. What you want to just make sure is you don't rush anything. And what you also want to do is make sure you don't get distracted. If you're getting distracted a lot while working, go work on something else. You know, if you feel like you're forcing yourself to sit down and work, don't work on it. Okay, you need to find an alternative. From the chat, do you have a favorite Pokemon? I don't play Pokemon. Sorry. Back to Discord. The Chipmunk asks, if you could start Pat the Deicide over, what would you change, and who, if any, would be replaced? I would not change anything. I really like how it came out. Back to the chat. He likes Magikarp? No. Back to the Discord. Darkened asks, if there's any humans in the main PTD timeline, are they significant in any way? As in, like, they have managed to do anything that Vagrant and Slate have done, or are they just normal like us? Humans aren't really relevant in PTD. Also, what year would you say humans are at, if there are any? Well, we went over the incident report that is like the album extras trailer. There is a date in there. I think it's like 2340 something. Back to the chat. What made you come up with Pico spitting bars at DX and Excrescence? Major inspiration was Game Breaker New Game Plus mix by Simply Crispy. That kind of started it, but I also wanted to do the lyrics at the beginning, so I wanted to continue the trend and, you know, bring it back. What's your favorite Angry Bird? I don't have a favorite Angry Bird. Is it possible for all the timelines to lose control and collapse over each other? And, like, merge? I don't know. That would be pretty bad, wouldn't it? Wanted to make sure they were the same calendar thing as them. Will you ever play Hollow Knight? If you have, what do you think of it? I got news for you. Let me pull this up. I have 170 hours in Hollow Knight. I have every achievement. And, one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah. Yeah, love Hollow Knight. So at least a bit of knowledge. I could probably answer a couple questions about Hollow Knight. I could answer literally anything. Working on Pantheon 5, it's so tough. It is tough as nails. Like, it took me so long to be able to beat it. And I was like, my heart was pounding. I thought I was going to have a cardiac arrest when I beat it. It was that bad. Like, or it was that intense for me. Yeah, I love Hollow Knight. Don't tell your hours on Destiny 2. Oh, fine, I'll tell my hours on Destiny 2. Let's check. On Steam, 2,660. Have you seen the Minecraft movie? Not yet. My brother did. He said it was not good, but actually pretty funny, so I might watch it. How long did it take you to make PTD? I think it's pretty obvious. You just look at when Tetrabrachial was uploaded and when the album was uploaded. Sonic would have joined Slash and Fatal Error, which Sonic characters would have. Oh, if Sonic wouldn't have joined, which Sonic characters would have? I don't know. That's a thought experiment for the viewer. Gas, go outside. Everyone's telling me to go outside. Okay. Look, I'm making Friday Night Funkin' Sonic.exe content. You think I have a healthy life? Let's get back to the Discord. We only got a couple left. Jalton asks, would you be open to doing any projects like Path to Deicide in the future? Not related to EXE or FNF stuff, but similar in nature. Probably not. Well, I mean, it's a very broad question. Like, what would like Path to Deicide be if not related to EXE or FNF? Like, I will do more content with my style, so I guess technically yes, I will. But yeah. And then I suppose we have two more questions in the channel here, but got some in the chat. Never mind. We do not have questions in the chat. They are making fun of me. King Foxy 872 in the Discord asks, who is your favorite Sonic character? That's a good question. I probably just like Silver or Shadow. I just really like them. It's not a lot to hate about them. It's no use.
I finally found him. The Iblis Trigger.
Yeah, I like Silver. Hatsune Miku. I'm just gonna call you Hatsune Miku. Does the Lacuna need power? The Lacuna is power. What the Lacuna needs is a physical vessel for it to kind of influence and get things done in the physical world. And what does it need? Actually, I mean, I just answered that, so. That's it! That's it for the commentary Q&A channel. Over at chat. How basic. Guy with OCs based on Silver and Shadow, like Silver and Shadow. Okay, well, don't call them OCs. That makes me feel really weird, even if that's what they are. 2K is absurd. You gotta respect the grind and commitment. Dude, I have so much time. I have a on the Henry Stickmin collection. You know what Henry Stickmin is about, right? And how it's played. Yeah, I have 91 hours. I don't even know how that's possible. Was I just leaving it open? I don't know. What's your next project that you're going to work on next? We'll see. I can't reveal anything yet because I'm not sure. But yeah. Made you come up with the lyrics on Nihility. The main ones at the end, just inspiration from Silly Billy. Yes, it has been 8 hours. You need to rest. I know. We're going to end it very soon here. Realize Callow is playing? Yeah, it's Callow. When is Verbing the Noun coming out? We'll have more info for you soon. Need gas to say a Minecraft movie quote. All of them have been run into the ground. They are no longer funny. The only one I still find funny is coming in hot! Because, like, why does he say that? That's not even a Minecraft line. Like, what? It's so funny. It's 4 a.m. for you. Left, go to bed. You don't need to be here anymore. We're done. When's versus Transformers coming out? Oh my god. I don't have the time or energy for an FNF mod. Is this your first ever stream? Yes, it was. And it might be my last for a long time, because I don't have a reason to stream. This question for me. Opinion about Silk Song and its upcoming release. Dude, I was so mad when that Nintendo Switch 2 Direct came about, and we got 3 seconds of Silk Song. I thought we were going to get, like, a trailer. We got 3 seconds! I was so mad. I was livid. But I'm glad we got something. So, coming in hot, coming in hot. My first and last Gasgrass stream. Okay. Yeah, I think we're done. Yeah, okay. This is one long VOD, and I'm very sorry. It went so long. It went longer than I wanted it to. But I would like to genuinely say thank you, all of you, for not only just attending the stream and listening to me yap, but for supporting me over these 2 years and helping me to reach this point. It means so much. I'm so glad to be in this position. So, thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. And I hope to continue to make amazing things for you and many others. So yes, that is going to do it for today. I will provide updates as we go. Follow me on Twitter, follow me here on YouTube for updates, join the Discord server. And yeah, I'll see all of you guys on the flip side. Right as the song ends there. Alright. Thank you all so much for attending this stream. It has been an absolute joy. See you later.